Hello, everyone. How's it going? Hope people are having a good morning/evening. Hey, David and Russ and Chip, I see. Uh, NSIG is interested in the puzzle contest, so there is a uh, there's going to be two eventual puzzle contests. So we've somewhat diverted. So since we hit 1,000 subs, we're going to do a big 1,000 subscriber or 1,000 sub uh, stream when I get back from vacation. And for that, I'm going to do puzzles that people make for the 1,000 sub thing. So whatever sort of puzzle you want to make for that, if you make me 1,000 sub puzzle, as long as you get it tested, then then I will be happy to do it. I have some that I've just glanced at what's been coming in and been quite excited by some of what's coming up. So there will then be a setting competition, or not really competition. There'll just be a setting challenge. I know what it's going to be, but it would be a little weird to be simultaneously collecting things for the next setting challenge and also collecting things for the next for the 1,000 sub stream. So we're going to do the 1,000 sub stream first. I think Tristan has a date on that, but I don't swear it. And then after that, we'll do the challenge. And I will probably give you overlap because I like to give people lots of time to. I like to give people lots of time between when I actually say what the challenge is and when people actually have to submit it by, just to give you time to think about it. At least for me, setting puzzles takes a long time. There are all these 1 hour setting challenges. That is not me as a setter, so I try to do that. Hey, Judith, welcome. Fives only challenge. Yes, that will be the next challenge. Will be fives only. No, it will definitely not be that. I think the only thing I've said explicitly about the next challenge is that the next challenge will be equally well satisfied by Sudoku and non-Sudoku puzzles, because the last challenge was really really heavily slanted towards Sudoku, and I did not intend it to, or I don't intend for the challenges to always require something Sudoku-y. Sometimes they will, sometimes they won't. I have never done a speed set. I've definitely had puzzles that I've set in a shorter amount of time, although quite often when I have a puzzle that gets set in a shorter amount of time, it's because I spent a lot of time thinking about it and tried and screwed it up before that. Or because the puzzle is directly inspired by a puzzle I've already made, in which case maybe I already sort of have a sense of how to put the pieces together. But yeah, I don't think a speed setting thing would go well. I mean, I've been sort of marinating on this idea of a puzzle that I talked to tallcat about 3 days ago, and I have yet to figure out what I want to put in the clue, or in the grid, as the second clue for that puzzle. So my setting process is not fast. Oh, we have a super chat from tallcat. So by the way, we officially have super chats now. So that's as a consequence of the fact that we are now a YouTube partner. So thank you very much, tallcat, who says, allow me to do the inaugural super chat. Thanks for the regular stream. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you for being here. I appreciate you being a regular contributor, both in terms of making puzzles that I like, but also a regular person to provide sardonic comments in the chat, as is necessary, presumably, to keep me humble as I go up into the quadruple digits for numbers of subscribers. So in terms of, if you're curious, does me being an official YouTube channel change anything? So the couple things it changes are that you can super chat, and that during the breaks, I will run an ad, which if you are not a YouTube Premium member, you will see, but I think you can skip them, but you won't miss anything because it'll be while I am juggling around or whatever. So it should have very little impact on you. At some point, we want to get membership set up so that if you want special Zeta emotes, you can have the fancy Zeta emotes, but we have not yet gotten... We have designed the Zeta emotes, and by we have designed the Zeta emotes, I mean Tristan has designed the Zeta emotes, and one of them I just adore. But the getting that set up with YouTube is an adventure. Anyway, seeing a bunch of people trickling in. So we've got Finnish Guy, Plebiscide, Math Pesto, Jay, David. Excited to see all of you here. And so I went and I saw and was like, wow, I've got an awful lot of puzzles I want to do. So without further ado, oh, I should say one more thing. I should also say there is a Patreon. We greatly appreciate our patrons, and so you'll see every time that there's a little break or whatever, you'll see all the people who support us on Patreon. We do greatly appreciate that. It really does help. In particular, I've mentioned a few times that this is what Tristan does, so it greatly helps us out to have his time to work on this channel and the math channel as well. So thank you all who support us there, or who support us through Super Chats or whatever. And again, there are lots of ways to support us that don't require any money, so you can like the stream. That is always greatly appreciated. You can also subscribe to the channel if you have not yet. That's also appreciated. You can talk about it to friends, or my preferred method is, instead of talking about it to friends, what you can do is you can just subscribe friends to the channel when they're not looking. And so that is also a good strategy. Alrighty, but with all that said, let's get on with Whirlygig by Tallcat, which may not be the only Tallcat puzzle we do today, because I've somehow fallen behind on my Tallcat puzzles. I don't know exactly how. Anyway, but this is a puzzle which naturally I'm interested in because it combines two of my favorite constraints, which are Renban and Whispers. So just to remind you how these things work, this is what is known as a this is what's known as a Renban. Unlike a puzzle we did last time, I actually know that this is a Renban. And so what that means is the digits on it form a consecutive string of digits. So it could be 4, 5, 6. It would really help if my keypad was on before I tried to type digits. 4, 5, 6, 7. And I could put these in any order, because it does not care at all about the order that the digits are on the line. It only cares about... Oh, wow, David, thank you with the $200 super chat for everything you do, puzzle, stream, and community. Oh, thank you so much, David. That's awesome. Greatly appreciated. Heart. Very, very much appreciated. I greatly appreciate having you in the chat always as well. You are a constant source of positivity, which the world needs more of. So I greatly appreciate seeing you both in this chat and in all the other places in the Sudoku community where I see you. So thank you very much. That means a lot. Yeah, we don't have a Brian. I think in order to get a Brian, I think you need Streamlabs. Is that how that works? I don't know what Streamlabs is, other than that Ranks often talks about Streamlabs. But it presumably is something that we could have, is that we could have a lovely British gentleman read all of the donation messages rather than me reading them. Which seems, at least to some cases, to be preferable. I'm not sure. Now I'm distracted. Yeah, so yeah, this Renban could get filled with any string of 4 consecutive digits in any order. But no, there can't be any repeats. That's not allowed. Oh, we can get Tallcat to read them. Tallcat can be our British gentleman who reads all of the things. Okay. So then Whispers lines, these are the green lines, digits along a Whispers. So these aren't really lines. These are really a bunch of separate segments. So basically it's expressing a relationship between these two digits that cares nothing at all about the rest of it, a relationship between these two digits that cares nothing at all about the rest of it, and so on, which is very different from a Renban, which is talking about the whole of the line. But a whisper is really just a string of segments. And what it says is that every pair of digits along the segment are at least 5 apart. So if this was an 8, then this could be a 3 or a 2 or a 1. All of those would be acceptable. And then this could be, say, a 6. except that would be a problem because then this would have to be a 1, so that would not work, but this could be a 7, and that'd be a 2, and so on. So basically, the way this works, the punchline is you sort of break the universe into high digits and low digits, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, 7, 8, 9, and along the whispers, you always alternate between high digits and low digits. And in particular, as we are very fond of on this stream, the 5 is just completely not allowed anywhere at all whatsoever on a whispers line, because there are no digits that are more than 5 away from 5. Okay, so that is how whispers work, and that's all there is to the puzzle. There's also these clues. This weird like sideways W thing is telling us that this digit is a 3 in the eventual solution. And this half of Worm's number is telling us that this digit is a 6. But that is Jay in the chat says, what's it like setting with German whispers? It has its ups and downs. So the first thing I see is that this 6 sees, and so every time you're dealing with Renban, the thing to look at is you want to look at, oh, this 3 is losing its religion because it's in the corner. So this Renban, all of the Renban sees this digit. And so what that means is there's no 6 on it. Oh, and I have another super chat from Jessica. Wish my cat well. She's having dental surgery. $8.50 because she weighs 8.5 pounds. Oh, good luck to your cat. I hope the cat is. I hope the cat has as least unpleasant of a dental surgery as a cat can have. I don't even like dental surgery, and I'm not even a cat, so I can only imagine the cat likes it even less. Let's see, Directionary, also with the Super Chat. Glad to see people using the Super Chat. This is a cool feature. I'm at work and can't listen, but holy cow, David, very kind of you. Also, hi, Data. I still hate prime ideals. Yes, prime ideals, the ultimate nemesis of people studying abstract algebra. Yeah, somehow maximal ideals I'm okay with, but prime ideals I'm less okay with. But I guess maximal ideals are prime, so there's something. Anyway, yeah, everything to do with Dedekind domains and the definition of Dedekind domain I find to be very unpleasant, despite the fact that that's like somewhat close to what I do. Well, there's the whole, if you've seen Little Shop of Horrors, Jessica, there's the Bill Murray character really likes dental surgery. That's one of the whole bits. So anyway, the upshot of this 6 is that this 6 can't be on here, and so neither can 7, 8, or 9, because in order to get a 7, 8, or 9 on a length 4 Renban, you would need to get a 6. So this is from, so these are only from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we know that there has to be a 2, a 3, and a 4 on this line. Now, the thing that I noticed immediately is that I was trying not to like just immediately jump to, but that I was paying attention to as I was looking at this puzzle to start, is that these 3 cells all see the entirety of this length 4 Renban and the entirety of this length 4 Renban. This length 4 Renban. So these 3 cells don't appear anywhere on this Renban or this Renban. Now, you might do a little bit of math and realize that if you add 4 and 4 and 3, that means that you get a number that is like 11 or something, which means there actually have to be repeated digits on these 2 Renbans. Namely, they have to actually have at least 2 digits in common, and they can only have 2 digits in common. And so what that means is that this digit has to show up over here, and this digit has to show up over here. And so I know this digit, whatever it is. Hey, Bianca, welcome. Yeah, this digit, I'll call it orange. It shows up somewhere over here. Now, an interesting thing that tells me, and sorry, I should finish saying this digit, whatever it is, blue and orange are absolutely the worst possible colors that I could be using here, but I'm going to go with it because they're not going to live here for very long, I don't think, but we'll change it if we have to. This digit needs to live over here. All of that is so that we actually don't need more than 9 numbers in order to fill these out. I guess there's an even easier way to do it that is less complicated and convoluted, which is just to ask, where does blue go in row 5 and see, oh, well, blue can't go on the Renban, can't go in this box, so it goes over here. Where does orange go in row 5? Well, it has to go over there. But in particular, because there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 on this this Renban, there can't be a 9 on it. So we at least get that there is a 9 here. Now, if you go to Judith's comment about these Renban, Judith actually has a good observation, which is, hey, if these two things share 2 digits in common, which is what we're saying, is that there's actually blue and orange are on both of these, then they either are identical, or they overlap by 2, or they overlap by 3. Now, they certainly can't be identical, because if they were identical, that would be saying these 6 digits come from a set of 4 digits. That doesn't work. In fact, they can't overlap by 1 either, because then these 6 digits would come from a set of 5 digits. So in fact, actually, their overlap is exactly blue and orange. So blue and orange are the overlap of these two Renbans. In particular, that actually gives us some eliminations on orange, because orange is the overlap between 2 Renbans, so that then have 2 digits on either side. So this needs to have 2 digits on either side. In particular, it can never be a 1 or a 2. Okay. Okay. And 98% is still not too shabby, tallcat. I would take 98%. Let's see. Okay, so that means actually, if there's going to be 2 digits in common, and this thing has at most 5 on it, then that means the digits over here have to be at most 7, in fact. Because if I'm going to overlap, I could overlap and say 4 and 5, and then immediately go to, okay, well, then I'll go from 4, 5, 6, 7. But I can never get higher than 7. So there's also an 8 in these cells. Okay, this is not 1 or 2 for exactly the same reason, and it's not 6 or 7 either, for the same reason as this one. There need to be 2 digits on the other side of this one in order to make this work. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so either, if you think about it, there's either a 7 on here, or there's a 1 on here, but not both. So I think that means that these digits are actually from 1, 7, 8, 9. Because of the fact that in total, if you think about it, they span 6 different digits. So these are 6 consecutive digits, and so these are from 1, 7, 8, 9, which is a little bit annoying because of this. Because I don't know if these are actually both high or not. Okay, I think I'm going to get rid of my coloring because I'm probably going to want to color more things, and I think we can keep in mind the coloring now. So now we have to do the entire game of this again. Let's see. Ambrose says can eliminate 2 and then 1 from row 5 of box 4, right? Let's see. Oh, because there's not a 2 here anymore. Right. I didn't realize that. As soon as there's not a 2 here, but we know there is a 2 on this. That's a great point to Ambrose. So we knew there's a 2 on this. Remember, that's because of the given 6. But then we ruled 2 out of this because they need to have 2 overlaps. But now that means our corner marked 2, that is corner marked on this, needs to go over here. So there's no 2 over here. But once there's not a 2 over there, there's not a 1 over there either. And so, in fact, these are from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, please don't forget to like the stream. It makes a big difference. Yeah, so Playmaker asks, people are in chat are talking about solution guides. And so when you're submitting a puzzle to CTC, by the way, if you've not looked yesterday, one of my puzzles appeared on CTC, which is my favorite puzzle I've made this year. So if you've not yet looked at 10 lines and you just want to see Simon solve it, Simon is an excellent solver and really goes through the puzzle. I recommend watching that. It's a shorter Simon vid. It's only like 50 minutes or something like that. But anyway, when you submit a puzzle to Cracking the Cryptic, you're encouraged to submit a solution guide along with it. However, no one ever really talks about what makes a good solution guide. And since the people who test for Cracking the Cryptic are anonymous, because, oh God, I would not even want to imagine what kinds of comments you would get if you were a public tester for Cracking the Cryptic. It would probably be incredibly, incredibly unpleasant. But I've actually asked multiple times if Simon or Mark or someone could just produce a document with the help of the testers that said, what do you actually want in a solution guide? Because I've made my solution guides a bunch of different ways, and I don't actually have any idea what would make for the most useful solution guide for the testers. And I just, I would like a solution guide. Exactly, Jay Dyer. Is that so much to ask for a solution guide? I don't think so, but yeah. So sometimes it's like, I'll send them a video of Ranks solving the puzzle, or sometimes I'll send them like a bunch of screenshots along the way. And some people's solution guides I look at and they include every detail, like, oh, by Sudoku, you can place a 6 in this place. And yeah, I have no idea, and I would be more than happy to help them by making it as much or as useful for them as possible. But I have no ability to guess what it is they would find useful. That's basically the long and the short of this whole thing. Okay, so there needs to be a 6 in this row, so it's worth noting the 6 is over here. We're doing very, very efficiently at this tallcat puzzle because of this, by which I mean we're going excruciatingly slowly, but that's okay, because we're chatting and having fun, and it's a good day, and we're going to be here a while. So I'm pretty confident, even at this rate, we'll get the puzzle done by the end of the stream. Oh, David wants a bet cell. Let's give a bet cell... I'll let Tallcat tell me if this is a bad bet cell, but this is my instinct for where looks the bet celliest of this whole grid. Yeah, so usually I do what Peter is saying, which is like, okay, I'm here, now you just do some Sudoku and then you get here. That's usually what I do, because I assume the basic Sudoku part is probably not the part that people are looking at the solution guide for. Let's see. What I really enjoy is when I do make a solution guide, then I can really compare how close Simon's solve is to the solution guide. And like often it is like exactly what's in the solution guide. Let's see. Okay, so this has a 6 on it, which I guess we probably knew anyway, if we thought about it at all. So I wanted to look at this pile, because we have exactly the same thing going on in column 5, minus the given digit part. Let's see. Garion made a point about the puzzle. I thought we were just BSing here about things. Okay, I'm going to look at... let's see. So Garion is asking, so we're going to need to have 2 shared digits between the Renbans in column 5 as well for the same reason, namely this digit's going to be on that Renban, this digit's going to be on that Renban, just by where they go in the column. So there's going to have to be at least 2 shared digits, again, between these two. And Garion asks if they can be the same shared digits. And so Garion then says, I'm thinking if the other corner digits in box 5 also have to be overlap, then row 6, column 6 will probably end up having a 6. Okay, so, oh, let's see. Sorry, I got a donation from Jay. Thank you. I put my money on a 5. Super chat is the way we put our wagers now, right? Sure, you can absolutely make your wagers for bet cells with super chats. That way everyone will know if you're right or if you are not right. Okay, so I think just looking at Garion's comment, I think Garion is suggesting that we ask what happens to these 2 cells in row 5. And these 2 cells in row 5, if you look at it, they have to go on these Renbans. I don't know why that's... random things getting selected. I was not trying to select random things. Yeah, so these 2 yellow cells in row 5 have to go on here. Wait. Yeah, okay. Oh, right, and they go on each other. So these 2 cells, if you look at it, they are on both of the vertical Renban, and they are each on one, but not both, of the horizontal Renban. Let's see. Let me look at what Bianca said. So after removing 1 and 2 from box 4, so that row 6, column 4 isn't a 3 anymore, because 3 is now a margin number on the Renban. Let's see. If this is a 3... okay, let's try and think about this. So if this is a 3... what does that do? So it puts 3 as one of the ones that's on both. But so 3 would be on 1. So these 2 digits, okay, so here's another observation. These 2 digits are consecutive, because these are the 2 digits that are on both Renban. So one of these 2 cells, and this is going to be a nightmare to pencil mark, but I think it's going to be relevant. One of these 2 cells is a 4. And the consequence of the fact that I'm sure one of these 2 is a 4, and that's only because they come from 3, 4, 5. The fact that one of these is a 4 tells me that only one of the vertical Renban has a 4 on it, because there's only one 4 in column 5. So I don't know which one, but they overlap by 2 cells, and only one of them has a 4. That should tell me what they are exactly, shouldn't it? So if I have 2 Renban that overlap by 2 cells and only one of them contains a 4, it must be that the 2 overlapping cells are bigger than 4, right? They can't be less than 4, because if they were less than 4, they would have... Okay, so the overlapping cells are both bigger than 4. So the possibilities for the overlapping cells are 5, 6, or 6, 7. So I think these have to be 5, 6, or 6, 7. So I think these are from 5, 6, 7. If I did that right. It's definitely true. Oh, this one's not a 6, by the way. Oh, so this one's definitely a 6. Okay. Yes. So again, these 2 digits are consecutive. They're from 5, 6, 7. So this one has to be a 6. And as stated, we get our digit dance. Okay. So there is our 6. Okay. So, oh, I was sure Garion was going to end up being right. I just had a hard time sort of like figuring out how to get there. And I think I saw it from a way that was slightly different. Okay. So now the question I have is, can this possibly be a 7? Because if this is a 7, this would have to be 6, 5, 4, 3. And this would be 6. This would be 6 and 5 and what? Ooh, excellent. Thank you, Math Pesto, who has done a version of a super chat that has an adorable, presumably copyright infringement avoiding Nintendo controller, which you should definitely check out if you have not looked at it. But yeah, I think you can see it in chat. That is an adorable image. I like it. Okay, so if this was a 7, this would be 6. I think this is going to be a 1. I think that's what the punchline of all of this is going to be. But if this were a 7, it would definitely break, because if this were a 7, it would force this to be 6, 5, 4, 3. And this would be 5. And then what is this going to be? 6. Well, it can't have a 4 or a 3 because we put those down here, and it can't have a 7 because we put a 7 here. So this is definitely not a 7. Yes, thank you very much, Math Pesto, or Matt Pesto, as the case may be. So now, what if this is an 8? Do we get the same problem if this is an 8? If this is an 8, then now this is for, maybe if this is an 8, it doesn't quite force things as much. Oh, okay. No, here's the smart way to look at it. And I think this is what Garion was saying. Now I have to ask myself where 1 goes in column 5. And so in column 5, the 1 actually doesn't have very many options, because the 1 certainly can't go in either of these Renbans. 5 and 6 and 7 are too far away. So the 1 goes in one of these cells. So 1 is in one of these cells in the cross. So 1 is in particular definitely not in those cells. So we can start doing our actual coloring now. So these digits are high. This 6 is high. I'm just going to uncolor that because I don't know at the moment. So these are then low. These are going to be high again, as is that. High. That's low. Let's see. So, yeah, one of these is a 1. I thought as soon as I knew that one of these is a 1, it was going to tell me that this was the one that was a 1. But I'm not sure that it has. 2 also. Where can 2 go in column 5? Ah, okay, yeah. Loretta and Nicholas now say, okay, so ask the same question about 2. So 2 can't go in a Renban with 6. 2 could go in a Renban with 5, right? So these could be 5, 6. No, it's a Renban with 5 and 6. I cannot put 2 on a Renban with 5 and 6. So, in fact, the 2 in this column is in one of these 2 spots. Because I know the Renban, even if the Renban had a 5, it would also have a 6. So either, if you think about it, these Renban either both have a 5 and a 6, and then one of them is 5, 6, 7, 8, and the other is 3, 4, 5, 6. That's one universe. Or they both have a 6 and a 7, and one is 6, 7, 8, 9, and one of them is 6, 7, 5, 4. Those are the options. So yeah, so one of these is a 2 for sure. Let's see. Now, it's always the case that one of these has an 8, right? I just did this. So 5, 6, right. So it's either 5, 6. So from what we just said, one of these Renbans has an 8, because it's either they have 5 and 6 in common, in which case one of them's a 5, 6, 7, 8, or they have 6 and 7 in common, in which case one of them's a 6, 7, 8, 9. This is never an 8. So this is at least down to 1 or 9. Just from that. So yep. Jay explained it better than I did, I think. Same deal. Okay, 5, 6. So 3 can go on one of these Renbans. Because if this is a 5, 6, then I could have 3, 4, 5 on one of these. Okay. Yeah, tallcat has a nice way to say it, which is that, hey, if this is an 8, there's no place that I can possibly put 9 in the entire universe. So, what's this low digit? Maybe that's a good question. So this low digit is not 2. I guess it could be 3 or 4. And it could be 1, annoyingly. So maybe that's not the right question to ask. Well, if the 3 is on a Renban, I don't know if the 3 is on a Renban. The 3 could be on one of these Renban with a 4, or the 3 could be in one of these. So I don't think we quite know that yet, Nicholas. I could be wrong. Yeah, I have some very terrible pencil marks that I was trying to pencil mark the things I knew were on this Renban, because that's usually useful. I don't think it's certainly not useful anymore. But yeah, I can pencil mark. I do know there's a 2 on here. That is true. There is a 2 on this this whole thing. Right, and I know one of these 2's a 4. Does the fact that I know one of those 2's a 4 tell me anything? I don't think so. 6 must be on the Renban in box 2. Ah, right. 6 does have to be on the Renban in box 2. Good spot, Math Pesto. Just by asking where 6 goes in column 5, it's not in a box with a 6, and it's not on a Renban with a 6. So there's definitely a 6 up here. And so this 5 or 7 is also down here. I think I'm going to have to color these Renban in order to disambiguate what's happening. Because I'm going to guess I'm going to learn that these 2 are both blue. And that's how I'm going to learn that this is a 9. But I could be mistaken. I'm just blindly guessing, basically, by that. So let's see. So do I need to worry about this Renban in terms of this? So this Renban now doesn't have 2 of the high digits on it, which means that at the highest digit that can possibly go on this Renban is a 7. So we can go ahead and quickly good lift that this Renban needs to come from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, because I need to have at least room for 2 oranges in the box. Oh, and it can't have a 1 on it either, because there's a blue off of it. Right, there's a blue off of it, and if this were 1, 2, 3, this would need to be a 4, but these can't be double 9. So this is from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which you might notice tallcat has cleverly set up to be exactly the length of Renban so that you get literally nothing from it. So there we go. So these I know are from 7, 8, 9. I'm just filling in just for Because it was the one I knew something about. Oh. But it's not the one that sees the given 3. Yes, so Tallcat has very kindly pointed out that I have 2 Renbans that I know exactly the same amount about, except that one of them sees a given 3. So I probably should look at the one that sees the given 3, and that might, in fact, make this better. So no 8 or 9 on this Renban, and no 3. So these are from 4, 5, 6, 7, which guarantees that this Renban has a 5 and a 6 on it. So these 2 are from 7, 8, 9. So that actually, of all things, is a 4, 5, 6, 7 quad. It also rules 5 and 6 out of this cell. Jaleb was all over that quad. I was just noticing the 5, 6, but Jaleb and company noticed that this is a 4, 5, 6, 7 quad, which is great, so we can fill in the rest of these cells. They are a 1, a 2. We've already got a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an 8 and a 9. Okay, can I do anything at all? I'm guessing the answer is yes, with the fact that I know these cells are 1, 2, 8, and 9. Seems surprisingly not useful to know that these are 1, 2, 8, 9. Oh, so that Jay catches that. That was a really fast spot, Jay. Jay catches that is placed the 5 in box 7, because none of these things can be 5 because they're on Whispers lines. 3 isn't 5, or the sideways W thing is not a 5. And this cell is not 5. We now know because there's a 5 up here. So the 5 is actually placed down here. So that's not a 5 either. So the 5 now in this column can never be here. So the 5 in this column is in one of these 2 places now. The 5 can't be here because it sees this entire Renban, and this Renban definitely has a 5 on it. Let's see. Eric, by the way, welcome, Eric, says I can color box 7. Let's see. How would I go about coloring box 7? I believe you, but how do I... Because I know this is a 1, 2, 8, 9, but I guess when you're telling me I can color this, you're telling me that you know whether this is a 1, 2 or an 8, 9. Okay, so what would happen if this was high? If this was high, it would place a high cell here, which would be the last 7, 8, 9 for the box. Is it a problem if this cell is the last 7, 8, 9 for the box? That would make this a 1 and that a 2. Let's see. Okay, so I need to fit... Okay, yeah, good point. I need to fit 4 oranges into this box. I can fit exactly 1 orange here. I guess I could fit 2 oranges here, 3 and 1 there, or I could fit them like that, or some variation thereof. The 3 in box 1 is pushed into this. Well, this one sneaks outside the box. Is the my fear about looking at this Whisper. If this Whisper, if I could just remove this cell from this box and put that cell on it, then that would make my life a lot easier. Just throw this cell in some other region or whatever. Oh, let's see. Eric is saying think about 4 and 6, which is always a good idea when you're thinking about Whispers. So I need a 4, first of all. Where's the 4 going? Well, the 4 can't go in any of these places. And the 4 also can't go here, because the 4 would automatically go with a 9. So actually, I know one of these is a 4. But now, and this is Eric's point. This is really smart, actually. This is a very good spot. Uh, where does the 6 go? Well, the 6 also goes in exactly the same places. But that means this cell definitely has to be a 4 or a 6. Because I can't put 4 and 6 both over here. And 4 and 6 only go with 1 and 9. So the candidates here are 4, 6, 1, 9. So we've gotten rid of both 4 6s. As well as, I guess, 3 of the 1, 2, 8, 9s. So there's a 7 here, I guess, is now a point. One of these two now has to be a 7, because I don't have anywhere else to put a 7. So that 7 looks over and says that's not a 7, at the very least. Let's see. If this were a 7, I would need this to be a 1, 2 pair. If this were a 7, I would need that to be a 1, 2 pair. This I know is 1 or 9. I should label. Got it. Okay. Afraid Not has a very smart point, which is that this cell sees the entirety of both of these. And so this cell, great spot, Afraid Not. Chat is on fire today. This cell sees the entirety of both of these, but I know that these are a 4, 6, 1, 9 quad. So this cannot be 1 or 9. It is 2 or 8. Now, row 7, column 9. Yeah, this is not a 7 anymore. Let's see. Look more. So Garion is saying, look more at the cells in row 4, column 5, and row 6, column 5. If they can be high, since if one of them is high, it would need to be a 7, but then you can't put 8 or 9 in column 5 anymore. Okay. Right. 8 and 9 in box 5. Okay, that's a very smart way to put this. 8 and 9 in box 5 are pencil marked into here because they couldn't appear on the Renban, so they were just forced here. So the only way either of these two cells could be high is if it's a 7. But none of these cells can be 7 because regardless of whether this is 6 and 7, in which case, well, these can't be 7, or this is 6 and 5, but in which case one of these Renbans is 5, 6, 7, 8. So this cell, neither of these can ever be 7. So these are low, is the punchline. So that is a great point by Garion that may also have been raised by others. So that lets us color more stuff. So this in particular is a 1 or a 2. The 7 is not there. Hey, Ken, welcome. The 7 now has to go here. So this is also a 1 or a 2, which means this is an 8, and it's high. Means that this has to be a 4-9 pair, because there's not a 1 available anymore. Which means that this is a 6 and a 1 in order to make that work. So 6 is high, 1 is low. So this isn't a 6 anymore. We can get rid of the 6 in the corner. Okay, now that places the 6 on this Renban because this Renban needs a 6, and it now can only go here. So this is a 6 and is orange. Yeah, these are gone. So one of so now no, sorry, nope. Don't listen to me. So could this be a 6? Annoyingly, this could be a 6, yes, which is very unfortunate. Let's see. This is a 2, 3, 4. The 6 sees over here that this isn't a 6. But now that this is a 2, 3, 4, and I should have gotten this before, I just didn't. Now that this is a 2, 3, 4, I can't put a 2 on this Renban anymore. That's the point. So now this Renban actually now just only goes from 3 to 7, which is, I think, just enough for it to be useful. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, so the 5 is always on it. I'm sure chat loves me pointing at my middle finger thing, but it was only meant with love, I promise. Let's see. Okay, so that is good. Okay, so things are now sort of tumbling down, I feel like. Famous last words, but it feels that way. This Renban needs a 5. Well, the only place I can get a 5 now is here. So this is a 4 because these two things are consecutive. And so if these are a 5 and a 4, there's no 1 here anymore, because this now needs to be 2, 3, 5, and 4. So that finally places this 1, which I think Garion understood why this had to be 1 about an hour ago, and I could never quite figure it out. But now we have it. This now has to be the 1. 4, by the way, is low. So these are from 2, 3, 4 only. So get rid of those, get rid of those. 2, 3, 4. That's all the lows. Oh, that's a 7 just by old-fashioned Sudoku. So yeah, so these are now a 6, 7 pair. So one of these is 6, 7, 8, 9. So, and one of them is... So yes, one of them is 6, 7, 8, 9. The other is 4, 5, 6. So in particular, there's a 4 in the column, so I don't have to worry about that. There's a 4 on one of the Renbans. Okay, so these are from... Yep, so these are 2 or 3. Good. So... these aren't 7s anymore, because there's a 7 in the box, you see. Oh, and now there's a 2, 3, 5 over there. So this isn't a 3 anymore. This is a 4, 7 pair now. We can say with confidence. So we know a lot about what's going on over there. One of these is at least an 8. Because one of these is a 3. But they're both... Okay, well, this one can't be a 7. And it can't be a 6. So this is an 8 or a 9, which gives us an 8-9 pair in the row. Sorry, I know I'm skipping around a good bit here. So that tells us the order of the Renbans. And I apologize if chat has been telling me the order of the Renbans for forever. But one of the Renbans is 6, 7, 8, 9, and it's not this one, because this cell cannot be 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this is the one that's 6, 7, 8, 9. So it needs a 6, 8, 9 up here. All of those are orange. And so one of them is 6, 7, 8, 9. The other is 4, 5, 6, 7. So these are 4, 5, 7 down here. So that one's not a 7. It's a 4 or a 5. This one I don't think I know anything about. That one's not a 5. It's a 4 or a 7. So that's a lot of stuff all at once. So that means this cell is a 7 because it's not a 6, 8, or 9. Gorgeous setting there. That's just chef's kiss because that 7 tells me that that's a 2. So that's a 3. So this is a 1 or a 3. Let's see. 6, 7. Alrighty, I may have to come up for air in just a second. Okay, this could just be a 4, annoyingly. Let's see. Row 7, column 9 is restricted to 4 or 5. Let's see. If it wasn't, then you wouldn't have a place to place the second 4 or 5. Uh, so are you just saying these can't be a 4-5 pair? Uh, yeah, this isn't a 5. That is a worthwhile deduction. Do I even know this needs a 4 and a 5? I'm not quite sure. Let's see. The bet cell is holding up well. This is 1, 2, or whoops. Let's see. This is only 1 or 2, though, because it's next to a 7, so let's not forget that. That 7 sees across there, sees that that's an 8 or a 9. Let's see. These are all low, because they're not any of the high digits, and they're not 5. So these are a 2, 3, 4 triple. So now that actually lets us place a 6 down here, just by Sudoku. So that being a 6 lets us knock a 6 out of there. So this is a 4 or a 7. So remember, these are from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there is a 4 or a 7. So there cannot be another 4 or 7, right? Because there's never both a 4 and a 7. So once this is 4 or 7, none of these can be 4 or 7. I believe. I think that was... I think that probably was Jaleb's point that I was not getting before, was that because of the way these were spread out, there was no way that I was getting away with this being a 4 or a 7. Sorry, with there being a second 4-7 over here. We do need a 5, and so again, there's a few different ways to... and now we have a 4-7 pair. Let's look at the 4-7 pair. Thank you, Catman. By the way, welcome, Catman. I'm not sure I've had a Catman in the chat before. I've had many kinds of cats, but I don't know that I've had a Catman. So you might be new in that category. So the 4-7 pair does that. Removes the 7 from there. So that's an 8 or a 9, except it's not a 9, so that's an 8. In fact, that's a 9, that's an 8. This is not a 4 anymore. I mean, this so never could have been a 4, right? For so many reasons, this could not have been a 4 that could have been spotted. Let's see. Shek really wants me to place 1 in box 9. Okay, let's place the 1 in box 9 for Shek. So the 1 in box 9... needs to go here. You can breathe out now. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay. So what's this cell? This cell's now just a naked single 2, right? Yeah, this cell can only be a 2, or it could be gray. Could be gray. But yeah, I think there's only a 2 left in this row. Let's see. We know this is a 4, 5, 7 triple, so what's left? We've got 1, 2. We need a 3. We need a 3. We've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we need a 9. So these are a 3 and a 9, and I actually know the order from that. So there's orange and blue. That 3 looks over and says that's not a 3. Let's see. Can I actually get all the combinations? I could put 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, or 5, 6, 7. Okay, I think all of the possibilities are still possible, annoyingly. This cell has become blue while I wasn't looking. Let's see. This row needs stuff from 2, 3, 5, 7, I guess. Let's see. Jaleb says I can eliminate 3 with a 1, 2 pair in row 3, column 7. And row 6, column 7. Do I know this isn't a 4? The 8, 9, and box 5. Yes, I do know it's not a 4 because I didn't update this pencil mark. That 9 makes that an 8 and that a 9. That 8 means this isn't a 4 anymore, which gives us the 1, 2 that was foretold by the prophets, aka Jaleb. So that's a 3. This is not a 2 or a 3, so it is a 5. So this isn't a 5, and it gets promoted to being blue. Da-dee-dee-da-da-da. These cells are a 4 and a 7, it looks like. Let's see. Now I can ask, where does 5 go in row 3, which I see likewise in chat is also saying. Namely, 5 I know in row 3 can't go on any of these cells that are colored because 5s don't get a color. And the 5 in this box goes here, so the 5 can't go there. So the 5 actually only goes here. So none of these are 5, because that's a 5. I probably know what color this cell is supposed to be. It seems to be blue. It would be useful if I at any point in this puzzle thought to look at the colors and think about them, but I've not really been doing that. I will be honest. I've just been coloring because I can. Okay, so this is a 1, 2, or 3. Let's see. This 2-3 pair here, I see what people are saying when they said Sudoku in box 6. The 2-3 pair gives me a 1 here, so that's a 2 there. So this is an 8 or a 9 now. And that being an 8 or a 9 means that this has become a 6 via the 8-9 pair. So those are an 8-9 pair. So, yeah, one of these has to be a 4, but who knows which one. It's not a 2, though. I know that one. That's not a 2 either. Let's see. It's a 1 or a 3. Yeah, so I can get rid of the 5 corner mark. There's definitely a 6 in one of these two cells. I don't know if I can do anything productive with that right away. This is a very cool puzzle, by the way. I'm quite enjoying this. Okay, so if this were a 7, then I'd have the 8, 9. So this would have to go, if this were a 7, this would have to go 7, 6, 5. Which would place a 4 here, but I don't see what's wrong with this being 7, 6, 5 immediately. If this were a 4, it looks like there's a little more modality, because I could go down to 3, and I could go with something like 4, 3, 5, or is the point that there's always a 5 on this? Because this is at minimum 3 and maximum 7. So I guess the point is that that this thing is from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 again. So there's definitely a 5 somewhere on here in one of those two cells. I don't know if that helps. But it's true. One of those two is a 5. Let's see. Tristan says there's more low-hanging fruit that I could go for. So, for example, this 3 here that is in a box with a 3, 5, that would probably count as low-hanging fruit. So that 6 is high. Let's see. I know that there's a 2 now in one of these two cells. Oh, and it's not that one. So the bet cell has become a 2. Congratulations to those of you who bet 2. So that's a 3 and that's a 2. This is a 4 or a 7. This is a 4 or a 7, but it's not a 7. So it is a 4. That's the last blue cell. That's a 7, and it's orange. That's all of my low cells for this column. So that tells me this cell's high. And these two cells are high, actually. Which now tells me, where does the 5 go in this column? It must go here. See, I told you there would be a 5 over there somewhere. Let's see. So these are from 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 7. Let's see. So Oh, so where does the 7 go in this box? If that one's not a 7, that's got to be the 7. So that's an 8-9 pair, which means that this is a 6. And as soon as this is a 6, it resolves this Renban. Because remember, if this is a 7, this needed to be 7, 5, 6. So it can't be, so it's a 4. That's the 7. That's low and high. Let's see. So 4, 5. And so I can't have a 6 here because the 6 in the box is gone. So that's a 3. That's a 1. Now, just to finish off the box. Now let's Kachinko over here. So that's a 3. That's a 4. That's not 3 or 4, so it's a 2. That's not 2 or 4, so it's a 3. So this digit should probably be known. It's definitely orange. It's an 8 or a 9 at least, which gives us an 8-9 pair. In fact, that gives us all the oranges in the row. So that tells me this cell is blue because it sees all the oranges end 5. So this cell is a 1 or a 2. C is 3 and 4. Let's see. So this box needs a 1 and a 6. The 6 goes here. Okay, try again. This box needs a 1 and a 5. The 5 goes here. The 1 goes here. Worked better the second time. That's all the lows and 5 for this row. So these cells are high. That's all the highs for the box. So this cell is low. So that's a 4, 5. That's a 6. This is not a 6, 7, or 9. So that's an 8. So that's a 9 and that's a 7. So that's a 9 and that's an 8. And that's a 9 and that's an 8. And that's a 9. This is very satisfying. Someone in the comments to the 10 lines puzzle said that the sort of puzzle where you're just bouncing around making deductions is like popcorn popping, which I appreciated. I had not thought of it that way before, but I think that's a good analogy. This is a 4, and this is very much a popcorn puzzle. That's a 3 because there's a 1-2 pair in the column. The column's got all the lows. We need one more high, which is going to have to go there. And the one more high digit for the column is an 8. So these are not 8 anymore. Let's see. That one's not a 9 or a 2 either. So that's a 1. It just became a naked single at some point. I mean, not too surprising given that we've filled in a lot of digits in the puzzle. That sort of pachinkos its way around like that. So this is not a 1. That is orange. The verb pachinko is the word of the day, by the way, if you had not noticed. I need a 4 in this box. It can only go here. That's not true. There's already a 4 in the box. I mean, I do need a 4 in the box, but it goes there. So, in fact, actually, this is the box where I need the 4. Thank you, error checking. So this is the other high digit, meaning it's an 8. Let's see. So this row seems to be missing its 5. Let's see. We need a 2 in one of these two cells. It's not that one. In fact, this was labeled as 2 or 9 and was looking at a 2, so I probably could have figured it out in a variety of ways. So this cell must be low because there's a low missing in the box, and that low must be a 2. Okay, so now we have to be careful. So this cell needs to be high. This is the dangerous part of the puzzle where you can accidentally finish the puzzle before you finish the coloring, which is always the thing I'm most afraid of. Okay, so I think now we have our coloring done. Every digit has gotten its color. So that's a 7, that's a 4, and that's a 5. There we go. Excellent puzzle. I really enjoyed that one. Woohoo! That was a great puzzle. I mean, no surprise that it's a tallcat puzzle with Renban and German whispers. That combination would result in me enjoying the puzzle. Now, an interesting thing I'm thinking looking back is I was sort of expecting that this puzzle would be about the tension that exists between Whispers and Renban, because digits on a Whispers want to be far apart, and digits on a Renban want to be close together. And so if you have a Renban and Whispers that see each other too much, you can sort of force one or the other, because you sort of box in things. Like, as we saw, like, as soon as this Renban saw a 6, it forced almost the entirety of it. But this puzzle seems to not at all be about that. Like, I don't think, and this is not a complaint, I don't think the Whisper logic and the Renban logic in this puzzle were really connected. I think, in fact, actually, I would say this is really a Renban puzzle with a little bit of Whisper spicing, because I feel like the puzzle was really about understanding this structure. And almost all of this structure that we had, that I very much enjoyed at the very beginning, that doesn't have anything to do with the Whispers at all. The Whispers were just there to sort of let us understand this structure and then sort of percolate information out from box 5. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back shortly, and then we'll do another puzzle. Okay, so now I have to remember. Okay, so I'll be right back, and then you may see an ad depending on your thing, but we'll be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Let's see, next up on our list of puzzles for the day, we have this puzzle, which is a between lines puzzle, a pure between lines puzzle, it looks like, by Qodec. Oh no, it's not a pure between lines puzzle. I wish I'd not read the rules. Maybe we could do it with anti-knight instead of disjoint. That might be easier for us to scan. Sorry. So what are between lines? So between lines say whatever these two cells are, the digits on these lines are, well, between them. So these would have to be from 5, 6, 7 if these were 4 and 8. Yes, if I had not read the rules, this would have gone a lot smoother. So that's one of the rules. But the other rule is this disjoint groups rule, which says that if you pick any position in a box, like say you pick this one, and you look at that same position in every box, So those cells, they have to, at the end of the puzzle, be a set of the digits from 1 through 9. So yeah, that's what we have to contend with. Buckle up. The first rule of Between Lines Club is that you can't put a 1 or a 9 on a between line. So you can put them in the circle, that's fine. But I could never put, say, a 9 here. Because if I put a 9 here, what would that mean? That would mean that, well, this 9 has to be between these two digits. And, well, one of them would have to be like a 10 or something. And that's not going to go super well. So there's one place where that's super useful, as is being pointed out, which is that in row 2, as Eric, who's been very helpful today, by the way. Welcome, Eric. I'm not sure you've been here before. Maybe you have been here with a different name. These two cells for the row have to be 1 and 9. Because of that. So the thing I kind of want to do, even though it hurts me a little, is I kind of want to try briefly to scan if there's any position where the 1-9 pair is forced from the disjoint groups. Because I think that would be a cool thing to do, is to have the first step of the puzzle be to identify that actually 1 and 9 can only go in that cell and that cell within that spot or something like that. But I don't see anywhere where like almost every spot is on a between line in that. Let's see, middles. Let's see. Oh, good point. Okay, so middles are actually quite interesting. So the middles can't have one there, can't have one there. So actually, so the 1 and 9, oh, what a nightmare to pencil mark this. I'm just going to yellow these cells. The 1 and 9 in the middle cell can only go in these 3 cells, which means that the 1 and the 9, in row 5 have to go there, which means that these in particular aren't 1 and 9, which is cool. So now that means there has to be a 1 or a 9 up here, because I can't put 1 or 9 here, and I can't put them there, and I can't put them on this thing. So 1 and 9 are in 3 places in this box. 1 and 9 are also in 3 places in this box. And 1 and 9 are in 3 places in this box. Which is all very interesting. Oh, this row. I just missed this row. This row, the 1 and the 9 have to go here and here. So these cells are definitely 1-9s. Yes, those are definitely 1-9s. And then it's just the question of where the other 1-9s go, but the row is super restricted. Oh, bet cell. Yes, we should have a bet cell. Let's bet on. I'm trying to think what is the least restricted, like something like that cell. I think is a. I think that is a reasonable bet cell. We'll see if it turns out to be a poor choice. But this will be my attempt to pick a good bet cell for David. Grockles requests that this be the bet cell for him. So here's another point. One of these 2 cells has to be a 2, because there's a 3 on this line, and this line doesn't have a 1 on one of the ends. So I think that this is just Qodec's attempt to make a puzzle where pencil marking it is just a complete nightmare. But one of the green cells has to be a 2. In order to accommodate this 3. Okay. People are interested, rightfully so. The the line here has every digit that's not 1 or 9 on it, which forces that these are 1, 9, because, well, every digit, in particular 2 and 8, are definitely included in these 7 digits. So these have to be a 1, 9 pair. Hint, the 9 is definitely the one that goes with the 2, not the 1. Okay, now I have to, like, briefly try and scan for disjoint groups. So we have a 1-9 pair in lower rights, and we have a 1-9 pair in lower lefts. So lower lefts and lower rights are never 1-9s. So in particular, cells like this cell is never a 1-9 anymore. And so that's not a 1-9. That's not a 1-9. It's not immediately jumping out at me as useful. I guess the point, I think Afraid Not has the correct way to look at this, which is to say that means none of these are ones and 9s, which means this also is not a 1 or 9. Okay, great spot, Afraid Not. So these are a 1-9 pair. So I hope you bet 1 or 9 for the bet cell. My immediate reaction would have been to think that this was never going to be a 1 or a 9, but hey, we've got it down to 50-50. This happens sometimes with bet cells. So those are 1-9s, which gives us a 1-9 pair in the bottom middle. So there's never any more bottom middle things, but that means we know where all the places. You might be a little behind, Nicholas. We placed that a couple minutes ago. So we've got all the ones in the bottom row, right? We've got them there, and there. Yep, so we've got all of those taken into account. Which is interesting. One of those is a 2. Where does 8 go in box 5, asks Fuchsia. Okay, so 8 can't go here in box 5. Because it's... And 8 can't go here in box 5. Ah! Okay, wait. But I could put the 8... in one of those other places, right? Yeah, there can't be a 2 or an 8 on here. Yeah, so none of these cells can be 2 or 8. Oh, in fact, actually, the 2, because of these two 2s, the 2's actually forced up here into these. So these cells are a 1-2-9 triple, and that one's not a 2. Okay, so now that I understand those are a 1-2-9 triple, now Fuchsia's point is going to make my life easier, which is to say the 8 can't be here. It can't be here because it would need a 9 on the outside and can't have it. It's not 1, 2, or 9. So one of my endpoints here is an 8. And yeah, coloring 1-9s is definitely on my list of things that I am planning to do at some point, although I wasn't quite sure if it was worth it yet. Because currently there's a lot of sort of ambiguity around these, and I can't connect it into here. But maybe... Can I get it there through here is the question. This is definitely a 1 or a 9. These two are different 1-9s. These two are the same 1-9. But I don't think I can quite break it into the thing yet. Oh, that's right. I get coloring through Disjoint. Okay, yeah, I absolutely should be coloring the 1/9s. I just wasn't thinking about Disjoint. Okay, so one of the 1/9s is going to be the purple 1/9. I'm going to get rid of this coloring, by the way. Am I? Maybe not. Okay. One of the 1/9s is going to be the purple 1/9. We're going to make this the purple 1/9. And the other 1/9 is going to be the orange 1/9. So, so these two are purple. Maybe this was a bad place to start. I think this is a bad place to start. Let's not start there. Let's instead start that this 1/9 is not that 1/9. So it's that 1/9. These two are the same. These two are the same. Maybe that's a... Sorry, green was not the choice. Maybe these are the ones to start with. And so now, yeah, so if I do that, now it's easy to ask where does orange go in box 9 and see that orange goes there. So this is the orange 1/9. So now the purple 1/9 has to go in one of these two cells. Don't yet think I know which. Let's see. So this cell's definitely not a 1/9 anymore of any flavor. But yeah, I don't see the connection here just yet. We will get there. We will get there. Okay. Yeah, one of these two is purple. I don't think there's a problem if this is the one that's purple. Let's see. So, being asked about 7s in box 5. Good question. Okay, so 7 in box 5 now can't go here because, and I just, this is Ambrose's point, as soon as I knew that one of these two was an 8, thanks to an earlier chat point, now I know that these two can't be 8. They also can't be 9, so now 7 can't go on this line either. Now 7 also does not go in one of these two circles. 7 is not 1, 2, or 9, and so ergo, this digit is a 7. And we get to do our digidance. 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 That was an excellent, excellent spot. Chat has really been on fire today with noticing things like that. Okay, so this is a 7. So, I mean, that means I could just write in the rest of the digits here. Let's write in the rest of the digits. So the rest of the digits are 4, 5, 6, and 8. And we know these aren't 8. So these are from 4, 5, 6. So effectively, these two cells see a 4, 5, 6, 8 quad. Because these two cells see both those two cells and these two cells. So these two cells can't be 4, 5, 6, or 8. So what can they be? Well, one of them's a 2. They can't be 3, 4, 5, 6. They could be a 7. And then they can't be an 8 or a 9. So yeah, so these two cells are a 2-7 pair out of seemingly nowhere. So that is very cool. Yeah, I dig that. That's sweet. It's like just the little tiny bits of asymmetry in the grid have really like made this puzzle feel very asymmetric, even though the grid is very symmetrical-ish to start. But it has ended up not being super symmetrical-ish in terms of the actual solve path. Do I know where the other 1, 9 is in middle left and middle right? Let's see. I'm going to highlight all the middle left, middle rights. Okay, so middle left, middle rights are interesting. We've got one pair of 1, 9s up there. We can't have any in any of these places. We can't have one there. So I need to fit 2 more 1, 9s in these cells down here. Be super helpful if I could, because whichever one it is, I think it's going to let me finish my coloring. But I don't think I know. But I know 2 of these are 1, 9s. And of course, it's at most one of these, and at most one of these. At most one of these. But yeah, that does not necessarily jump out at... Yeah, Jay says it in a more elegant way than I did, which is you can't have both in the same box. I feel like I've got to somehow smartly see that the purple 1, 9 can't go here, but I don't see how I'm supposed to smartly see that the purple 1, 9 can't go here. Let's see, if this is purple 1, 9, this would be orange 1, 9. That would force there to be an orange 1, 9 in one of these 2 places. I don't see it yet. Yeah, there's lots of places for purple 1, 9 in column 9 and orange 1, 9 in column 1, I fear. Like the orange one could go here, or here, or here, I believe. Oh, sorry, it can't go there, actually. Okay, so there's only 2 places for orange 1, 9. And likewise, probably only 2 places for purple 1, 9. Because I don't think there's anything to stop both of these from being 1, 9s. Oh, yeah, maybe this could be a purple 1, 9. Yeah, because I don't know where purple is. So this, I think, could... So, yeah, I think there's 3 places in this one. Hey, J-Man, welcome. Yeah, I think I just assumed it was symmetric when I looked at this column, and then I didn't look at it. But, yeah, I think this could also be a purple 1, 9, unfortunately. Well, welcome. Happy to have you as a new subscriber, J-Man. Let's see. Jaleb says the triangles of row 3, column 1, row 5, column 3, and row 7, column 1 are restricting row 7, column 1 and row 7, column 9 as a 4-5 pair. Okay, so this is interesting. So this is something I probably should have looked at immediately, which is the fact that this is a length 3 loop. And anytime you have an odd length loop of... anytime you have an odd length loop of between line circles, it puts a lot of pressure, because the natural thing you want is for loops of between lines to sort of alternate between high and low, because it leaves you the most flexibility. But you can't alternate between high and low if you have an odd length cycle. So the upshot is actually this digit, whatever it is, has to be between these 2 digits. And that's because these two digits can't be next to each other. They can't be... Actually, maybe this could go 987. Could this go 987? Is there a reason that doesn't work? Oh, well, even if this went 987... Oh, maybe this could go 987. Yeah, I think... Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. Garion sees it. So we have to think about these holistically, not individually. 987 would be fine, but what would it do to the other side? Well, it would make this a 1 and this a 2. So 987 is not possible. So in fact, this is either 9 and 2 or 1 and 7. Those are the only actual possibilities. And so as a result, this cell has to live between those two things. Because if this is, say, 1 and 7, there's no way that this could be bigger than 7. Actually, wait, could this... Oh, well, this cell, sorry. This cell I know can't be a 1 or a 9 because it sees 1 and 9. That's the point. This cell sees 1 and 9 because it sees both the purple and the orange. So this is not 1 or 9. And so if this were 1 and 7, this could not be 8, and it can't be 9. If this were 9 and 2, well, this could just never be 1, so it's fine. So this is between them. And it's at least 3 away from one of them. So it's at least 3 away from 1, then that would mean it would be at least 4. No, sorry, it would be at least 5. But then if this is a 1, this is a 7. So this would have to be exactly a 5 in that instance. If this is a 9, then that's a 2. This could be 8, 7, 6. And then this would be a 2. So this could be 3, and this could be 4 or 5. Okay, so I feel like Garion had a lot easier time visualizing that than I did. But I agree that because of this odd length... Tristan says I did this wrong. Oh, I just wasn't even looking at this. So does the fact that this can't be a 3 do anything? So this would be... Oh, so yeah. So this 3 actually means this is always a 5? Is that what's always happening? So if this is a 1... Then this would have to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this would be a 5. If this is a 9, it's going to go 8, 7, 6. And then this would be a 2. And so this would be at least 4. And yeah, this is always a 5. Okay. Smart. So yeah, so this digit is always a 5. Okay. So that is, that's really clever. So does the same story happen over here? So somehow it has to be okay for this to be a 4? Or did we break the puzzle? Chat says we broke the puzzle. I think Tristan broke the puzzle. I think that is what happened here. Oh, no, it's because this cell can be purple. That's why. Because remember over here, part of our proof was this cell sees both 1 9s. This cell doesn't see both 1 9s. And so if this cell was not a 1 or a 9, then it would have to be a 5 by our exhaustive case analysis that we did on this before. So that means the cell must be a 1 9. So this is the purple 1 9. That's the deduction we're supposed to make here. And so I think that is going to now let us place the purple 1 9 in this box and say that that is the purple 1 9. So if your bet was that the bet cell is purple 1 9, then you are correct. So this is the orange 1 9. So this is the purple 1 9. So that cell now is the purple 1 9. So this cell's definitely a 1 or a 9. And now this cell's not a 1 or a 9 because, well, there's a 1 and a 9 in the box. So this is a purple 1, 9. And so this is an orange 1, 9. So there we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, this isn't a 1, 9 anymore. And yeah, this is a really nice puzzle codec. Let's see, the orange 1, 9. I don't think I yet know which of those inherits an orange 1, 9. Let's see, can I do more chasing with 1, 9s? It's funny, one of these two is an orange 1, 9, and one of these two is an orange 1, 9. So I actually know I can't put the orange 1, 9 in left or right middle, but it doesn't matter because I've already done that. Okay, so I'm being encouraged to think about the greens now. So this can't be a 2. Because if this were a 2, it would now connect to a 1 and need a digit between. So that's a 7 and that's a 2. We can get rid of that coloring. So one of these two cells is an 8. This cell is a 4. And so now I know which way this goes, because if this were a 1, it would just be horribly broken. So purple is 9. So the bet cell was a 9. I think that means we're done the puzzle, right? So congratulations to those of you who bet 9. I'll be back after this short ad break with more puzzles. Okay, so we've got, these are 6, 7, 8 to go there. That one's not a 7. 9 is placed in box 8. So that is a 1, and that's a 9. So that's a 1. And so this cell is a 2, actually. So there's a 2 down here, and I know where, because I can't put a 2 on a between line between a 7 and a 9. Actually, I can only put an 8 on a between line between a 7 and an 8. So that's a 2, which doesn't do anything. Let's see. I'm told I have 8 9s. I probably should therefore be able to figure out where to put this 9, I guess. Let's see. I don't quite have that many 1s. Let's see. So let's fill in these digits. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the answer. This 8 pencil marked here is resolving that this is a 6. So none of this stuff is a 6. None of those are 6s. All gone. Okay. Let's see. Oh, this 7 is actually resolving that that's an 8 and that's a 7. I just did not apparently bother to look at the grid in the least bit when I filled that in. Okay, what are these two cells? These two cells are a 3 and a 5. So these are not 3 or 5, they're 4 or 6. So these aren't 4, they're 3 and 5. So these aren't 5, they're 4 and 8. So these aren't 4, they're 5 and 6. So all that happens. That 5, is that 5 seeing anything through the madness of disjoint? Not quite, looks like. 1s are done by disjoint. Let's see. So the one over here is in one of these two places. But it's not that one because of disjoint. Right, so that's a 1, and that's a 1, and they're both orange. Very smart. Okay. Excuse me. It's been the time of year for me to be sneezing constantly, apparently. So this digit is definitely low because it's not 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this digit can only be 2 or 3. But therefore, this digit can only be 3 or 4, but it can't be 4. It can only be 3, and so that's 2. So these two digits, I should know what they are. Let's see, that's a 3, so I can actually fill in. That's a 5, that's a 3. These two digits are a 3 and a 4, actually. So these digits I should fill in. They are a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is about to turn into a disjoint scanning nightmare. This can't be a 7 by disjoint. Just so that I can once see a thing by disjoint, because I'm not going to see the rest of them. The 3, 5 is resolved by disjoint. Didn't we already... Oh, this 3, 5. Ah, right. This 3 sees that 3, 5. Got it. So that 5 and that 3. So didn't we already resolve the 3, 5? But there was another 3, 5. And that other 3, 5 was resolved by disjoint. Okay, so that was... this is not a 4, owing to the fact that there's a 4 in the column. So yeah, so one of these is a 4, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Can't be 4 because of the 4 immediately next to it. Well, yes, that's how that works. Okay, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is not a 7 again, because we have a 7 in the top middle. That might be all I know. Let's see. Should I look at these? Are these somehow under pressure? I'm looking to see... Well, 2's not up here. So the 2 in this box is in one of these two cells. Let's try and do actual Sudoku. So the 2 is in one of those two cells. So therefore the 2 in this box is in one of these two cells, and it's not that one because there's a 2 there. So that's a 2. So now the 2 needs to go up in one of these two cells. I'm not seeing that I magically know which it is by disjoint, but I probably magically know which it is by disjoint. Let's see. So the 2 in row 1 can only go in one of these places. But that doesn't seem helpful. Oh, my 4, 6 pair is resolved by disjoint. I don't see it yet. I believe it. I just don't see it. That's a 2, 3 pair in box 3. Right, because now, right, where does 3 go in this column? Well, 3 can never go on here, because that can't be a 1 or a 2. Great spot to 1 Tallcat catechus there. So that is a 2, 3 pair. So these are, we can write them in, they are from 4, 6, 7. So let's see. If this were a 4, that would be a problem, because this can't be a 1, 2, or a 3. So it can't be 4. So that's the 4, and that's the 6. Sorry, I did not get it by disjoint. I wanted to get it by disjoint, but I did not see it. So that being a 6 means that cell's not a 6 by disjoint. This cell now has to be less than 6, but can't be 1, 2, or 3. So this cell is a 4 or a 5. Uh, hey, Mulk, welcome. Uh, let's see. So the rest of the digits in this box, just for the record, are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That one's not a 5. That one's not a 3. Let's see. Are there any others that aren't digits? Not that I see, but there probably are. This one's not an 8 by Disjoint. This is a 3 or a 4. See, that 8 over there. See, I saw a thing. Occasionally it happens. Can I figure out this 4-8 yet? Oh, welcome. Happy to have you join in on the next puzzle. Happy to have you join in for some disjoint scanning fun if you are a big fan of that. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I sometimes color the groups for disjoint. The I have complicated feelings about disjoint. Like, oh god, a puzzle to 100 solves. So you're a happy Catechus Giganticus. I've only set one disjoint puzzle, and I think it's the hardest puzzle I've ever set, but I will say to its credit, all of the disjoint scanning in it is very easy. Row 7, column 1 is, row 1, column 7 is a naked single. Let's see, it is not 1, 2, 3. Let's see, it could maybe be a 4. It's not a 5. It could maybe be a 6. It could maybe be a 7, but it's not an 8 or a 9. Okay, so let's scan and see why I missed 2 candidates when I scanned this terribly. It's not a 7 because there's a 7 in the column. That one doesn't have anything to do with disjoint. There's a 3-4 pair. Right. There's a 3-4 pair looking at it. So that's really smart. So this 3-4 pair both see this cell. And so they either both see it. So there's 2 different ways to think about this. One is because of disjoint, this is a 3 and a 4, so this can't be a 4. The other is because of disjoint, this is a 3 and a 4, and so this cell sees both a 3 and a 4, so it's not a 4. So either way, this cell's a 6. That was a great spot to Playmaker. I would have looked at this a long time before I noticed that. Probably would have eventually happened, but it would have taken a while. Okay, so what's left in this column? We've got a 1 and a 2. We need a 3, 4, 5. We've got a 6 and a 7. We need an 8. And we've got a 9. Okay, are any of those things that we can get rid of? Let's see. The 3-4 pair at the top left. Actually, maybe I should pencil mark this cell while I remember that there's a 3-4 pair at the top left. So this cell can't be a 1. It could be a 2. It can't be a 3 or a 4 or a 5. It could be a 6, I think, or a 7. It can't be an 8 because of disjoint, and it can't be a 9 because there's 1 in the box. It can't be a 6 because of disjoint either. This cell is always a 2 or a 7. That's interesting. Yeah, fancy disjoint. Okay, my top lefts are almost done, actually. Is this only 2 or 7? Because I think at my top lefts, if I just highlight all of them, I have my 1, I've got my 3 and my 4, I've got a 5, I've got a 6, I need a 7, and I've got an 8. So yeah, this is actually a 2 or a 7 as well, out of strangeness. Let's see. There's a 3 in the middle of box 7. says Matthew. Does that mean that can't be a 3? And yes, it does. That is exactly what it means. Because this is a 3, exactly the disjoint thing means that's not a 3. So it's a 2. Great spot, Matthew. What did I do? Why is... Oh, it's because I have them highlighted. I was like, what? What did I do? There we go. Okay. 2 and 3. So these are not 3. And 4, 5, 8. Yeah, one of these is a 7. Okay, that must have done me some good, right? Maybe, possibly. Maybe not. Maybe it didn't do me anything. Maybe nothing at all. Let's see, what about this 3? I've got lots of 3s. Can I do anything with a 3? 3 in box 5 sees row 9, column 7. Ah, right. This cell can't be a 3 because of our given 3 of all things. And so that gives us a 4, 5, 8 triple, which places this 3. Great spot, again, to Carl. You've got at least a week, I think more like 2 weeks, but probably not quite 2 weeks, Peter, to submit your 1000K puzzle, because we're about to be going to Florida for a week, and we're doing the 1000 subscriber stream after that. Okay, then the 3, 4 over here now gets sorted out by that. Okay, so that's not a 4. Do I know anything about 4s now? Well, this whole column is done, for what it's worth. Yep, visiting my parents. That is correct. Let's see. I like to give people time because I at least am a very, very slow setter, so I like to make sure there's lots of time. Okay, so 1, okay, not 1, not 2, not 3. We need a 4, we need a 5, we need a 6, and a 7. And then and we need an 8. That's too many digits. Oh, we don't need a 7 because we've got a 2-7 pair. That was the whole point of me pencil marking this, was that I knew I had a 2-7 pair. Okay, so can I clean this up at all by looking at lower left cells? Answer, no, not even a little bit. Can I clean up any of these? Can I clean this up by looking at left middle? Yes, this can't be a 6 by looking at left middle. Disjoint. And that gives me a 4, 5, 8 triple in left middles. Unfortunately, those are also the only cells in left middles that remain. So I have a 4, 5, 8 triple, which I was very excited about, but it does not do anything. Okay. Now, this is a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 quad, so this digit is known. It is the only place for a... Uh-oh, did I break the puzzle? No. It's the only place for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What digit? Oh, it's because this isn't a quad. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is not a quad. That's why things have gone horribly wrong. Because there are not, despite it sounding like there are 4 digits in 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it turns out there aren't. So this is not a quad, so we don't get a digit or anything cool like that. My ability to count is unsurpassed. Let's see, Nicholas encourages us to finish 3s. Okay, so yeah, the 3 in this box now has to go here, which is going to be very helpful. But let me finish the rest of them. I also get a 3 up here. This being a 3 is huge, because it means this could never in any universe be a 4 or a 5. Because I need at least 2 digits of room in between. If this is a 6, this would have to be a 4 or 5 pair. Which I don't necessarily see anything wrong with, but good to know. This now could never be an 8. In fact, this never, ever could have been an 8 in any universe, because it was on a between line that could never possibly have a thing on the thing. It's really my articulateness that I think that makes me a good streamer. Let's see. Uh, Although I feel like speak articulately about disjoint scanning is a high demand task. Let's see. So, so does that help at all with my like lower lefts? So yeah, so I know one of those two is the 6, but that does not help. Would you prefer articulosity of raid not? I was trying to not use too fancy of words. Okay, what if I don't use a 5? Because I'm being told there has to be a 5 here. So what if I don't use a 5? So then I could do like 4, 6 or something. I don't think I see why there has to be a 5 in here. Oh, no, I do now because Sudoku. The 5 rules 5 out of everywhere else. So yeah, so not by anything fancy, not even by disjoint, just by plain old-fashioned Sudoku. So that's not a 5. That's the point. So now one of these two is a 5. I might know which one by disjoint if I've been very lucky. I don't seem to have been lucky enough to know yet. One of these two is a 5. Interestingly, one of these two cells is the 8 for the row. Oh no, darn it, it's not true, because that could also be the 8 for the row. Let's see. Pair in 5 and 9, we have a 4, 8. Ah, that is a great spot by Calzone. These two are in the same spot, so they're a 4, 8 pair. So they rule 4, 8 out of everywhere in those spots. In particular, they rule 4, 8 out of those spots. Oops. This one I haven't pencil marked yet, but let's do it. It can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. Could be 5, I think, or 6 or 7, but can't be 8 or 9. So this is at most 5, 6, 7. Yeah, and so that would give us a 5, 6, 7 triple there in that spot. So I think that is good. And now because of that spot from Calzone, tallcat now says now we've placed 8 in this row, and we have. And we also now know that this between line has a 4 and a 5 on it, because there's a 6, 7 pair here. So this is a 4 or a 5. I can get rid of those corner marks. And that 5 actually sorts that out. So that's the 4 and that's the 5 by disjoint. So let's see. So that 5, I can at least remove a single pencil mark from there. I'm hoping it does something else for me. What about this cell? I surely have put in way too many digits for this to have that many candidates. That's not a 2. Oops. Yep. Looks like it could still be. Looks like these are 6, 7, 8 is what I need in the middles. I think every other digit exists in the middles, so I think this is 6 or 8. Can't be a 7 because there's a 7 down there. So this is not an 8 anymore. So that is a 4 or a 5. And this is a 4, 5 pair, so that's not a 4 anymore. So that's a 6, 7, 8 triple, so that places a 4 there. Let's see. Does that 4 do anything? Like every digit, I'm like, does this do anything by disjoint? And the answer is always no. So so these two digits now come from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That one I know is not a 2. If I scan the corners, it's not a 6 either. Let's see, and this is the top middles. This one could be a 2. It can't be a 7 either. Yeah, that looks like that is honestly. So 4 in row 2, says Judith. Judith is correct. The 4 in row 2 is placed there. So that's going to make that a 5 and that a 4. So this is not a 4 or a 5. It's an 8. Makes that not an 8. Makes that not an 8. That not an 8. Let's see. That 8 by disjoint makes that a 6. That 6 makes that a 4 and that an 8. And that a 4. Let's see. So what else did that do? That we just did a whole bunch, so now I'm sure I'm missing something that is a consequence of all that. The 6 in the row 9 looks right. For some reason, when you said 6 in the 9 looks right, I read it as looks correct, and then I was like, well, I hope so. But it seems odd of you to comment on it specifically, because you don't usually comment on every other digit I place as being correct. But then I figured out what was actually being claimed. Okay, this being a 7 means this isn't a 7, so it's a 2. When you were setting this, was your goal to make disjoint scanning come up as often as possible? Because I feel like in most disjoint puzzles, it's useful like 3 times at random points throughout the puzzle, whereas I feel like it has been incredibly useful in this particular puzzle. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5, a 6, and a 7, and then we've got an 8. Okay. That one's definitely not the 7, so that one is the 7, so that's the 8. So that is not an 8. Oh, there's a 6 in this row already, so that is the 2, and that's the 7, and that's the 2. Let's see, so we're pachinkoing again. There's too many digits. That's a 5, and that's a 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5 is there, so there's a 6 and a 5, and a 6 and an 8, and a 5 and a 6, and there we go. Very nice little puzzle. I really liked the playing with the 1s and 9s in the break-in was, and the way that was all connected by disjoint. That was a lot of fun. So Pachinko is this game from The Price is Right from, I don't know, the mid-90s or something. Probably they still do it on The Price is Right, because I assume the show is still on. But it involved like going to the top of this giant pegboard and dropping a like disc and seeing where it goes. And so pachinkoing is just like bouncing all over the grid, and it's the word of the day. So I'm obligated to use it at least a couple times per puzzle. Oh, maybe it is Plinko. You might even be right. I don't know. Well, we're going to keep saying pachinkoing anyway, but who knows what it is. Chad is convinced it's called Plinko, though, so who knows. But we have finished this puzzle. Yeah, so what is pachinko, then? Maybe pachinko is some sort of casino game that doesn't involve bouncing at all. Okay, but now Nicholas says that he thought it was called pachinko. Okay, there's a great confusion. Perhaps while I take a break, chat will resolve the great Plinko-Pachinko debate, and it will turn out to be like the Bernstein Bears and be evidence that we actually live in multiple realities that are sort of overlapping each other or something. But we will be right back. And then I will do another puzzle. Alrighty, welcome back. Next up, we have this puzzle from one of the newer people who gave me permission to do their puzzles on stream. So by Josh Johnson, whose name under setting is, who sets under a different name that I now don't remember. But we're going to do the puzzle. So the way this works, these are arrows. So these arrows give you the sum of the digits on them. So if this was a 1 and a 1, this would be a 2, for example. It's probably not that way in the actual puzzle. Black dots indicate that there are digits that have a ratio of 1 to 2. White dots indicate that the digits connected to them are Renbanable, so they're adjacent. It is your puzzle. By the way, in case you would like to see your puzzles on the stream, you can always message me and give me permission. Oh, I guess I just had it in my document under a weird thing then. Whatever. But anyway, if you want me to do your puzzles, and you have not given me permission to do your puzzles on stream, you're more than welcome to email me and tell me that. That I can do it. It's extra helpful if you have a puzzle page on. No, Josh Johnson is fine. I just had something else in my my list, but I probably just wrote something crazy. But anyway, it's especially helpful if you want to get your puzzles done on the stream to have a LMD page where you have some ratings for your puzzles, because then it lets me sort of skim your puzzles at a glance and pick out ones that I might want to try. That I know have been tested and all of that, which is very helpful. Yeah, let's see. This is where, I wrote something else in the list. One moment. Let me try and dig up, Tristan, a link to this puzzle. I think I can find it, because I will be right back in just a second. Yes, I had this in my file as being under Irabine, which I do not know if I just completely made up. Who knows? But anyway, here's the puzzle. So we should get started. Maybe, possibly. I say we should get started as though I have any idea where I'm going to start, which I admittedly do not yet. I am noticing that, like in almost all arrow puzzles, the place you start is by looking at the length 3 arrows, and there are no length 3 arrows. It's very possible that I made it up. That sounds like the kind of thing I would do. It's possible that I meant to type Kropki arrow, and somehow my fingers were in the wrong spot on the keyboard, or it autocorrected or something. I have no idea. This row 5 is interesting. If I'm forced to pick something to look at. Because I know these two cells have to add to at least 10. That's because there are 10 cells here. So the total of these cells is at least 10. It's at least 1, 2, 3, 4. Similarly, same thing for these. They also add to at least 10. So that's a different way of saying these have to add to at least 10. So that says that, if I know that, so then I can't put, for example, neither of these things could be a 3, because then these would be a 3-5 pair, and that's not going to work. Neither of them, in fact, could be a 4 either, because if it were 4, 5, 6... then that would be a 4 and a 6, which seems fine until you realize that you need the 4 in order to make the total 10. So these are actually all at least 5. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's always a 7 among these cells. And the middle one is not 9 or 5. Bet cell. Bet cell is a good point. Okay, I'll try and do better on the bet cell this time. Let's try that as the bet cell. I did well on the bet cell in the first puzzle, and I did very poorly on the bet cell on the previous puzzle. So let's try that as the bet cell. Okay, so looking at that, I think I'm about to know what it is because I see Carl's point. So if I look at column 5, I can ask where the 5, 7, and 9 go. And the reason why those digits specifically is that those are the digits that can never go on a black dot. And so what that means is these need to be from 5, 7, 9. Well, in particular, that is a 7, and these are a 5, 9 pair. And so the arrows, there are circles, they are a 6 and an 8. Okay, that was gorgeous. That was a really nice break in there to have that. So one of these sums to 6, and one of them sums to 8. And so I want to think about the sum to 8. So the sum to 8 is not 1, 7, and it's not 2, 6. So the sum to 8 is 3, 5. So one of these is a 3, 5 pair. I don't know which one yet. But then what's the 6? Well, now the 6 has to be a 2, 4 pair. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5. And so then these outie digits are actually a 1, 9 pair. Now, does the same exact logic apply to these arrows? I think it does. So again, I need to make one of them sum to 8 without using 1, 7, or 2, 6. So it has to be 3, 5. And then the other has to sum to 6, but I can't use the 5, so I've got to use 2, 4. And those are 1, 9. That's right, and we got to do a digidance. I forgot the digidance. I was too entranced by the rest of the puzzle. But yes, so there we go. So we've got some headway. Now I'll note there are some of those digits that can't be 5 because they're on black dots. So let's de-blackify the ones that are on black dots. Or de-5ify the ones that are on black dots, I should say. So these are from 2, 3, 4. Okay, so maybe I'm supposed to ask what these circles could be, actually. So, because they need to be black dot digits. So maybe they actually aren't that restricted. Yeah, maybe not quite. Because, yeah, these still actually have a fair amount of optionality. So there's an interesting point. These two digits are the same. And these two sets of digits, they are the same. And so that means because the 6 is being written as a sum of 1 and 5, and because the 8 is being written as a sum of 3 and 5, and the 6 is being written as a sum of 2 and 4, we can ask where does yellow go up here? And so I can't ever put both yellows on the white dot. So this cell is always yellow. Because neither possible pair for yellow is consecutive. One of them's 2, 4, one of them's 3, 5. So this is a 2, 3, or 4. And one of these two is also yellow. Now, interestingly, over here, we have a similar but not quite the same game, because it could be that both purple digits are on the black dot. Namely, if purple is 2, 4, then yes, then we could put the 2, 4 on the black dot. If purple is 3, 5, then we have to put the 3 here, and then we'd have to strand the 5 there. Okay. So that seems very important. So in particular, I should be pencil marking these cells, I think, because these cells cannot be 2, 3, 4, or 5. And these cells cannot be 2, 3, 4, or 5. And so if you can't be 2, 3, 4, or 5, you are either 1, 6, 7, 8, or 9. There's, I guess, a lot of things to pencil mark into a place, but what are you going to do? And yeah, these two are consecutive, and they include either a 2 or a 4 or a 3 or a 5, which is not that helpful as a thing. But it does say the largest that these digits can possibly be is 6. Just in terms of that. So now I probably should note that I have an arrow whose sum is 2, 3, or 4. So if my sum is 2, 3, or 4, then that means that my digits involved always involve a 1, and are... Oh, this could never be 2. The only way to sum is... It's funny that I filled in 1 and 1 as my example in here. So these are from... Yeah, these are either 1 and 2 or 1 and 3. Let's fill that in. Let's see. So this is 2, 8, or 6, just by virtue of being across in the black dot. I don't think that's going to matter at all. So, okay, so maybe that means I should think about this more carefully. So, either this is a 3 and there's a 5 over here, in which case this would be 4, 5, 6. Or this is a 4 and there's a 2 over there, in which case this is from 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's not super helpful, actually. This is either from 4, 5, 6 or from 1, 2, 3, but that doesn't actually really sort out much. Wait, actually, sorry, no. It's better than that, because this could never be... if this was 3, 5... Yeah, so the fact that this sees pink tells us that this actually can't be all of these things. So let's imagine for a moment that yellow is 2, 4. So that's the 4. There's a 2 over here. But if yellow is 2, 4, this is a 3, 5. And so this would need to be 1, 2 in that instance exactly. It would have no other options. Because it couldn't be 2, 3, because then this wouldn't be allowed to be 3, 5. If, though, yellow is 3, 5, then there's a 5 over here, but pink is then 2, 4, so this would have to be 5, 6. So this is actually only 1, 2, or 5, 6. Those are actually the only options for this this whole shebang. So yeah, so the 3 is in one of those places. Box 4 is not the same. Box 4 is very different because of the fact that this white dot has become over here a black dot. Is it possible neither of these digits is a 3? Because if neither of these digits is a 3, then now these digits are forced to be a 1, 8 pair. And so now the digits left in the column are a 3 and a 6. So these would be a 3, 6. So these would be a 3, 6. And that doesn't seem immediately broken to me, unfortunately. Uh, uh, there would be 4, 6, not 3, 6. If this was a 2, 4? Oh, right. Sorry. These can't be 2, 4 because either purple is 2, 4 or yellow is 2, 4. So it's definitely the case that one of these is a 3. Sorry. I was not thinking about that at all right. So, because 2 and 4 are the same color. So the 3 definitely goes in this column, which means the 5 definitely goes on the outside. So yeah, so that's the point there. Okay. So what are the possibilities for this black dot in the various universes? Should I write that down? This sounds painful, but I think I want to. And then I'm going to regret it horribly. So if purple is 2, 4... Oh, no, it could be anything, can't it? If purple is 2, 4, this could be anything in 1, 2, 4, 8. If purple is 3, 5, then this is 3, 6. So this is either 3, 6 or it's from 1, 2, 4, 8. So yeah, that's not at all helpful. Column 5 offers more, I am being told. So these things are not 2 or 3 or 1. So they are 4, 6, or 8 for sure. Because they need to be at least 3, or sorry, they need to be at least 4 now because of that 3. Now, I'm going to break the black dots if I'm not careful. Yeah, if I make this a 4... No, maybe that's fine. Oh, right. The black dot in column 5 connects with a 6, as many people in chat are pointing out. Right. I know there's a 3, so that rules out 3, but it also rules out 6. So these are just a 4, 8 pair, is the answer. Now, Afraid Not is suggesting I ask where 1 goes in the column, and that's actually huge, because the 1 needs to go in one of these two places, which actually tells us that this is a 2, 3 pair. So this is a 4, 5 pair, and this is a 1, 6 pair. Very nice. Okay, so... So this is 2, 4, or 8, and that's 2, 4, or 8. I don't really love pencil marking that, but there it is. So one of these is a 1, 3, I guess, is a thing I should notice, because whichever of these is a 4, it goes with a 1, 3 in these cells. I don't immediately see how that is going to help me out in my life. Yeah, this is a very cool puzzle. I am impressed with this puzzle. The bottom row black dot can't have a 2 on it. If this was a 2, this would be a 4. This would be a 1, 3. Why does that not work? Can't complete the white dot. 2, 4. Oh, right. This would go 2, 4, 1, 3, but 1 and 3 are only adjacent to 2 and 4, both of which are there. That's really clever. Okay, yep. Agree. So this is in fact a 4-8 pair. So the 9 in this row is getting boxed into these cells because I can't put the 9 on the white dot or the arrow. Let's see, does the same thing work in row 1? I assume so. So if this is a 4, or sorry, if this were a 2, a 4, this would be 1, 3, and yeah, this would have no value. So yeah, that's also not that. So yeah, so, and again, we have some restriction on where the 9s can go in the row, because the 9 is now locked out of a bunch of places. Let's see. Okay, so this is not 4 or 8. So this is only from 1, 2, 3, 6. I suppose it is of note saying. This is never the 8. Okay, so Carl says yellow can't be 2 and 4 because row 4 in box 6 would be a problem. So if yellow was 2, 4, this would be 3, 5. This would be 3, 6. Oh, right, that immediately breaks. So if yellow is 2, 4, then what's going on this black dot? Wait, does that immediately break? No. No, I don't get it. Sorry, because then yellow is 3, 5. So this would have to be a 3, 6, but that seems okay. But I do agree, if yellow is 2, 4, this has to be 3, 6. This would be 2, 4, 3, 6. This would be 1, 7, 8, 9. I'm not looking at the right place for this to break. So this would be 1, 7, 8, 9. No, row 4. So, okay, so this would be 1, 7, 8, 9. Ah, got it. Okay, that's the point. So in this universe, this is 1, 7, 8, 9. This is a 4. This is 3, 5. And so this now has a 2 on it, but no 1, and so the world breaks. So that's the point. At the end of the day, is over here, 1 always goes with 2 if 1 is on this white dot. And the way we put 1 and 2 on this white dot is by putting 2 in yellow. But if we do that, when we put a 2, 4 in yellow, we also remove the possibility that 1 goes over here. Okay, that's very clever. So yellow is not 2, 4. Yellow is 5, 3. This is an 8. That's a 6. This is a 3, 5 pair. A 3, 5 pair. Thank you. This is not a 3, 5 pair. It's a 2 and a 4. That's a 2 and a 4. That's a 1 and a 6. So that is all good stuff. So these are a 5, 6. So that's a 3 with a 6. This is a 1, 2 pair. Oops. The 1, 2 pair. This is a 5, 6 pair. These aren't 6. These aren't 6. That's 1, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Now these digits are, just to fill them in, they are a 2, a 4, and a 6. So the 6 can't go on the black dot, so the 6 goes here. This is a 5 or a 7, by virtue of being across from a 6. This 1, Nicholas points out, C's over here, so that's a 2 and a 1. And now that gives us the 1 and the 9, which I was excited about before for some reason. That 9 tells me that there's a 9 in one of these two, because now the 9 in row 9 is restricted to one of these two cells. That was the reason I wanted to know which of these was 1 and which was 9. So there's definitely a 9 in one of these two cells, for whatever that's worth. These aren't 9 anymore now. That's a 1. So one of these two cells is a 1 now. So I'm looking to decide if I know which of these can't ever be 1, 3. Well, what I know is one of these two is a 3, because neither of them can have a 1 in this spot. But I don't think I know yet. Oh, I pencil marked this terribly, didn't I? So these are... Oh, sorry. So these aren't 9. So, sorry, these aren't 9. So that is 9, and that's 1. So these aren't 1. Sorry, I did that backwards. Okay, and the 9 here is going to go in one of those 3 spots. Let's see, 8 in column 4. The 8 in column 4 sees this. Thank you, Martin. Good spot. So that's a 4 and an 8. So that's a 4 and an 8. So that's a 3 and a 1 and a 2. And a 4 and a 2. This is now forced to be 3, 6. Because it sees a 2 and a 4. And if you see a 2 and a... if you see a 2 and a 4, you can only be 3, 6. So that's a 5 and a 3. Let's see. So what is this? I need to sum to 6. I'm either 1, 5 or 2, 4, but this can be neither 2 nor 4, so it has to be 1, 5, like that, which is, I suppose, the thing I was really supposed to see. So that's a 9 and that's a 5. One of these two cells is a 9 now. This row, we are missing 5, 6, 7, and 9. Let's see. Well, these aren't 6. So where does the 6 go in the row? The 6 in the row has to go here. This digit is some even thing that is not a 6. So it is either a 4 or an 8. Those are the only things that it could be. Given that that's a 5, 7, 9 business. That one's not a 9. The 3 in this box is actually placed. The 3 in this box goes here. So the 3 over here is placed. It goes here by virtue of that 3. So the 3 in this box is in one of these cells. Not quite sure. Let's see. What is left in this column? It's just 7, 8, 9, right? So I think those are 7, 8, 9 as well. Let's see. The 5 in this box is placed here. Definitely time to catch up on some Sudoku. That's a 7 and has been for more time than I would care to admit. And that's not a 7 anymore. Let's see. So these cells are not 1, 2, 3. They do need a 4. They've got a 5 and a 6, and they need a 7, 8, 9. So these are from 4, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 4, I know. That one's not a 4. So that means that one is a 4. We had a hidden 4 in the row. So this is an 8 or a 9 to finish the box, which gives us an 8-9 pair in the column, which means that's not the 9, and this is the 9. It means that's not a 9. So these digits now are known. Let's see. I have a 1. I do still need a 2. I've got a 3. I need a 4. And then I've got 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are 2, 4. I know the order. And this digit is now an 8, making that a 7. This is a really smooth puzzle. Just in terms of how everything flows all together. Okay, so how am I making 8? I'm not doing 2 plus 6. I'm not doing 9 plus -1. So I'm either doing 3, 5 or 1, 7. It's not obvious to me, actually, which of those is correct. Let's see. I probably need to think about this white dot, but I don't want to think about that yet if I can avoid it. So I'm going to go ahead and fill in. That's a 7. So that's a 9. So that's an 8 and a 9 and a 7 and an 8 and a 9. Let's see. Do I have anything looking down over here? Because I haven't looked at this side of the grid in a while. Oops, I deleted the wrong thing. This is not a 1. It's a 7 or an 8. See, these are 5, 7, 9, which means this cell has to be 4 or 8 just to finish up the box. So my 4s align here, which means I get to place a 4 here over dangerously close to the bet cell. This row needs a... Oops. This row needs a 2, 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6, 7, 8. And we need a 9. Okay, well, this is not a 5 or a 9 or a 3. So that's a 2 only. That's been a naked single. This isn't a 9. It's a 3 or a 5. That one's not a 3. This is 3, 5, or 9, but I don't know which. These digits are... let's see. We need a 1. We've got a 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6. We need a 7. We've got an 8 and a 9. 1, 3, 5, 7. Okay, well, these aren't 7. So these are a 1, 3, 5 triple, which means that's a 7, which I probably should have been able to just place by Sudoku, but I didn't. This is not a 5. This column is almost done, so it just needs a... looks like a 6 to me is what this needs. This box now just needs 1 digit. Looks like a 2. Okay, so now 5 is placed in box 8, I am being told. I don't see it. What about 2 in column 9? 2 in column 9 I quite like. So 2 in column 9 can only go here in the bet cell. So the bet cell was a 2. So whoever bet 2, step forward and claim your applause from the chat. Let's see. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what this can be. It can't be an 8 because of that. Okay, so... So the claim is if this is 3, 5, this breaks. So if this is 3, 5, then 3 is only adjacent to 2 and 4, both of which are impossible. 5 is only adjacent to 4 and 6, which have become impossible because of this. So it is very hard to see, but I agree with chat's long-time assessment that this arrow is 1 and 7. Let's see, that was a 3. I was hoping to get out of that without having to sort of like just look at what happened, but I had to. But we got there. By the point we'd filled in all of that, it was not so hard to figure out. Let's see, so that's a 7 and an 8. Let's see, these aren't 7 anymore. Let's see, what are these 2 digits? These aren't 8 anymore. What are these 2 digits? They are a 1 and a something. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A 1 and an 8 is the answer. Okay, and so now we get to play the spot the 2 that's looking at the 2, 4. It wasn't as long a game as it could have been. That 8 up there, it goes with a 9 and a 5. That 8 looks down, goes with a 1 and an 8, and that goes with a 7 and a 1. Really cool puzzle. Very, very smooth. And I really liked the opening of noticing that these arrows, you knew exactly what they had to be, which fixed everything sort of in the middle up to I didn't know which side it was. And then you sort of got to work over through here and think about this. And the use of the 5, 7, 9 hidden triple in this column is really cool. And for some reason, I was distracted from it. I usually look at that when I'm looking at Kropki puzzles, but there's enough else going on that sort of felt like a really satisfying thing when I sort of found that a little bit. Yeah, definitely CTC worthy. Definitely a great first appearance on this stream. Hopefully there will be many more. But yes, I quite enjoyed that. All right, I'm going to take a very short break, and then we'll be back with another puzzle. So see you very shortly. Thank you again to all of our patrons. We greatly appreciate it. And also thank you again for all of the generous donations that we have gotten, especially from David. But everyone's donations are much appreciated for this stream. And we'll be right back with more fun Sudoku. Welcome back. Oh, wow, Josh, you only set that after watching me and Rankskin and Jessica set the puzzle? That's very cool. I'm glad that some of the stuff that I've done as far as making videos to help people set stuff has helped. It's hard to know exactly what I can do that will be most useful to help people get into setting and whatnot. But let's have a look. Hey, Sam, welcome. Yeah, this is my first stream since becoming YouTube partner, which is very cool. So we get to do this. Okay, yeah, my 1K gift, it took weeks. Oh no. I'm going to have some beasts in the 1K gifts. We're doing the 1K celebratory stream when we get back from Florida, so I think 2 weeks from today is, I think, the planned 1K celebration stream. Although I suspect there will be more than one stream's worth of 1K puzzles to do, but we'll see. But having briefly glanced at some of the puzzles that people have made to celebrate the 1K thing, I suspect it is not getting done in one stream. But I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a lot of fun. Alrighty. Yep, you missed the last half of the last puzzle. It was a very cool puzzle. I recommend go back and watch the VOD if you missed it, or go back and do the puzzle, whatever. I saw you posted it, Jay, and then I saw you post a second version, so I assumed that something had gone a little off, but always good to have testers for this purpose. I've certainly had multiple puzzles where I was 100% certain it was like rock solid, and then it turned out that I had made some logical leap when I was setting it that had just destroyed the world. The original version of Ouroboros, I think, was the worst, because the original version of Ouroboros didn't have the given digit, and without the given digit, it was just torture. And that one was completely my bad, because I was somehow convinced that you needed it, but there was a case I didn't consider, and then, yeah, it sort of devolved from there. Alrighty. So what are we doing with our lives now? What we're doing with our lives now is we're doing this between line 159 puzzle by 2totenth. I'm going to reset the timer just so that it has some semblance of connection to reality. So the between lines, we talked about these before, but the way these work is that if these are a 2 and a 7, that means you need to make sure all the digits on the line are strictly between 2 and 7. So you would need this to be a 3, 4, 5, 6 sextuple in this instance. So that's how between lines work. And so yeah, Maverick, it happens, and that's why we have testers. And having testers is great. Let's see. And then the other part is the 159 part, which says that in these pink strips, which are the first, the fifth, and the ninth column, that's hence 159, these index the location of the corresponding digits. So if this is a 7, it says that this cell is a 1. The 1, this says, because it's in the first column, the 1th column, it tells me the 1 is in the 7th spot. So I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I place a 1 here. Okay, now in particular, I don't usually like to give strategic advice. This digit can't actually be a 7, though, because I can't put a 1 on a between line. Okay, so no 7 goes there. Now, it works very similarly with this strip, except in this strip, the pink digit is telling me where not the 1, but where the 5 goes. So the 6 here places a 5 there, for example. Or if I wanted to do something like a 3 here, this is the 9th column, and so the 3 here would place a 9 over there. Okay, so that's how this works. Okay, so in the classic 2totenth 159 is to put no clues in the pink strips. So a lot of 2totenths 159 puzzles will fall into this category where there are no clues anywhere inside the pink things, just because that makes it fun. I actually have a 159 between line puzzle that I'm quite fond of, which is called Fishy, which you can find on Logic Masters Germany if you're interested. It is quite difficult, but also I think quite cool. So as a lot of people are noting, you always want to think about 1s and 9s with between lines anyway. So 1s and 9s and 159 are between lines and 159, therefore are sort of natural pairing because of that. And so in particular in this box, I can't put any 1s and 9s here, so I have to put my 1s and 9s over here. Now, because that means the 1 is in one of these cells, that means one of these cells is a 9, either way you look at it. So there's always a 9 over down here. Okay, now, here's something I can do for you that's even better. In the pink area of a 159, you always need to respect the high mid-lowity law. And the high mid-lowity law tells you that you always need to have a 1, 2, 3 digit, that is a low digit, one singular one middle digit, 1, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 7, 8, 9. So in this string of 3 digits, the low digit is the 1, the high digit is the 9. So in this case, these digits are from 1, 4, 5, 6, 9. Okay, I'll explain why that is in a second, but I want to tell you why it's exciting. It's exciting because it tells me that there is both a 2 and an 8 on this between line. And if there's both a 2 and an 8 on this between line, it tells me that these two are a 1-9 pair. Okay, so now why is that high mid-lowity law true? That is, why can't I have, say 2 high digits? Like, why can't I have a 7 and a 9 in this pink region? And the reason is because the 7 there would place a 1 there, and the 9 here would place a 1 there, which would pop 2 1s into the same box. And so the reason why it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9 is because 1, 2, 3 index you into box 7, 4, 5, 6 index you into box 8, and 7, 8, 9 index you into box 9. I have to index one digit of the 1s into each of those exactly. Okay, so that was a very cool sort of starting point, at least. So this, therefore, has to be a 7 or an 8. And this is a 7 or an 8. While we are looking at these things. Let's see. So these now, one of these is a 2, 3, and one of them is a 4, 5, 6. Who knows which way around it goes. Let's see. So this end of this is not a 1 or a 9, but that one could maybe be. Yeah, so the 1 and the 9 in this box are interesting. Oh, actually, sorry. Where does the 9 go in this box? We have a digit. Oh, we need a bet cell. We'll make that the bet cell. So where does 9 go in box 4? Well, 9 in box 4 can't go in the row with a 9, can't go in pink, can't go on a between line, so the 9 is placed here. And that being a 9, that gets us a digit dance. I know I said last time it was Darude, but it switched to a different dance. I don't know why. So that's now a 2. So this is the 4, 5, 6 for this. Okay, so now this digit needs to be at least able to... what's the maximum this could be? So I need to be able to fit A7, 8, 6, 5... A7, 8, 6, 5. So this is at most a 4. So this is 2, 3, 4. Let's see. I know, yeah, there's a 9 in one of these cells. I don't know which one. I don't know if that's incredibly helpful to know. Oh, no, this can't be a 4. Because if this were a 4, I would need to use 4, 5, and 6. Because in the example where this was 4, I actually used a 7, 8 here, and then I used all of 4, 5, 6. So this can't actually be a 4. It's only a 2 or a 3. Because I need a 4, 5, or 6 to go over here in the pink area, let's not forget. Oh, there's a very clever point. Okay, so the Moor Crabs, formerly known as Barbie, has a really brilliant point, which is that this being a 2 breaks the puzzle in a really funny way. So if this is a 2, I obviously can't put a 2 there. But also, almost as obviously, I can't put a 2 here. So I would have to put the 2 here. except putting a 2 here would put a 1 there, and that does not work. So in fact, this is a 3, and these digits are from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so if you look at this 7, 8, this 4, 5, 6, and the 4, 5, 6 that's over here, we've actually used all of the digits from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 virtual quintuple, which means that this cell is a 1 or a 2, and it's not a 1, so it's a 2. And one of these two is a 1. So now these cells are now known. They are a 4, 5, 6, actually. Unfortunately, I think any of these could plausibly be a 5. This would be the hardest one to make a 5, but I don't think it's impossible. Yeah, I don't think it's impossible. Oops. Okay. So what's the least this digit could be? So these can't be 4, 5, 6. So this can't be a 7. This is always an 8 or a 9 in order to make this work. And so somehow I have marked that this can't be a 9. This can't be a 9 because there's a 9 over there. So this is actually always an 8. And so now these are 3 of 4, 5, 6, and definitely include a 7. And the last 4, 5, 6 is over here in the pink. There's always a 7 in here. So these digits are not from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So these digits are a 1, 2 pair. Because we have taken care of all of the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are a 1, 2 pair. There's a 3 over here. Well, spoiler, that's not the 3. So one of these two is a 3. Let's see. So these aren't 8. This one's not 7. This is a very cool puzzle. I'm quite enjoying this one. Okay, so one of these is a 1. Yeah, one of them is a 4, 5, or 6. That doesn't tell me an enormous amount. I suppose I know this one's not a 6. Woo! Let's see. Okay, so there's a 1 here. Okay, so there's a 2 in one of these cells is part of the corollary of that. So there's a 1 in one of those cells. Not that that's super exciting. Let's see. I am told there is a 3, 7, 8 triple in box 6, and I see it upon further reflection. Because now, where is 3 going in this box? Well, I can't put 3 on the line because there's a 2 now here. So there's no way I can have a circle digit that's less than 3. So the 3 has to go here. Now, one of these is a 7 or 8. Where's the other 7, 8 going? Well, I can't put the other 7, 8 here because then I'd need a digit that was higher than 7, 8, but there aren't any because the 7, 8 and the 9 are gone. So these digits are a 3, 7, 8. Thank you, Tom. That was a beautiful spot. So these are 4, 5, 6 to balance that out. So these digits are all bigger than 3 and less than 8. So these are from 4, 5, 6, 7 always, which is really cool. Let's see. Am I going to have to think about whether this is a 7 or an 8? Because that sounds upsetting. So, because there's this weird thing where, like, this being a 7 or 8 fixes the order of all of these things, and that might matter for some reason, but I don't quite want to play it out in my head yet if I can avoid it. Let's see. Ah, right. That's gorgeous. Okay, Garion has a gorgeous point. If this were 3-7, that would make this a 4-5-6 triple, which would break the high Midlothian law, which I can't do. So that is a 3-8. That's a really good spot, Garion, and really beautiful setting, too. I really like that. I like how the theme of this puzzle keeps over and over and over again being, you can't break the high Midlothian law. So that's a 7, that's a 9, that's a 1. That being a 1 makes that an 8, or that being a 7 makes that an 8. Take your pick. That being a 9 means this isn't the one that's an 8. It's a 3 and an 8. So we've got that. That being an 8 means that's not an 8, which now means one of these is definitely a 7, because we needed a high digit to make this not a 4-5-6. Sorry. One of these is definitely a 7. We needed a high digit over here to make sure. I guess we already knew there was a 7 because we didn't have anywhere else for a 7. But anyway, we now even more know that there's not a 7 over there. I guess I technically knew there wasn't an 8. Anyway, lots of different ways to see the same thing, which is the theme always of a 159 puzzle. Okay, so So now, Afraid Not points out, we now know where the 9 is in column 9, because this is the only cell it can plausibly go in. So that's an 8. So bet cell slowly ticking down. It's not an 8 or a 9. Sorry if you bet 8 or 9. There'll be another opportunity to bet in the near future, I feel like. Let's see. So these are from... So this is not 4, 5, 6. So this is bigger than 3. It's not 4, 5, or 6. So this can only be 7 or 8, actually. I mean, I don't know that it does anything huge, but hey, this is a free buy value cell. Is the point being that being a 7, 8 is going to make it impossible that this is a high digit? I don't think so. Not yet, anyway. Maybe that's what's coming. So I know one of these is a 3. So I know one of these two is a 9. Good point. Okay. Martin points out, I know there's a 4, 5, 6 in here. With the 4, 5, 6, 7, that gives us a virtual 4, 5, 6, 7 quad, much like what we did earlier. And so that's a 1, 2 pair. Very nice. So one of these cells is a 7 to place the 1 over here. And now I know where the 2 goes. Because I know there's a 2 in one of these, and I can't place a 2 here, because if I placed a 2 here, I would place a 2 and then a 1. So actually, none of those can be 2. That's really cool, and I'm very happy I spotted that, because that would have been very hard. But neither of these can be 2. That's the only one that can be 2. So that's 2, that's 1. Yeah, that's very cool. I don't think I've seen quite that flourish before in a 159. So let's see. Yeah, these are 3, 4, 5, 6 is what's going over here. Okay, so I need to get the 8 and 9 into... Actually, the 8 is just placed in this box. The 8 in this box goes here. There is no curmudgeoning about it. So I don't have to argue more complicatedly that the 8 goes there. So now this digit needs to be at least, let's see, I could make these 7, 6. So this digit is 5 or lower. So let's see. So this is 1, 2, 3. Oh, and it can't be 4, 5, 6. So it's, and it can't be 3. So this is a 1 or a 2. Those are the only things left for this to be. Unfortunately, that leaves not a whole lot of restriction on this line. Oh, I'm supposed to ask where 8 goes in this column, aren't I? Because now 8 in this column can't go any of those places. 8 could still go here, though, so I don't know that one of these two is an 8. Oh, but I know where 8 goes in this box. 8 in this box goes here. That's an 8. Which is going to finally break us into actually learning about some 5s. So that 8 is going to place a 5 there, which is going to peel 5 out of all of these cells. So watch out, world. We're going to know something about 5s soon. So, yeah, there's A, 4, 5, 6 in here. Let's see. I'm being asked to contemplate 9 in box 8. 9 in box 8 is definitely in one of these two cells. Thank you, Carl, which places the 9 over here. Let's see. What is left in this row? Let's fill that in. So we've got a 1, a 2. We need a 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5. We need a 6 and a 7 and an 8. That's too many digits. Oh, we have an 8. 3, 4, 6, 7. Okay. This one I know is not a 7. So this is always a 3, 4, or 6. Oh, it is a 3 because we placed the 9. So by indexing, magic. So this is not a 3. Haha. I bet you did not see that coming. This is a 4 or a 6. So, but it's not a 4. Because a 4 would place a 9 on a between line where it cannot go. So that is a 6 and a 9, like that. So these are not 6 anymore. They're a 4, 7 pair. Let's see. Rethink 9 in box 8. I think I've placed the 9 in box... Are you saying I placed the 9 wrong in box 8? I don't think so. Where's the 9 in box 5? Seems to be only here. 9 and 5. Good spot to Carl. So let's see. So yeah, this is probably about the point where everything just sort of tumbles apart no matter where you look in the grid. Famous last words, of course, as soon as I say that, but that's usually what happens with 159 puzzles. So where is, so this is the low digit, so it has to be a 1 or a 3 in order for that to work. Let's see. There needs to be a 7 up here somewhere, which means to say that there needs to be a 5 over here somewhere, which I guess we knew in a whole bunch of different ways. Let's see. The 8 in this box. Well, the 8 in this box can't go on this line because there's a 9 looking at it. So the 8 in this box I know goes in one of these two places. Which means the 8 in this box goes in one of these two places. Let's see. Okay, so this side of this between line actually cannot be that high. It can't be higher, in fact, than 6. And I can't put a 6 here, because if I put a 6 here, that would break. So this needs to be a low digit, actually. This digit needs to be the low one. If I put a 4 here, this would certainly break, because I would not have enough digits. I think if I put a 3 here and that's a 6, this could just get away with being 4 or 5. So I think the upshot of that is that this digit's 1, 2, 3 in nature. And so these are 2, 3, 4, 5 in style. This can't be a 4, because if this was a 4, it would now force that to be a 1, 2, 3, which would not work by the high mid lowity logic. So that is a this is a 5 or a 6. So one of these two is a 4. this cell can't be a 6 anymore by this sort of weird 159 logic. If this were a 6, it would make that a 5, which would make this a 6, which would not work. So that's not a 6. I more know to just look for that now than I actually have any understanding of how that works. Let's see. Yeah, where is the 9 in this box? The 9 in this box is certainly in one of these spots. Okay, one of these two cells is a 1, 2, 3, and one of them is a 7, 8, 9. Is there any way I know which one is which? I don't think so, unfortunately. This also keeps intriguing me. Because this cell can't be all that many things, but unfortunately it can be an annoying number of things. Okay, so it's not 4, 5, 6. It's not 7. Okay, actually, maybe I can write this down. Okay, so it's not 4, 5, 6. It's not 8. I think it could be 7. And then it can't be 6, 4, 5. And then it could be 1, 2, 3, but it can't be 2. So I think this can only be 1, 3, 7, I believe. I am told there are 4 8s looking into box 7, or sorry, box 5. That is a good observation. So I had 8s pencil marked in 2 places, but actually now that's the 8. Thank you for that, 57. So that is the 8. It's going to have gotten us an annoyingly small amount, isn't it? Let's see. And this is not nearly as restricted, right? This could even be a 9, as far as I am currently able to see. Let's see. Clean up column 9. Okay. So yeah, so these aren't 5 or 6 anymore. These are 1, 4, 9. That is a worthwhile point. So the fact that one of these is a 4 corresponds to saying that, yeah, one of these is a 9. Let's see. So the 8 in this box is in one of these two cells, which might be the last 8s in the puzzle. Yeah, that looks like the last 8s in the puzzle are these two. Let's see. Row 4, column 4 can't be a 1. Okay, I'm going to guess row 4, column 4 is not the one that we're talking about. Row 5, column 4. Let's see if this is a 1. There's a 4, 6 pair. I don't understand why it can't be a 1, because there's a... Oh, I do now. Okay, that's really clever. Okay. First of all, I'm going to notice the 4, 6 pair does that. But the 4, 6 pair sees this cell. So this cell actually is only a 1 or a 5, is the point. Because this cell is either the low digit, which we know is a 1, or it's the mid digit, which can't be a 4 or 6. Sorry, I had the wrong thing highlighted. And so this is a 1 or a 5 only. But in particular, that means this digit can never be a 1. That is a really good spot. And so I think this is 1, 4, 6, because it can't be a 5. So that is the whole, that is the story there. That was very, very slick. Okay, so the 5 I know is in one of these 2 cells for the row. I think, unfortunately, this all sort of works itself out either which way. But we're closing in on it, it feels like. I know one of these 2 is a 2. If this is a 2, does it break the world? If this is a 2, now there can't be a 2 on this line. There can't be a 2 on the end. No, I don't think it quite breaks it. Let's see. If this is a 3, this needs to be a 6, 7, 8, 9. That seems fine. And if this is a 7, this needs to be a 1, 2, 3, which seems fine. Let's see, I'm told I can place the 3 in column 2. Ah, yes, we have the ye old 4, 5, 6, 7 quad, placing a 3 down here. Good. Thank you, Garion. So yeah, so there's a 3 in one of these 2 cells. Yep, there's a 3 in one of those 2 cells. Let's see. So this 7 is talking about, this 7, yeah, is fixing this 1, 2 pair over here. Okay, so what could this be? This can be 7. If it's not 7, what is it? If it's not 7, it needs to be 4, 5, or 6. Well, not 6, but also not 4. So this cell's actually only 5 or 7. Those are the only possibilities. So that is, that's interesting. Can I get leverage out of that from the 159 stuff? Does not appear so to me. X-Wing on 3s in boxes 5 and 8. Sorry, boxes 5 and 8. Yeah, 3 is restricted to these columns. So in these boxes. So the 3 in column 2 needs to go up here somewhere. Agree. So yeah, so this is a 1 or a... So the low digit here is a 1 or a 2. It is not a 3. Garion points out, I know 5 in column 2 is in here. So that tells me that there's a 2 in these cells. So there's a 2 and a 7 and a 4, 5, or 6. But the 2 tells me that none of these are 2, which is now going to make this a lot tighter. And it's also going to place a 2 here because this is now the only place for 2 in this column. Because that cell can't... Oh, maybe this cell could be a 2. Never mind. But let's look at this. So now could this be 3? So I have to go 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, maybe that's okay. This went 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe that's just barely okay. Do know that one of these is a 2. I know there's a 4, 5, or 6 here. Let's see. Yeah, I want to do some sort of trick with 2s in this box, but I can't quite seem to figure it out. Let's see. Stephen Miller, by the way, welcome, Stephen, puts a 5 wherever 3 goes in row 8. Puts a 5 in column 1, row 5. Okay, so let's follow that. So if this is a 3, it makes that a 1, which makes that a 5. If this is a 3, then that's a 7, and that's a 3. That just breaks. If this is a 3, that's a 7, which makes that a 5. Wait, does that break? Sorry, does this break? If this is a 3, that's a 7, which makes that a 5. I think there's something going on here, but I'm losing track of it in my mind. 7, 5, 3. Row 5, column 4 can't be a 7? So if this were a 7, I would need this to be exactly 1. Okay. So if this were a 7, I guess 1 or 4 would be fine, because it can't be 2 or 3 anymore. Yeah, I can't quite make sense of this yet. Okay, what can this digit be? Could be 1, 2, can't be 3, 4, 5, 6, could be 7. I think this can be ostensibly 1, 2, or 7. Let's see. See, if this is high, this cell can only be a 1 or a 4. If this cell is low, then if this cell is low, then this, I think, can be like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or something like that. Well, it can't be 7. 5, 6, 8, 9. That's way too many candidates. I'm not pencil marking that many candidates into a cell. Even I have my limits. What can this cell actually be, realistically? Looks to me like it can be a 4. I think this actually could be 4, 5, 6, or 7, as far as I can tell. Let's see. Row 8, column 3, says Martin. Okay, so let's just pencil mark it first. 1, 2, 3. Could be 4 or 5. Or 6. Can't be 7, 8, or 9. So this is 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's not 6 either because of that 6. Good spot. Okay, so that gets us a 4, 5, 7 triple. I probably should just fill in the rest of this box while I'm at it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. Okay, so this one I know is not a 3. This one I know is not a 7. Okay, but the 4, 5, 7 triple means that now these cells are only from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are only from 1, 2, 3. Well, that one's not a 1. Oh, I missed the 5. Oh, these can also be 5. So this now has to be 4, 5, 6 because I need a mid. Oh, I don't know why it is marked as being able to be 3. It is certainly not for any good reason. Possibly because I typoed something, but I don't I don't know. Possibly because I typoed something. I'm going to leave it at that rather than tempting fate by saying more. Right. These aren't 5 because of indexing. So by sheer luck, I was correct that they are not 5. Now row 5, column 4. Let's see. Tallcat is telling me this cell can't be a 3 because it puts a 1, 3 in box 5. I do not understand Tallcat's point here, I am afraid. This is a 3. Oh, I see. If this is a 3, that's a 2, that's a 1, and this is a 1, 3, making that also a 1, 3. Okay. I see it now. So that's a 7. That is the upshot. So that's a 5. That's a 3. That's a 1. Okay. Nice catch. Yeah, that is quite the spot. Okay, so that's a 7. This isn't a 7. This is a 1, 2 pair. That's not a 7 anymore. So that was the high digit. And we wanted this to be high because that meant that this could only be a 1 or a 4. So it's not an 8 or a 9. So now the 8 is placed, and then the 9 is placed. The 9 being placed gives us the 4. So we have our 1, 9 here. That 4 gives that 9, or vice versa, whatever you want. Let's see. Is it a problem if this is 4 and 5? 4 and 5 would give us a 6 down here. That seems okay. Alrighty. Let's see. We placed a lot of stuff. That 4 or 6. Yeah, that's been a 4 or 6 for a while. That's the other 4 or 6. Okay. So Woofers has a good spot, which is that this either is a 4, in which case the 4 in row 3 is gone, or it's a 1, in which case that's a 4, and the 4 in row 3 is gone. So these two cells, Woofers is pointing out, are never 4. And so that doesn't quite get us anything or anything immediately, but it is helpful to know that one of these two cells has to be the 4. Good catch. Let's see. I can place 1 in column 5. Yeah, 1's not up there. 1's not in here. Yep, so 1 in column 5, yep, goes there, which makes that a 5 and a 4 and a 6 and a 7. The 7 makes that a 1 and that a 2, which makes that a 3. Let's see. Assuredly, I know what this is now. That's a 7 and a 4 and a 6 and a 4. Nope. 6 and a 7. Worked better the second time. So this is not a 6. This is a 4 or a 5. That's a 4 or a 5, I believe. Oh, sorry. No, what's left? 4, 5, and 2, right? 2 is also left. Yeah, 2, 4, 5. Okay. This can't be a 5, because if this was a 5, it would make that a 4, which would then put another 5 there. So this is a 2 or a 4. So we've got lots of digits all over here. 6 in column 6 is now placed. Ah, yes, good catch. This now has to be the 6 in column 6 somehow. Not quite sure exactly how that happened, but whatever. This is the 6 in column 6. So that's not a 6. So if this is a 5, that's a 4. That's a 5. Oh, no, that doesn't tell us anything about that. Never mind. I was trying to figure out some way to connect these two 4 5s. Anyway, I know this is a 2 6 7 now. I know that one's not the 6. One of these two is a 6. So actually that tells me this is a 3 5 pair. So this is a 3 5 pair, which means... Oh, sorry. No, I don't know that that's a 3 5 pair. Sorry. I do know that one of those is a 5, though. But I don't know about that one. So yeah, the 6 is there. There's a 7 in one of these, which is putting one over there, but who cares? This 4 resolves this 6 and this 4. I don't know that that's really going to do a lot of good for anyone, but let's fill these in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 6 for those. These are a 5, an 8, and a something else. And a 7. Well, that one's not an 8. This is a 5 or a 7. This is not an 8 either. So that is an 8. That's probably been available for a while. I think that was literally the last 8 in the puzzle. Yes, we've had 8 8s in the puzzle for a while. Let's see. Garion says you have a 3-9 pair in red in box 1. And the middle digit can only be a 6. Why can't the middle digit be a 4, placing a 1 here? Let's think through that. I don't think I quite see why I can't just put a 4 here, placing a 1 there. Row 1, column 1 is not 9. How about that? That's a good thing to spot. So this is neither 3 nor 9. So this is a 3-9 pair. So now this has to be the middle digit, and it can't be 4. It can't be 5, so it must be 6. So that's a 6 and a 1. Good spot, Garion, even if I did not initially understand it very well. That's a 4. So that's a 5 and a 4 and a 5. This is not a 5 or a 4. It's a 2 and a 4. The bet cell was a 4, so congratulations to those of you who bet 4. This is a 3-5 pair. That 1 looks down and sees that that's a 2 and a 1. That 1 makes that a 4 and a 6. I guess I could have also done that by Sudoku, as usual. None of these are 6 anymore, or all of them are 6. Take your pick, depending on what Sudoku variant you are doing. The 4 looks over here, says that's not a 4, so that's a 5-7 pair. So that's the 4. Let's see. Okay, so this is not a 6. That, not a 6. That is a 2 or a 3. Okay. 5-7 pair in row 1. There is a 5-7 pair in row 1. Good spot, tallcat. So that's a 2 and a 3. And that 2 makes that a 5 and a 7. So that's a 5. That being a 5 makes that a 7, makes that a 6, which makes that a 5, and that a 3. And now it is just, let's try and scan badly to finish off the puzzle. I mean, technically we don't have to try in order to scan badly. We can do it without trying. We're that good. 2 and 1 and a 7. There we go. Yes, this is a very fun little puzzle. Whew. All right, I'm going to take a real quick break, and then when I return, we will do more puzzles. Just as a preview, when we come back, we're going to do this Math Pesto puzzle, where we get to have a giant grid and we get to play with region sum lines. So stick around. It will be fun. Welcome back, everyone. Polite reminder, if you've not yet liked the stream, would be very much appreciated if you would like the stream. But let's dig in to this this Math Pesto puzzle. We've done a lot of the puzzles out of this series, but I'll go over the rules in case you have not seen them. So first of all, this grid is enormous, but most of it is just going to end up empty at the end. But we are going to put some regions in here. And the regions that we do put in here have to have size up to 9, but this could be a complete region. It doesn't have to have size 9, so this would be a complete region of size 7. Now, regions can never touch each other orthogonally. So if this was a region, I would know that all of these cells were not part of any region. And cells that are not part of any region, we're going to mark with gray. Yes, we're paying respects. So you'll see that the gray is just saying this is not part of any region. Now, if a region... Now, once you have completed a region, you know what digits are in it. And this is, I think, the really clever part. I think Pesto came up with this, but I could be wrong. But the digits, let me double check the rules before... yes, the digits that show up here will be the digits from 1 up to the size. So this will have to have the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in it. In particular, the only way that you get to an 8 or a 9 is to have a region of size 8 or a region of size 9. And so you can have itty-bitty regions if you want. Like, you could have a region of this size. That's fine. No one's stopping you. Least of all me. Don't let me stop you from being happy. But if you have a little itty-bitty region, the only digits you can use in it are the ones up to the size. So it would have to be 1, 2, 3. This is, I think, the genius part of these Suguru rules that Pesto came up with that I think makes this very interesting. Okay. Now, as per usual, you cannot repeat a digit in a row, column, or box. And so, for example, this given 6 tells us you can't put a 6 anywhere else in this column and anywhere else in this row. Now, one consequence of this is it does tell you there can't be that many regions. Because if you look at this grid, you could sort of imagine how I could put like 25 different regions into this grid that didn't touch each other and it would be fine. But every region needs a 1, and so you can have at most a region for every row. And so there are, I believe, 15 rows. Yes, there are 15 rows. And so there are at most 15 total regions. And so that's going to be an important part of solving this. Okay, those are all of the rules for regular Suguru. And yes, the F, David, can be for frac, because I set a region sumlines chaos construction puzzle called frac that used a similar sort of dynamic, which is part of why every time I see one of these types of puzzles, I get to do it. I was very sad the other day, Woofers and someone whose name Wolfers told me, and then I forgot, set a lovely looking chaos construction region sumlines puzzle that I was sad I did not get to do on stream. But Jacob, there we go. A.K. Elijah, okay. So what is a region sumline? That's the last sort of piece here. A region sumline tells you that the total sum of the digits along the line within each region is the same. And now if a line, and this may or may not happen, but if a line ducks into a region and then ducks out and then ducks back in again, then that immediately forces, then you reset the count. So you could have a line going through these 3 cells and the sum is 7, and a line going through these 2 cells and the sum is 7. That's fine. Okay, so now the last part of the rules is that every clued cell has to be part of a region. So yes, every cell on a region sumline has to have a number on it, to answer Ambrose's question. So a thing that is useful to start is to identify strings of cells like this that all have to be part of one region. And so any cells that are connected like this, then we will have a little bit of region that we know works. Oh, and this yellow continues up here. Let's see, how big is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that is 7 in size. But it has to take this cell because this is a string of length 4 things that are all in one region. That means it sums to at least 10, so this needs to be also part of this yellow region, which means that everything but these two that's orthogonal to these is not part of any region. So those can all go away, as can that one. I missed 2 cells from the upper yellow. Ah, yes, I did miss 2 cells from the upper yellow. Good point. There we go. Now, someone pointed out that in chat, or someone in chat pointed out that probably these are both 1. Yes, each line is in at least 2 regions. So the only way to fill this in is 1, because this is in some region. Who knows what the region is? But if that region grows at all, then it automatically absorbs this region, and that does not work. So these two are not part of any region, and then this is part of now some other region, which now can extend over like that. So there is that. This cell cannot be part of any region, because if this cell is part of a region, it would force all of this line to be part of one region, which it's not. The same goes for this cell. The same goes for this cell. It would force this to be all one region. The same goes for this cell. Let's see. The same goes for these 2 cells. The same goes for these 2 cells. These 2 cells as well. These 2 cells. These 2 cells. This cell. This cell would just make I guess it would both make the whole thing and also whatchamacallit. Yeah, all kinds of problems is the point if that was part of a region. These 2 can't be part of regions because they would connect this whole line, and I can't connect the whole line. Let's see. This one up here has the same problem as that one. Okay. So I can start to color another region over here, I believe. Yeah, let's color that. Oops. Because I know this is at least a region. And now here there's actually a huge one that I did not spot right away. Let's make it green. Now, if this is another instance. If this was shaded or that was shaded, it would shade this whole thing. So that can't be region. Let's see. I know all of this is part of a region. Does not seem useful. Oh! Yellow can't gain this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yellow can't go here. Because that would be 8, and then I would go 9, 10. So this is not a region. That's the last cell of yellow. Yellow is done. So this is a 1, and that's a 1. Because this has now become completely isolated. And black doesn't work so well. Can make this a little bitty green region, I suppose. Now this region does have to grow at least this far. Make that orange. Let's see. Now this yellow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This yellow only has 2 to grow. So this cell can't be shaded. If it was, then yellow would now gain too many cells because of that. So that becomes unshaded. It's a really nice blend of a pencil puzzle and a and a Sudoku puzzle. I really enjoy these puzzles. I think they're super fun. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 only so far. This can't be shaded either, because if this was shaded, it would indirectly, but nonetheless, connect all of this into one region. Actually, maybe that's okay. Is it okay if... I think it actually might be okay, because this would be... If this does this sort of diagonal dip into this, does that count as leaving the region and then reset the count? Because I think that might be okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think that's actually okay. So I think actually this could be green. So if that's green, I think. Now here's a good point. This sum is not 1. So whatever region pokes out here, it has to keep going. Because it's not 1, which is then immediately going to make it absorb all of this. And so then I now know it's not green. So I don't have to think about that anymore. This can't be, because it would make the yellow absorb that cell. Yellow already absorbs this cell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we're not at maximum, but we're at close to maximum. So we have all of that. Okay. I mean, the total is 6, 7, 8, or 9, right? Do I know anything more than the total is 6, 7, 8, or 9? Now, let's see. Okay, so up here, this one's huge as well. This is at least 15. So this can't be... So these two are in the same region, despite not being forced to be. Okay. Yellow can't take this 3. Because if yellow takes the 3, yellow's currently at 7. If yellow takes the 3, then yellow gets this for free. And that doesn't work. So yellow can't take the 3. So therefore, yellow has to take this cell. And the only way for yellow to take that cell is that, which then boxes that in. The reason, by the way, is because if this were split across 3 regions, these would both be 3. So this needs to be in multiple regions. Sorry, needs to be in only 2 regions. Okay, so yellow's now done. So these are a 1 and a 2 in order to make that work. So these are at least 3, 4. So this number is at least 7. Let's see. I know these are all part of a region. I'm going to make that blue. Blue is a terrible color choice. We're going to make it purple. But I don't know exactly how could this possibly join here? Maybe it could. No. Let's see, because these are all connected. If this joined here, that would make this exactly 9 cells. Okay, so that is possible. But it can't take this cell. Yes, it can't take this cell. Because if purple took this cell... but purple has to get out. So that exact thing I just highlighted has to happen. If purple took this cell, it would be too many cells. But purple needs a 7, 8, 9. So because purple needs a 7, 8, 9, it needs to get to at least 7 cells. And so there's no way it doesn't take this cell. And then as soon as it takes that cell, it takes all of these cells. And now it accidentally has 4 cells, so it's done. And now I'm going to change this region from purple to green, solely for the purposes of making life prettier. Okay, just because they ended up touching, and I did not expect them to end up touching. Okay. This one looks down and sees this. So this is a 2, 3, 4. That's probably what Tristan wanted me to see a while ago that I did not. But this is a 2, 3, 4 summing to 9, because that's the only way, because I can't use a 1 on this. That's the only way I can make this work, is if this is a 2, 3, 4 summing to 9. So this digit's at least a 5. That doesn't tell me anything at all, but it's true. Same in row 1. Same in row 1. Yeah, same deal. That one. Yeah, I should probably give this a... Oh, I can't give this a color because I don't know if it's red yet. It's probably red. Anyway, these are a 2, 3, 4. And that is a 9. Okay, so if this were to connect to red... then these digits would have to be at least as large as 5, but that seems like that's okay. This digit does need to get a 1 somewhere. So the 1 needs to come from... Let's see, I could do... Is there just no way to do this region without it becoming the same as red? I don't know. Yeah, this is a 6 or an 8, we can say. Let's see. I think that's probably not profitable to think about for the time being. I think there's probably lower hanging fruit. Let's see. If this region does not continue, this is a 1, 2, and that's a 1, 2. Is that a problem? Not immediately that I can see. I do know that this is at least 15. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. So I know that there's 3 of the 4 6, 7, 8, 9 numbers are over here, for what that's worth. I don't know that these are double 1s. I just know that they're the same. Oh, in fact, I know they're not double 1s. Because whatever this digit is, it shows up in purple exactly there. So this digit's a 6, 7, 8, or 9. So that's huge. Because the fact that this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9... and does not connect to this region means this region's huge. So if I just go ahead and make this orange for a second, well, basically the point is I have to make this connect to green. If I try not to make this connect to green, then I can get to at most... Oh no, can I actually do it? Maybe I can do it. Well, there's no way that this doesn't connect to this piece, at the very least I can say. Because of the fact that this digit's used. I loved, by the way, Math Pesto, I loved this. The fact that this sees all but that cell, and that cell's huge. That is, so that this now has to somehow connect around down here. That's very cool. I'm trying to figure out exactly if I know it has to take a green. So the thing I know it has to take is I know it has to take this. So what I'm going to do is I am going to break with custom. I'm going to uncolor that. And then I'm going to color this because I know this needs to take all of these. That part is not up for debate. And now this could now take all of these, or it could try and dodge them and end up over here in order to make that happen. I don't know exactly which of those things happens. as of yet. Let's see. This can't be a region because it would have to be a 1, and it can't be. Yeah, they're not both green. I know that. Yes, I'm sure it needs to take row 15, column 3, right? Oh, maybe Judith is right. Maybe it could just do that and be fine. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess yeah. So I don't think I have any idea what this is doing. I think there's still a lot of optionality in this. Let's see. There's probably other low-hanging fruit that will help me sort out what's going on down here. Now, the second I know that this isn't 1-2, then I'm in good shape. So I'd love to know that this is not 1-2. So I'd love to know something about this, but I don't yet. Oh, let's see. Okay, so Barbie's right. If this 5-cell arrow does not have a 1 on it, then it suddenly sums to at least 20, which these 2 cells cannot. So this has a 1 on it. The 1 is in one of these cells. So the 1 in purple is actually placed there, which is very disheartening as far as my hope that this was going to turn out not to be just 1-2 and then the region ends, because now it certainly looks like that might happen. So this top yellow region is currently at 5, 6, 7. It's currently at 7. Its 1 is either there or it branches out to take more cells. I don't know. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Could grow and take these cells like that, I think. So I think the only thing I know about the 1 is that it's in like one of those cells for this green, as far as I can tell. Oh, Garian says if there's no 1 on this line, I break the totals. So if there's no 1 on this line, then this line is at least 5, 6, 7, which would be 18. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's really cute. Okay. So yeah, this has nothing to do with how green grows. This line needs a 1, because if it doesn't have a 1, we've already used the 2, 3, 4. So it would need to be at minimum 5, 6, 7, which is 18. But 18 and 2, I cannot do. So I need a 1, and it has to go there. That is a really smart observation. Okay, and so that 1 makes that a 2 and that a 1. Very good. I'm pretty sure this needs a 2 on it, but I don't really want to go hunting for that at the moment. Well, I know this is green. Is that what you want me to say, Tristan? That these cells are green? I know that. I just don't like coloring it when they're diagonally touching like this. But if you have more, I'd be happy to hear more. Oh, row 9? no, sorry, row 13, we have 9 numbered cells, I am being told. This is the thing about these puzzles I will never remember to do. But yes, there are 9 numbered cells, so that means the other cells are gray. Not that color gray, the good color gray. Which forces this up, although I don't think I want to give it a color yet. So this is still summing to at least 12, I suppose. And so if this needs to sum to at least 12, that means these digits are at least 4. Because there's a 9 going in the box. So these are at least 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know where the 9 is going to be yet. Right. Good point from Judith. This is gray because it sees a 1, so it can't be anything else. Let's see. How many clued cells? Oh, yeah, we have exactly the right number of clued cells here, right? So where's the 1 in this row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. There has to be a 1 in this row. It can only go here. Because 1's not even, 1's already in purple, and everywhere else is boxed out of being a 1. So this cell is a 1. Let's see. That 1 feels like it's going to be huge, but if it is, I don't see it yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not nearly enough. Now can column 4, row 12. Be a 2 or a 3. I don't understand. So if this is a little region, this goes 1, 2, 3, and this is a 4. But I don't think there's anything wrong with this being a 4, is there? Like, I don't yet see why 1, 2, 3, or sorry, 1, 3, 2, 4. I don't yet see why it's broken. Let's see. An interesting thing to muse on is that whatever region this is part of needs to get a 1. So I feel like that sort of encourages me to want it to be red, but I don't know. Let's see. I'm assuming this doesn't count as leaving the region. Let's see. The last white cell in column 7 has to be gray. Yep, there's no way this can be 1, so it is locked out. Let's see, Jay is saying the yellow-purple lines sum to at least 28 in yellow. So are we just summing all of these? Oh, no. Okay, the yellow-purple lines. Okay, these sum to at least 28. Right, okay. Okay, that's a good point. Okay, so the absolute minimum I could make these sum to is 28. That is a very smart point. So I need these 4 cells to sum to at least 28. If I think about it, what is the largest I could make without a 9? It would be 8765, which would be not 28. So this can't be a 9. So I do need a 9 on here. But I think I also need an 8, don't I? No, I could do 9,765, right? 9,765 is 9 and 18. Nope. 9,765 is 9 and 18 is only 27. So I also need an 8. So I think this is just forced to be a 7. So there is no 7 over here. Now, the absolute smallest, so if I am going to use 9865, 9865 sums to 28. So this has to be a 9865. 65, exactly. Which now means that these are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which means that these 2 cells are an 8 and a 9 in order to make that work. So these 2 cells then are a 2 and a 4, I believe. Which gives us, there we go, that's it. That's a 2-4 pair, which means that this cell is not a 2 or a 4. So it's at least a 6. And so that forces this to grow into green. Gorgeous. Okay. Nice setting. So yeah, so now this is at 7 cells, and so we're going to get possibly up to 8 and 9. So this can't be a 2, because then that would require this to be a 1, 2, but we don't have a 1. So this is a 4. This is a 2, 3 in order to make this sum to 5 without a 1. Which means that this is 4, 6, or 8. And now, because this can't be a 2, it can't, it has to grow and it has to be part of green as well. And now green is finished. This cell can't be a 1, so it can't play by itself. So we've got an actual region done. So this cell here can't be 1, 2, 3. So this is 4. In fact, it has to be a 4. Because if it were a 5 or a 6, in order to make this sum work, it would need to repeat the 1 or the 2. So that's a 4 and a 3. That's not a 3, so that makes that a 2, 4 pair. In fact, that is a 2, and that's a 4, and that's a 3. While we're at it, that's a 2. That's not a 4. Yep. That all seems good. Oh, this isn't a 4 either, because I have a 4 in yellow now. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8. In fact, these are all 5, 6, 7, 8 if I'm going to fill it out. Okay. 4 in the bottom row. So yeah, so this is not a 4. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I yet know if this is going to merge or not. I know that these cells are not 1, and this one's at least 5. So this is at least 7. This is always a 7, 8, or 9, just by examining Sudoku on these two cells. So this is part of a big region, which is interesting. Okay, so we know that these digits are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess the biggest these two can sum to is, well, they can't possibly sum to 17. Yeah, maybe this is not quite right homeable aboutable yet. There is a 6, 8 pair in green, so this is not a 6 or an 8. So this is not a 6 or an 8. There's a 7 or a 9, so our region has gotten bigger. This is not 1, 2, or 3, so it's at least 4. And so this is at least 5. So is there any way that this can get to 5 cells without merging all of this? It doesn't look like it. Oh, there's a 7 already in the row. How about that? So yes, that's a 9. That's a 9. So that's not a 9. These two, in fact, those 3 aren't 9, which means this is 9. So this either is going to sum to exactly 15 with a 9 and a 6, or it's going to sum to 17 with a 9 and an 8. Let's see, if this is 15, then the 4 has to go there, and this is a 1, 2, 3, 5 combo. Let's see, I'm being told there's a hidden single 5 in green, although I don't see it. Okay, so this actually, because this can't be 6 or 8, that actually rules out the possibility that this is 7. Because the 6 and 8 are gone. So this is 5, 6, or 8. Right, so the 4 and 7, and so I would say there's a hidden 4-7 pair in green, is how I would say that. So 4 and 7 are each ruled out of this cell. Actually, this is just a naked single 5, I think is probably the... but thinking about it in terms of the 4 and 7 is also useful. So this is a 5 or an 8. It's not a 6 anymore. So that being a 5 means that's not a 5, which places the 5. The 5 is there. There's a 6, 8 pair here. So this is not 5, 6, or 8, so it's a 7. So none of those are 7. I'm being told there's already a 4 in row 15. Excellent, excellent. So that is a 7 and a 4 and a 5. That's not a 5. Let's see. Is 7 and 5 big enough? 7 and 5 would be 12, whereas these are at least 5 and 6. Okay, annoyingly, yes. Oh, but if this were a 5, we would be unable to put a 5 over here, because there would be 2 5s. So this can't be a 5 anymore. Because if there were, let me just show you that. If this were a 5, these two 5s would look at this line and say this line is at least a 6 and a 7, which is 13, which is too many for this. So this can't be a 5. So that is the 5. This isn't a 7 anymore. It's an 8 or a 9, which gives us an 8-9 pair in the row, interestingly. So now the long line in yellow now can't sum to 15, because I would have to put both 4 and 5 there, and I can't do that. So this can't be a 6 anymore. That's an 8 and a 6. That 8 gives us a 6 there. That 6 gives us an 8 over here. Good spot to chat. I was tracking that, but I did not spot that this 5 did that. But yes, the 5 does that. So these two need to sum to 11. These need to sum to 17. So what are the ways to sum to 11 without an 8 or a 9? So it's either 4, 7 or 5, 6. Those are the options. So this is 4, 7 or 5, 6. That one's not 4, so that one's not 7. Yep, I think that's all I can say for this particular moment in time. Let's see, this 6 isn't doing anything just yet. Let's see, could this be 1, 2? Oh no, because this could get out over there, so then never mind, that's not exciting. Let's see, this 2 looks up. Let's do a little bit of Sudoku. This 3 looks up there. Oh, in fact, this 2 and 3 look up. So, in fact, that's a 4. So that's a 3 and a 2. Just by Sudoku logically. Let's see, how many clued cells do I have in this column? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 clued cells in this column. Close. Yeah, I know that these two are connected. I should go ahead and give these a color. I was just resisting until I knew a little bit more. But yeah, Judith, I can absolutely do that. It's just can this somehow dodge these two merging? And I think it's possible. I don't think it's likely, but I think it's possible, annoyingly. Yes, ones are always very powerful in these puzzles. So this region... No, sorry, let me try and make sense of this. Okay, so sorry, that's not 5. Let's update the pencil marks first. So if this region did not grow, it would have to be a 6 there and a 5 there. That would be 12 total, except that this can't ever sum to 12. That possibility is gone. So green needs an extra cell. Now, as far as I can tell, green could take this cell, or green could take all of these. I think both of those seem possible to me. Let's count the clued cells in row 11. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I count 8. Oh yeah, green could never possibly take these cells. Sorry. Somehow I thought chat was telling me it did, so I was believing them, but green can't possibly take these 2 cells, ever, because I can't make 2 cells sum to 9 if I've used 1, 2, 3, 4. So green definitely needs to take this cell, and it might take this cell above it, but it can't ever take these. And I'm assuming that this cell is never going to be able to be a 1, but technically we haven't proven that yet, but the solution would not be unique if this could be or not be a 1, so this might as well just be grayed now. Okay, let's see. If this were 15... Okay, so green gets at most 1 more cell. So green's digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and maybe 8. Green could expand. Oh, no, sorry, you're right. Completely right. Chat points out green can also expand down here. But it's still true green can't expand up here. But right, the green could expand down here, and that would be fine. Good point to chat. Okay, so I don't know that we're supposed to do it, but I think I can prove that this region has to connect to here. Because at a minimum, I need a 5. So this has to be part of a region that includes a digit that is 5 or larger. And so let's say I try and put this in a region that is 5 or larger that does not include this cell. Well, that would require that I make it look like this. Except now, this region has no place for a 1. And in particular, the digit that's at least 5 needs to go in here, and et cetera, et cetera. So this all needs to connect, at least, in order to make life work. Let's see. This cell, I just want to record, I know is at least as big as 5. Yeah, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's not a 6. Let's see. Ah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so there's 8 currently, which means only 1 more clued cell can possibly appear here in this row. If it were over here, that would mean there are no more clued cells in the row, which would make both of these gray, which would create a huge problem as per Afraid Not's observation. So in fact, this cell is not clued. This cell definitely is, but also we only get 1 more for orange, so orange has to take that cell. Oh, wait, no, sorry, orange doesn't. Orange could snake over that way, couldn't it? Never mind. But anyway, this is still at most, like I did before, somehow it worked out. This is at most 8 in size. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see. And can I do any Sudoku? These aren't 6 or 7. I did not do that correctly. Let's try again. These are not 6 or 7. That might be all I can do. Oh, or 5. Good point. So this is an 8, which is great, because that means it has to grow more. So these are not 8 anymore. And so this is a 5, 6, 7 triple. That one's not a 5 or a 7, so it's a 6. which means that this is a 5-7 pair, which means the sum here needs to be 13, which means that's a 6 and an 8. Let's see, that 6 comes over here and says that's not 6. That 8 comes over here and says that's a 9 and that's an 8. Let's see. This 5 looks over here and says that's a 7 and that's a 5. That 5 now says that's a 7. And so that's a 4 in order to make that all work out. So we know what our digits here are. Our digits here are a 1, a 2, a 3, and then we've got a 4, and then we need a 5 and a 6. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 is indeed 17. None of these are 5, so I know that's the 5. So that's not a 5. This one I know is not a 1 or a 2. So this is a 3 or a 6. The rest of them I don't know about. Okay, but what is this cell then? It is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is a 7 or an 8 only for the column. Let's see. So one of these two cells is orange for sure. Because orange still has to get rather large. I already have 8 numbers in row 12. 15, 14, 13, 12. So this is gray. If that is true. Wait, no, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so this number only has 2 options. It's either a 2 or it's not a 3 or a 4 or 5 or a 6 or 7. It's a 2 or an 8, and it's not an 8, so it's a 2. So this cell is an 8 or nothing. Is the punchline of that. But I don't think it's as useful as Tristan had hoped it was at the moment. 8 looks right in row 8. This 8? That's a good point. This purple region needs to get a 1, which means it can't only grow this way. It has to grow this way, which means it's going to take those. Good point, Garion. Now, purple's already at 6 cells. So purple could maybe grow here or grow here. I don't know yet. But purple definitely has to go up there, which now means... and so purple is going to get 2 more cells at least. Oh, purple can't ever take this cell. Why did I think purple could take that cell? I don't know. Because that would merge purple and orange. That's not allowed. But purple could still grow up here, right? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yep, that works. So why can't purple take this cell? Does this not count as leaving and re-entering the region? That's the question, I guess, that I do not know the answer to in terms of... thing, because to me it looks like if this is purple, that looks fine, because it looks like the thing leaves purple and then comes back to purple. Okay. So this has nothing to do with region sum lines. It's just the statement each line is in at least 2 regions. I really read that as each line has at least 2 segments, but right. Because of the way it's worded, that's not possible. So this cell is shaded which means now purple has to take these because purple still needs to get a 1 and it can't have 1 yet, which means that one of these two cells is a 1. And purple is now done, I believe. Because now purple's done. This can't be a region anymore because there's a 1 up there. This can't be a region anymore because there's a 1 up there. There is no possible universe where this 8, 9 gets to 8 or 9. That's not true. This 8 or 9 could get to 8 or 9 without touching orange. It seems very unlikely, but I don't think I can disprove it. This 8 sees over here, sees that that's a 9. The fact that this is a 9 actually beautifully answers the question, because that 8 sees that this is a 9. Thank you, chat. And now I can only fit in 8 cells without this becoming orange. So this is part of the orange region. I don't know a whole lot about this, I don't think, but this is part of the orange region for whatever it's worth. Okay, do I know what these two cells are? I guess I don't know they sum to 9, do I? I just know there's 7, 8, and 9. So I can't use 1, 5, 6, or 8. So let's see. If I wanted to make 7, I would have to do it as 3 and 4. If I wanted to make 8, I could not do 2, 5, 3. Okay, so I can't make 8. 8 is impossible. I can't make... because I would need to do either 3, 5, 2, 6, or 1, 7, none of which are possible. Also, I am being informed by chat that there is a secret 7 in the column, and the secret 7 means that this is actually a 9. Okay, so these are not 1, 8. They could be 2, 7. They're not 3, 6, and they're not 4, 5. So they are 2, 7 always, is the answer. So these need to grow to be red. I don't know exactly how they do that, but they have no choice because they need to get to 7, and there's no way I can collect 7 things without connecting up to there. Let's see. So what's left for this column? We've got a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. This is a 5 or 6, not 7, could be 8. Well, that can't be an 8 because it would need this to be a 1, and it's not allowed to be. So this is a 5 or a 6, so this is a 3 or a 4 is the answer. This cell, I think chat is pointing out, this cell always needs to be red, regardless of the universe in which we live. Yeah, I can orange. I really don't like having disconnected regions colored, but at least these two are orange. And I'm doing it up here, so I might as well do it down here. But there's no way this cell is gray, because if it was, I could not possibly connect these. But I don't know which way these connect. Likewise, these could connect here, or they could zig up this way. They have a few different ways to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so now this region can't possibly connect up here, Afraid Not points out, because this is already at 8 cells. If it went into either of these, it would get a ginormous number of cells, so those are not part of red. Which means this is part of a new region, which is very interesting. I think this is going to want to connect up here, but I don't know yet. Let's see. What can this cell be? It's not 1, 2. It could be 3 or 4. It's not 5 or 6 or 7 or 8. And it could maybe be 9. Okay. Let's see. What other joy do we have to find? Yeah, so we can look at where 1s can go up here. I can't put a 1 here, importantly. So in this whole space, that this thing lives in, there's only room for 1, 1. So that, and that all have to be part of one region, I think. No, this could maybe be orange. Yeah, I'm not prepared yet to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, this probably is orange actually. This thing certainly is going to need to get a 1 in one of these one of these 2 cells. That's not a 1, for example. Column 14, Afraid Not is pointing out, already has 9 cells, I believe. So that forces how red connects. So red now has this sort of zigzag shape. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, so red can, if it desires, take 1 more of these. These are at least 3 and 4, so this is at least 7. So this is 7 or 9. Oops. Because it can't be 8 from the column. Oh, speaking of things that can't be 8 from the column, this is a 6. As of now. Let's see. Can't be 7 because of purple. Okay, let's look at this. So it can't be 1. Oh yeah, it can't be 1, 6, right? Because there's a 1 on it, and it can't have a 6. Beautiful spot, Matthew. So this can't be a 7 because that would make this a 1, 6, and then the puzzle would break. So that's a 9, which makes this a 1, 8, in fact, which means that's not an 8. It's a 5 or a 6, which actually gives us a 5, 6 pair. So if I now write these out, these are not 1. They could be 2, 3, 4, not 5, 6. Could be 7, and they're not 8 or 9. Of course, this is not a 3 or a 7. It's a 2 or a 4, because it's even. Let's see. Does this one see any of those digits? It does not look like it to me. That one either, maybe. Let's see. Do we now know what this is because of the column? Is that what Afraid Not is saying? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sure enough, good spot, Afraid Not. That's an 8. So that's a 7. So this is not a 6 or 8. It is a 2 or 4. Those are the only options for its even thing. I don't even think I said when I was explaining the rules, by the way, that squares are just digits that are even, I hope. It's what I've been doing with the puzzle as, so too late now if that's not what it is. Let's see. Do I want to fill in what these can be? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe. Don't think that's super useful yet. So these two... Is there any way I can make a region that connects all of this? I don't think so, but I want to try it. Yeah, this is too many. This can't connect over to here. This needs to connect to orange, which is going to put an enormous constraint on orange. But this is the thing that needs a... This and this still need a 1. And... Is it obvious that this can't connect to orange? Yeah, because if this connects to orange, I block all the places for 1. Because we know, actually, one of these 2 cells needs to be a 1 for this region up here. And so, yeah, if this became orange, it would block out all the places to put orange. Orange also already has a 9. I think I like my way better, but orange having a 9 is also a fantastic thing to see. So anyway, this is not orange. It is part of this upper thing. So we're going to make this a red. No, not red. Green. This whole green melange. So that's 6 already. I can't get to here anymore. So this has now become orange. And so now orange, although it's not connected... has 7 cells, So it needs to connect in the most direct possible way, because these are the only ways it can connect and not grow to be more than 9 cells. So all of that becomes gray by way of orange. Let's see. There can't be a 1 in here, so this is all gone. Let's see. This is interesting to me because these need to sum to I just know what this cell is, don't I? It's not 1. It could be 2. No, it can't be 2 because there's a 2 in the region already. Can't be 3. Could be 4. Can't be 5, 6, 7, or 8. So this cell just is a 4 with a 5 there in order to make this all work out. This is not a 4, therefore. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Oh, this cell. No, I don't know that. Yeah, I don't think I quite am there yet on this. Let's see. What about these? These need to sum to 9. They can't be 1, 8, or 2, 7. So they're either 3, 6, or 4, 5. Let's see. That one can't be a 6, so that one can't be a 3. That one can't be a 4, so that one can't be a 5. But this one also can't be a 4, so it's a 3 and that's a 6. I think I did that in a less efficient than optimal manner. Here would have been a much smarter place to start. These need to sum to 7 without using a 1 or a 3, so they're a 2 and a 5. So the remaining cells in this orange region are a 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8. These aren't 8, so that is 8. Uh-oh, I broke it. What did I do? What did I do? Wait, how are these two summing to 7? Oh, it's because it's not a 1-cell line. Got it. Okay. Never mind. Okay, I see what I did there. I tried to make this a sum to 7, but it is not a sum to 7. For the record, I filled in a lot more cells before you all stopped me. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, not 8. 2, 5, 7. That's what these are from. That one's not a 5. It is a 2 or a 7. So red still needs a 3 and possibly a 9. 1, 2. Yeah, we still need a 3. We got a 4, 5. And we need a 6. We need a 6 in red. So we need a 3 and a 6. But, and the 6 can't go over here. Thank you, Nicholas. So the 6 needs to go exactly here. That is the point. So that cell is a 6. And this region is done. Because it's now got 9 cells, which means we need a 9. So that's the 9. And that's the 3. I had no choice because the 9 could not go here with another 9 in the row. Occasionally I see Sudoku things. Very, very rarely, but it's been known to happen. So we've got 8 cells in this row already. But not 9. Okay, so what can this cell be? It's not a 1. It could be a 2 or a 3. It's not a 4 or a 5. It could be a 6. It's not a 7 or an 8 or a 9. So this is 2, 3, or 6, it looks like to me. So if this were 2 and 7, this would be trying to add to 9, which would be possible as 4 and 5, I think. If this were 3, I'd be trying to add to 10. I can't do that with 1, 9, 2, 8, 3, 7, or 4, 6. So this is not a 3. I can rule out. If this were 13, I would be trying to add to 13. So I can't do that as 4 and 9. I could do it as 5 and 8, though. And then I can't do it as 6 and 7, right? So I guess the thing I'm supposed to conclude is there's always a 5 on one of these two, regardless of whether it's summing to 9. So because there's a 5 always, there is not a 5 down here. Because this was either 4, 5 or 5, 8. Now we're asking where 8 goes in orange. So 8 can't go here. So there is an 8. So this is in fact 5. It is 5, 8 is the answer. And so 5 and 8 sum to 13. So this needs to be a 6. Otherwise, we're not getting to 13. So this cell is known. 2, 3. It is a 4. So this is not a 4. Let's see. I think this might actually be the hardest of these. Not that it's unfair or anything. Just most of these puzzles I've found to be like, after you get over the initial like shock of looking at a grid that's 15 by 15, I found most of these to be in the like 3-star difficulty. I think this is closer to 4. Surprisingly, I think this is much harder than the everything is Roggen one. Let's see. We need a 2, 3. I got a 4, a 5, a 6. Okay, we don't need a 2, 3. We could have a 2 or a 3. Sorry, not a 6. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9, but I can't have a 9. So this is a 2, 3 pair, which makes that a 4. Because we've already got that. So do we have every possible digit now? Let's see. That's 5. Okay, that's 8 things. So the only digit in this column we do not have is a 9. And the only place I could put a 9 is here. So this is definitely not region. I would be quite surprised if there was a 9 here, I'm going to be honest. But I don't think I can completely rule it out. Afraid Not points out, again, that I could do some Sudoku to resolve the 2 and the 3, which seems like a good idea. So let's see. So this cell is now, it's not 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, it could be 1. It's not 2, 3, 4. It could be 5. It's not 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this is a 1 or a 5 only. I do need to grow to a size of 9, but that shouldn't be a problem in order to arrange. Let's see. I fear it's possible that this cell is yellow, which really annoys me. Let's see. I am being instructed to place 7 in green. That is a great observation. So there needs to be a 7 in green. It goes exactly there. Thank you, Afraid Not. Okay, so we still need 1. We've got 2, 3, 4. We need 5. Let's see, is 5 somehow restricted? I don't think 5 is restricted. 6, 7, and we need an 8. Well, 8 doesn't go there. But it looks like 8 could go in either of these places, as far as I can tell. Okay. Yeah, I was just doing 8. I think 8 goes in either of these two places, Nicholas. I I have an X-wing on 8s? Where? Let's see. Oh, right. Haha. Very smart. Almost like you said it that way on purpose. Right. These are the 8s for rows, whatever numbers these are, 4 and 5, I think. Because there's one there and one there. So this can't be an 8. So in fact, this is the 8. So now we're at 6, 7, 8. That's 8 cells. The only things we have left are 1 and 5. So if this is in, it's a 5, and that's a 1. Otherwise, this is in, and this is a 1-5 pair. In some order, I'm not sure which order. Okay. So let's see. Can I do any... Yellow might actually be restricted in how it can grow because of what digits it's missing. Because yellow is currently missing a 1. Let's see. We've got a 2, 3, 4, a 5, and an 8. So are there any cells that border yellow that see all of 1, 5, and 8? Well, here's one of them. This can be none of 1, 5, and 8. So it cannot be yellow. It has lost that privilege. This cell... could potentially be fine. This is 1, 5, or 8, and that gives us a 1, 5, 8 triple in the row, so this cell can't be yellow. Let's see. This cell, if it is yellow, would also give us a 1, 5, 8 triple, but I don't know. This 3, by the way, this 3 looks over and sees that is a 2, 7. So that gives us a 2, 7 pair in the row. And now the 1, 5, 8 triple has bounced back, or pachinkoed back, to resolve how green goes. So now that has to be the green 1. Actually, sorry, I'm not going to do that, but this can't be a 1 anymore. That's now the green 1. So one of these two is the green 5, and it's not the one in the row with a 1, 5, 8 triple. So that's the green 5, and green is done. Chat all over this. So now there's a 1, 5, 8 in this row, so this can't be yellow anymore. So now this has to be yellow. So this is a 1, 5, or 8. Now we've got a 1, 5, 8 triple in the row, which boxes in yellow. Yellow cannot grow that way. So now this cell has to be yellow, and it has to be the last 1, 5, 8. And it's not a 1, so it's a 5 or an 8. And so now this is done, because now this is 9 cells. And we did know we needed to get to 9, so that's not a huge surprise. Okay, so now we can look at what this sum is, maybe, because this sum could be, if this sum has an 8 in it, then the sum is like at least 18. Maybe that's okay. Let's see. But certainly it is noteworthy in any event. Did I do anything that has helped me fill in stuff with Sudoku? That's always a risk. Oh, there's an X-Wing on 8s, I'm being told. The same X-Wing on 8s. The same X-Wing on 8s that we've been using also rules 8 out of both of these cells, which places an 8 here. So if this is a 5, then the sum here would be 6, 11, 14, 22. So these two cells would need to add up to 22 minus 6, which is 16. And the only way you can get 16 is 7 and 9, which, look at that, you can't. So that's a 1 and that's a 5. So that pachinko's over here, pachinko's back over here. By the way, if you were paying attention to the pachinko controversy earlier, apparently pachinko is actually a Japanese game show, which must be based on something, because I'm certain I've never seen the Japanese game show. But anyway, so did filling that in do anything for anyone? No, probably not. Row 3, I'm told, has all the digits. Row 3 does have all the digits. Excellent catch. So everything up here, that was Josh, everything up here is done because I can't fit a 1 up here, and so I can't start a new region. So that's all gray. These puzzles are so satisfying to watch the grid sort of slowly trickle in and everything. I really like these. I feel like this is like a sort of more humane form of chaos construction. Okay. So now what is the sum? So the sum now is 18. So these two digits need to sum to 12. And they need to sum to 12 without being 3, 9. They could be 4, 8, and they're not 5, 7. So these are a 4 and an 8 for sure, and we know the order. So that's the 4, that's the 8. Do I want to give this a color now? I'm not sure yet. I again feel unconfident with my coloring, exactly how I want to go about doing it. Let's see. Well, here's one thing I could do. These two digits can't be 9, so they need to be part of a region at least, because the sum of this line is 9. This one, unfortunately, could be 9. Makes my life a little bit tricky. Let's see. Can I disentangle anything out of here? Ah, yes. That 4. That tells me that's a 2 and a 7 and a 2 and a 7. So this is neither 2 nor 7. So this is a 3 or a 4. That's a 3, 4. That's a 3, 4. That's a 5, 6. Okay, so how many digits is that in this row? That is 5, 6, 7. Okay, so nowhere near enough to be useful. Let's see, 7 over there. Let's see, this row is also 7. Okay, this is only 3 or 6. I don't think I can do anything about that yet. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, so one of these two is orange. Yeah, one of those two is orange, but I don't know exactly how to go. Let's see. So this goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So if this is orange, it's an 8. Whatever the orange digit up here is, it's a 3 or a 6. Yeah, I don't know that this is orange yet. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so a lot of people are saying I should try and prove the 4, 6, 8 is not orange. Which seems very plausible. Because even if I did that, which is, I think, the most efficient way, I'd end up way, way, way too big. So yeah, so this is a new color. I am happy to give this a new color. And then once I've given it a new color, we have to ask the obligatory, where is the 1 for this color going? Question. Not there. Let's see. Not there. Not there. Not there. Not... let's see. Well, not there. So both orange and purple need to find a 1, but it can be lots of places, is the moral of the story, I think. I think I need to think about this region sum line, I think, in order to sort of resolve how this is going. but I admit I'm not quite sure exactly what it is I am doing with my life at the moment. What can this cell be? Maybe that's a good question to ask. So it can't be 1. It could be 2 or 3. It can't be 4, 5, 6. And it could be 7, 8, or 9. That's a lot of options. It's a lot more options than I would have preferred. Let's see. Row 8, 9, 10. Column 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so the I think SPQ did the Sudoku and says these are the spots that can possibly be 1s. Of course, not that one. So I need 2 1s in here somehow. So in particular, this can never be part of any region, because if it is part of a region, all of this becomes part of the region, and I stop being able to put 2 1s, and I need to be able to put 2 1s. So that's not shaded. Let's see. Carl notices that there's at most 14 regions because there's no 1 down here. And then Carl has counted, and we have 14 regions. So provided we trust Carl, which we do, then we are good on that. Okay. Does this being shaded, does that do something for us? Probably. This is so messy to try and figure this out. Like, I'm confident that if I just let myself just sort of chase down a chain, I could solve this quickly. But I'm trying to do this without polluting it by thinking about chains. Okay. So because all the digits on here of necessity come from purple and orange, I'm only allowed to have 1 9. So there can be 1 9 somewhere along here. There doesn't have to be. And then it sort of breaks up as sums of 9. So it could be a 2-cell sum of 9, could be a 1-cell sum of 9, who knows. But we get that. Right, okay. Good catch to Garion. If this was a 9, well, I know it goes either that way or that way, but then that claims that cell. That's a really clever, that's very clever. Okay, so that's not 9. And so this I know is the same region as that. I don't know what the region is, but I know these two are the same region. And so because these two are the same region, that actually tells me I can never put a 9 anywhere on this line. Wait, no, I could maybe have a 3-cell sum to 9. This could be a 3-cell sum to 9, and that could be the 9. I think that would be okay. Is there any universe where this cell isn't purple? Like, how would I possibly make that cell not purple? I guess I would have to run down like this or something. That's probably okay. Oh, are we claiming this can't be a 3-cell sum to 9? Is that what Chad is claiming? I did not actually investigate. I did not actually investigate if it was really possible that this could be a 3-cell sum to 9. Uh, right. If there's a three cell sum, so if there is a three cell sum to 9, and this is a 9, then this would be a purple 9. So this would be a three cell orange sum to 9, which would of necessity be 1, 3, 5 exactly. And for some reason that's not okay. Let's see, this would be like 3, 1, 5 or something. I mean, I don't even think I care whether there's a 9 on this line. Like, it's not a super big deal. Uh, but that's okay. Oh, how could orange get to this cell? Okay, that's a good question to ask. How does orange get to this cell? Uh, well, it could if it did it over here, I think, is the point. But then this still can't be 9. Anyway, I don't think it matters. I don't think it's the right question to look at. But yeah, I don't believe this cell can be 9. And I believe we could chain our way to proving it if we wanted. Uh, uh, yeah, Carl has an elegant way to see it, which is to say, if this is a 9, then what that forces is it forces me to connect it to purple without taking this cell, which is just not possible. Uh, but again, I don't think it gets us anything, because we don't even have any reason to suspect that purple even has a 9. So I think it was just a random thing that I asked about that then chat indulged me on, probably more than they should have. Uh, but that does mean now that I guess no, this is useful. I think this is useful. Uh, uh, because it means that this breaks into two sets of 2. And so these 2 need to be in the same region with that. And that. So all of this is one region. And now we have a beautiful, beautiful deduction, which Math Pesto fortunately makes for us, which is that these are orange. And here's how I know these are orange. If these were purple, then all the even digits would be going in purple, and I would have to make 9 as the sum of 2 odds, and I can't make 9 as the sum of 2 odds. As always, from Math Pesto, gorgeous. So purple is now forced to come down here. So the ridiculous thing I drew earlier was actually right. So this is definitely a 2-7 pair. The 2 has to go there, and the 7 has to go there. There is no other way to do that because I need to use an even, and that's the only even I have available to use. So what are these digits? Well, we still haven't found our 1 yet. Let's see. We've got a 2. We need a or we could have a 3 somewhere. 4. So we can't have a 5 somewhere. 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so these are a 3-9 pair, and it's resolved by that. So that's a 3, and that's a 9. Purple does need to get to a 5. It's probably going to be this 5. But oh yeah, there's no 5s up here to be had. There's like an off chance that that's a purple 5. I'm very sure that there's a way to see that this is the purple 5, but I'd rather look at this sum real quick and see if I can decide why this sum has to be whatever it has to be. So it can't be 2, 7. So I guess I should fill in. What is this? This is 2, 4, or 6. No, sorry, 4, 6, or 8. Those are the only possibilities for this. But unfortunately, I think it could be any of them. Nicholas has an elegant way to see this, which is that the 1 for purple needs to come from down. And so purple needs to take this cell, at which point purple automatically takes this cell, and these become gray. So that was very nice from Nicholas to observe that. And so now this is the 1, because I now have all my cells. So that's a 1. All of that becomes gray. Very swish spot. Orange is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's got to take a 9th because we know it has 9 cells. We've done all the coloring. And now we just have to do the Sudoku. So that's not a 1 anymore. Let's see. This is a 3 or 6. Okay, so that's big. So this is a 3 or 6. So this is not a 3-6 flavor of arrow. It's not 3-6. It's not 2-7. So it is either 1-8 or it is 4-5. If it's 1-8, then that's not the 8, so that's not the 1. I don't immediately see anything on it being 4-5, but there's probably something there, but I'll be happy with that marking for the moment. Oh, this cell, I know what it is. That's probably also important. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's an 8. Well, that helps. So this is a 4-5 pair. So that's not a 4. It's a 6 or an 8. These are from 1, 3, 6, 8. Oh, sorry. That's a 6. That's a 3. That's a 3. So let's do that again. So these digits are 1. We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And that's the 7, and that's the 1. Let's do that correctly. That's the 7. That's the 1. That's not a 1 anymore. So that's now this region's 1. So I think we've placed all the 1s now. That 7 looks over and gives us a 2 and a 7. Nope, this is still not yet fixed. I don't think, unless I am missing something, which I probably am. Let's see. This can't be 4-5 anymore. That's the point, because then that would give this no value. So that's a 3 and a 6 and a 5 and a 4. That 5 now looks over and sees a 4 and a 5. Let's see. So this is now a 6 because it's not a 3. So these aren't 6. These are a 2, 3, and that's the 2, and that's the 3. And I said that like we were done, but we're not. But I think we're now done, I believe. Oops. I was not trying to make this full screen. I don't know if when I accidentally make my browser full screen, if it does anything to your screen at all, but that was really cool. I do think that one was really hard. Not in a bad way, but I think this one was quite a challenge. But very cool. Lots of subtle and interesting logic, sort of putting all of these pieces together. It's very interesting that the region sum lines, and this is what I was thinking when I knew I was going to do this puzzle today. I was sort of thinking about the fact that like these puzzles are all about the fact that the regions can't touch, which makes the region sum lines very interesting because they have to only touch at diagonals in order to make it work. But very cool. I think this rule set by Math Pesto is just I think this is a master's course in how to write your own rules for a puzzle variant. Like the figuring out exactly what the right rule set was for making this, I imagine took a lot of time, but it is leading to lots of just fantastic puzzles. I really enjoy these. I'm looking forward to doing more of them. Yes, and Math Pesto always makes a video solution guide to their puzzles. So if you want to see Math Pesto go over the version with less zeta misscanning, then the link is over in the Discord. I don't mention the Discord often enough. I probably should again. But we have a Discord for the channel. So if you ever want to discuss the channel, or for that matter, any of the other Sudoku channels, there is a Discord. The link should be in the description to the Sudoku Solvers Discord. It is quite enjoyable. There's a channel for zetamath. There's a channel for Scott Strasall and Bremster and Ransk and all your favorite characters from the Sudoku universe. So if you've not yet joined the Discord and you've already liked and subscribed, then I would encourage you joining the Discord as a next step. I'm going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to do more puzzles. Be right back. Oh, there we go. That's better. Welcome back. I did want to thank everyone who supports us again. We do have an extra way to support us now. So if you like the Patreon model and you want to support us, we really appreciate our patrons. You see that they get thanked on the little splash screens at the beginning and end of the stream and all the various things. I really appreciate our patrons. But now that we are a partnered YouTube channel, or whatever you want to call us, I guess partnered YouTube channel is probably the right combination of words, we now also have super chats. And so I wanted to say thank you again to David and Math Pesto and all the people who've used the super chat thing today. It's been very cool seeing that. So that's a new feature. So if you ever want to just get a big message and do that sort of thing, that is available to you now as well. Alrighty, so continuing on the construction, deconstruction sort of theme, we have a Jesper puzzle that is pretty directly inspired by by I think Jay Dyer's puzzle, which really sort of I think is responsible for an awful lot of these various things. So here's how this works. So we need to put 9 3x3s into the grid. So we basically have to put our 9 Sudoku boxes into the grid somewhere. They don't overlap, so we don't have to worry about that. And then, just like the previous puzzle, there's lots of stuff where there's just no digits at all. And so then we have this sort of X-summy clue, which is going to tell us the sum of any digits in the first X cells from the direction of the clue, where X is the first digit in that direction. X cells from the direction of the clue. Where yes, okay. So if, for example, this was a region, let's just imagine that this is the red region. And let's imagine that this was a 5. This would be saying if you summed the first 5 digits in this direction, that you would get 16. And so this would work, for example, if I did 5, 7, and 4, and then I left this empty, then this would work out. Okay. And so that's it. Note in this one, the regions do seem to be allowed to touch each other. So there is no none touching rule. Okay. So one thing I noticed right away is this 40. 40 is a very large number. In order to get a sum of 40, I need to be summing at least 7 numbers. So if I look in this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, at least 7 of these 9 cells have to be part of regions. And so that means that I have to have cells from at least 3 different 3x3s in these 7 cells. And if you think about that, the only way that can work is if actually there's a 3x3 starting here, a 3x3 starting here, and a 3x3 starting here. So otherwise, I'm never getting to... Oh, sorry. No, that's not true. Never mind. Sorry. I suddenly tricked myself into something else, or into believing something that's not true. But it could be something like that. But we need to at least have had, by the 9th, we need to have seen our 3rd region. So what does a 0 clue mean? So let me draw a 0 clue for you. So if this is a 4, then this would be a 0. That would be a valid way to interpret the 0. Okay, so as Afraid Not says, we definitely know that those cells are not clued. That could be a 1 or that could be a 1, and that would be okay, but can't do that. Okay. So row 1, 2 of column 1. Yes, right. Because now I can't fit a region up here. Smart observation from... Okay, so now here's a question. How do I get 2? And the answer is that in order to get 2, keep in mind 2 is not a sum of more than one number. So the 2 actually is going to place a digit here, because the 2 is the sum of the first 2 digits, or sorry, the 2 has to be the first digit that you see. So the only way this works is actually if that digit is a 2 and is part of a region. I think people will believe me on that, but but let me know if that was confusing. And this can't be part of a region. Like if this, you can convince yourself if this was any number, the 2 would never work. But now, actually, the blue region now has to take this cell, because if it didn't, I'd be getting 22 in 2 cells. So the blue has to take that, which actually forces the structure of the blue completely. Yeah, I don't have room for cells up over there. Okay. So that is cool. So now the 0 clue means this has to be a 1. I think that's what Nicholas was referring to. This has to be a 1 because if it were any bigger number, it would sum to not 0. So that gives us a 1 here. Okay, so whatever the first number in this row is, we now have to think about this. So the first number in this row has to be as such that when we count that far in this row, we see exactly 2 cells of numbers. Because it's the first number is going to be at least 5, but it can't be 5 because if it were... actually, could it be 3? Maybe we could see 3. No. Yeah, I guess I could see... This could be like a... Yeah, this could be a 7 with a 1 and a 2 here. That would work. So, don't mind me. So I know either this is a region or this is a region, or both, in order for that to possibly work. What's the smallest number of cells I can get to 22 in if one of them is a 2? I think I need 3 cells to get to 20, so I think I need 4 at least, which means this digit's at least a 5. But that's really interesting with this 40 clue, isn't it? This is going to have to be a 5. This has to be a 5. Because the 40 clue can only miss out on 1 digit, and the 40 clue can never see this cell. So that's a 5, and this has to be a 9. And so this will be seeing all of these cells up until there. And so there has to be a digit in all of these. So I think I can make that yellow, make that green. Oh, sorry, no. Make that, yeah, there's another region in here somewhere. That's the point. 9 can appear later. Oh, you're right. Sorry, 9 is in... The 9 can appear later, but not much later. The 9 is in one of these 2 cells. So these 2 cells are definitely part of some region. But you're right. It could be that there's... Oops. Don't know why I did that. It could be that there's a region here that starts with a 9 and then a region here. And then that would be okay. Okay. But this being a 5 now means that I need to have these cells. This needs to be numbered because my 5 is only summing these. So this is always part of a region, which then automatically means those are part of a region. So now these two these 2 digits need to add up to 22 minus, these 2 add to 15. And they don't involve a 9, so these are 7, 8. for sure. So that's very cool. I just love this puzzle so far, by the way. This is great. So that's all very interesting. Okay, so Afraid Not is looking at the 10 clue, and something to do with whether these are shaded. Right. Because if I did not start shading until here, so if these were unshaded, then this would be at most a 9. Well, it would only at most see itself, and so that would not work. So these are shaded. Good catch. So these are also shaded. I guess those were automatically shaded. I didn't really have to worry about that too badly. But that works. No, it does not mean 5 cells starting from the 5, Nicholas. If it meant starting from the 5, then it would not be possible to make these 0 clues. So it is 5 cells starting from the left of the grid. So yeah, if you read this, the first X cells in the direction of the clue. So yeah, one of these is a 9. I'm trying to figure out if this is a 9, if it breaks the 15 clue. But I don't think so. Actually, I think it does. Yeah, because if this is a 9, then what is this going to be? Well, it couldn't be 3. And it also can't be 4, right? Because we'd go 4 and 9. Oh, no, we could do 4, 9, 2, 1, right? 4, 9, 2, 1. No, 4, 9, 2, 1's too big. Yeah, this can never be yellow. So this can't be 9 because it would break the 15 clue, is the point. So that's a 9. And the yellow has to look like this. So that is all good. And this is therefore all unshaded. 4 plus 9 plus 2 plus nothing. Oh, sorry. I think I'm wrong. I think I zated it again. Right. So this could be the sum of the first four digits, and one of them could not be there. And yeah, Nicholas is pointing out, I wasn't trying to be super diligent about this, but yeah, these two are definitely shaded as well. Okay, yeah. So Carl saved me there in order to make that work. This 32 is going to be interesting. Let's see. Garion says this cell has to be a 6. Right, because of the 10 clue. Sorry, somehow I lost track of the 10 clue. Okay. Yeah, so this needs to be seeing at least 2 cells. So it needs to be at least a 6. So this is 6, 7, 8, or 9 is basically the start. But it can't be as high as 9. It can't even be as high as 8, because if it was as high as 8, I'd be including all of these, and that would not work. So this is 6 or 7. And now let's understand why it's not 7. Because if this is 7, then we now are summing these things. So this would have to be a 7 with a 1, 2 here in order for that to be a 7. Hey, you're welcome. So this would have to be a 7. Now this would be 7 and 8. And we'd need to get to 17. And so the point is we need a 2 here and a 2 here. Hey, you're welcome, Dale Mox. Happy to have you here. I think both Dale Mox and Wormblood, I think you're both newer to the stream. Is your reference, or is the Mox in your name a reference to Magic the Gathering? So the point that Garion spotted, and Garion is just excellent at spotting these things, is if this is a 7, then what it does is makes this a 1-2, but also makes this an 8, which makes that digit a 2. And then I've repeated 2 within the box. So I can't do that. So this is in fact a 6. Oops. Wrong number. That's in fact a 6. Once this is a 6, I now look over and see I'm summing these to make them 10, so that's got to be a 4. So maybe not a recent Magic player. Let's see. Well, if you have any Moxen you would like to get rid of, we do accept donations in the form of Power 9 cards. Let's see. So this is a 6, so we're summing 6 and 7 at least. That would be 13. So we need to sum at most 2 more cells. So I need to see at most 2 more cells after this. So this 6 needs to see at most 1 more cell after this. So these two have to be unshaded. Or sorry, these two have to be not part of a region. I believe, if I did that math right. Okay. See, if this is part of a region, it's a 1. Because of the 0 clue. But if it's not part of a region, it doesn't have to be a 1. Let's see. Is it possible there's no region anywhere in here? I think, unfortunately, it seems possible. Let's see. So I need to get to 32 in this column. So 32 is interesting, because what's the minimum number of cells I can get to 32 in? It's 5. So I need to see at least 5 total cells. Well, these 2 cells I'm guaranteed not seeing. So I need to see... Yeah, I guess there's a little optionality still. I mean, I don't think the 492 was the only way to do that, afraid not. 591 would work just as well. I just completely missed a possibility, so I don't think we've actually improved. I mean, we've eliminated a case, but I don't think we can say anything about what this does yet. Yes, it does tell me there have to be 2 more boxes in the column. That's true. So it does tell me that, yeah, there are 2 more boxes that appear in this column somewhere. Okay, so the 11 is interesting, because, again, the 9 is going to come down here, but that's fine. Yeah, I agree it can't be 4 plus 9 plus 2 plus nothing. Row 6, column 3. 4, 5, 6, column 3. I don't see why this is a region. Let's see. Afraid Not really wants to do this this chaining here. I think it might be worth it, but it seems excruciating to me. So what happens if yellow goes up? So if yellow goes up, we have to make this 15 work. And in particular, this is going to be a 9. So this can't be a 2 or a 1. It can't be a 3 either, because 393 would add to 15, but I can't repeat the 3. So not a 3 either. So could it be a 4? Well, 4 plus 9 is 13. So I would need a 2. So I could go 4, 9, 2, and then nothing. Except this can't be a 4 because there's a 4 there. So next up is a 5. If this was a 5, I could go 5, 9, 1, and then nothing, nothing. But that puts a 1 there, which clashes with that. And now this can't be 6 or bigger because we're already summing to more than 15. So I agree. This actually can't go up. I wonder if that was intended. I don't know. But this definitely goes down. Well, yes, afraid not. I was explaining the reasoning, which required explaining that there was a 4 up here. So we get all of this stuff. Okay. So now row 2 is going to need a 4 and a 6. And so those are going to have to go in yellow, because note, not every row needs every digit, but row 2 needs every digit because it's got 3 boxes worth. So the digits in yellow are going to be a 4, 6, 9. And so because they're going to be 4, 6, 9, I can fill in these cells are from 4, 6, 9. That one's not a 9, it's a 4 or a 6. And then I can fill in what these 2 digits are, which are a 1, and this is going to give us something huge, which are a 1 and what? A 1 and a 3. Now this cell can't be part of a region. Because if this cell was part of a region, it would need to be a 1 because of the 0 clue. And it can't be a 1 because of that brilliant observation. That was a very cool spot, Yab. So this is now shaded. So yellow now finishes up over here like this. Okay. Now if I put the 9 here... Oh, sorry. No, now I need the 9 here. Oh, this is fascinating. Okay, so this is now the 9. It doesn't have a choice. This is the 9. That's not a 9. That's not a 9 in the corner either. So now I can't put anything else in this column. Because if I put anything else in this column, I'm now summing... Actually, could I put a 9... Actually, maybe I could fit a box right down here. I bet I could fit a box exactly like that. Because then the 9 here for this 15 clue would see just 4 cells, which could be 1, 2, 3. But because the 9 sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I can't have anything in any of those cells. So those are all gray. Okay, so that does that for us. Okay. This can't be region. I don't know why I did not immediately do that. There's just not room for a region there. It would not fit. Not room for a region over there. It would not fit. Let's see. So we're ever increasing our number that is going to show up over here. So if this cell is a cell, it's a 1, 2, or a 3. Okay, so let's look at this. So I think the plebiscite is suggesting we look here. So if I count down here, going to be a 6, so it's going to see at least these 3 by the 17 clue. And so 6 and 7 sum to a minimum of 13. So 6 and 7 would sum to 13. Could make this a 4 and this nothing. Could make this a 3 and this a 1. 6 and 8 could make this a 3 and make this unshaded. Make this a 2 and this a 1. I feel like there's lots of options for the 17 clue. Unless I'm missing something. Oh, there's a 1, 3, and 4 in the region already. I am missing something rather large, yes. So because of the 1, 3, and 4, right. So if this were 6 and 8, that would sum to 14. This would have to be a 2, and that would have to be a 1. If this is 6 and 7, then those sum to 13, and I'd need to sum to 4, and there's no way I can possibly sum to 4. Because conveniently, they're all gone. Okay, that is gorgeous. That is amazing setting, because, yeah, again, if this is 6 and 7, I need to sum to 4 in either 1 or 2 cells, and conveniently, those 3 digits are all exactly the ones that are gone. So that's an 8. That's a 7. These digits I should fill in. They are a 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like that. But this one, what is it? Well, it has to be a 2 in order to make that work, because now 6 plus 8, again, is 14. I can't put a 3 here, so that has to be a 2. Oops, Sudoku. That has to be a 2. Has to be a 2. Dang you thing. And now I need to put a 1 over down there once Penpa starts behaving. So this is now a 1 and is part of a new region. Let's make that region red. Okay. Hey, Alan, welcome. And hey, Franco, good to see you again. Okay. So the 11 now is actually interesting. So I know I should do this. It will make Nicholas happy. Those two are part of the red region. I don't think I can fit another region here, because if I try and fit another region here, oh no, never mind. I could do well, I can't do 2. I would have to do 3. Let's see. Could I do 11 in 3 with the numbers that are available? 3, 4, 5. No, I could not. If I put another region here, then the minimum this can be is 3. Except now I'm seeing 3 different digits that are all at least too big. So no region for you to go there because of the 11 clue. So this is now the cell that is dictating how much of this we see. So this is at least, well, it's bigger than a 4. It actually can't be a 5 either, because if it were a 5, I would be summing these 2 digits, and I would need this to be a 6, which won't work. Can't be a 6 either. So this is a 7 or a 9. And it can't be a 9, because if it's a 9, I also catch the 2 as well as other stuff. So actually, this is a weird naked single 7, I believe. Which is now saying that if I sum the digits in these cells, I get 11. So this had better be a 3 in order to make that work. Which is very, the logic in this puzzle is super cool. Let's see. Nine in green can't be in column 7 because of the 32 clue. So if this were 9 and 1, right? Right. If the 9 is up here, then none of these 3 are seen by the 32 clue, and the minimum sum would be 9 plus 1 plus 5, which is too many to work. So Carl has a good spot. Those are 9. So that is 9. So one of these is 9. I don't know if that is useful to pencil mark. Let's see. Can there be no region in here? I think there probably can be no region in here. Could there be no region in here? Okay, so there can't be no region in this area, because if there's no region in here, I break the 6 clue, because then the first digit I put has to be higher than 6. So there is a region in here, so this cell is definitely part of a new region in order to make the 6 clue work. So we have at least a tiny piece of a new region, owing to the 6. Now, the 6 region can't actually start with a 6. Because that would be already summing. If it was starting with a 6, it would be summing already at least 3 digits. So it has to start with a number that's smaller than 6. So it could be 4, 2, or 5, 1. So let's see, 4. Yeah, so it could be 4, 2 looking like that. Or it could be 5, 1 looking like that. Sorry, looking like that. I don't think either of those works. Let's see. Row 5, column 10. Must be shaded. Says afraid not. Oh, shaded is in not part of a region. Right. Right. I sort of outlined the 2 possibilities, which are that it's these 2 and these 2. And if I'd have just said, okay, it's either these 2 or these 2 that are being summed, then I would have realized that, yeah, this is never shaded. I agree. 5, 1 doesn't work, says Garion. So if this were 5, if 5 was the first digit, it would have to be here, and that would be 5 and a 1. But this cell can't be a 5. Well, couldn't this be a 3? Garion, with the column 0? I think it could if purple went up. Let's see. It is being pointed out correctly that I could shade that if I wanted. And also I can shade these 2. If I'm trying to shade the maximal possible amount, I can shade those 2, which is then enough to push red left by 1 increment. But why couldn't I put a different clue there? Why couldn't this be a 3 or a 2? Because just because this cell is a 5 doesn't mean that 5 is the clue for the column. This cell could be purple as well. I've never quite understood what you were trying to get at, Nicholas. I was not quite. I didn't quite understand what your arguments were about things needing to be shaded. I believed you were right, but I didn't have time to sort of dive into it. Okay, so Sam is saying if I let purple do this, which is the only way I could do the 5-1 thing I said, then that crams too many 3x3s in the middle band of rows. Could we expand on crams too many 3x3s in the middle band of rows? Let's see. Carl says, and this might be plausible, that if red goes this way, there might not be room for 9 regions anymore. If red goes this way, then, well, first of all, this cell is already lopped off from ever possibly being part of a region. But if red goes this way, all of this real estate gets lopped off. I can get one region over here, and then I would have to fit, let's see, I would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'd have to fit 3 regions down here. Which I just can't, it looks like. I think I believe it, although I'm a little hesitant. Okay, so what is this claim about things mod 3? So, I think the point. So I think the point is if I look at something like 3-3. If I look at some point like this, if I exclude it, I think the argument you have to make this is that you block off too many possibilities. But so I think I believe that. So the claim from chat is that if you look at all the cells where both coordinates are a multiple of 3, like these, that they're always going to end up being part of a region. Those cells. That those always have to be part of a region because of the sliding block puzzle that we're solving. I definitely don't feel prepared to prove that. But it seems very believable to me that this is true. But I don't think I'm prepared to prove it. But I think if this becomes a genre where it's exactly 11 by 11, I think it becomes in everyone's interest to prove this. The 22 clue is done. The 22 clue's already fixed. These already add to 22, Barbie. The 5 is summing only these cells. The 5 doesn't make it there. But I think probably the same. It's probably a really clever way to get at the same idea as Carl's observation that if I put this over here, I block off the ability to do this. Yes, I'd love a concise proof. If there's a concise proof, I will be happy to use it. But It's certainly not true that there's at most 2 gray cells in any row. We already have a row with more than 2 gray cells. But I could cram all of the boxes at the top left and have 2 rows and 2 columns that have absolutely nothing in them at all, and that would work. See, what makes it a really interesting claim is that it's a claim about only cells that are divisible by 3 in both directions. And I don't see, without coloring, and it's probably a coloring problem, but without coloring, I don't see how you're going to prove something that's only true about those cells. But I'm betting, so I bet there's a regular way to color, not in the Sudoku sense, in the mathematical sense. I bet there's going to be, I bet there's a coloring of the grid in which those cells are colored and there's only 9 of them. So let's see. Let me pull up F puzzles real fast. F puzzles, please. Thank you. Give me an 11 by 11. Okay, I think I know how to prove this. So I think this is the point. I think this row, I color red, yellow, green, and I alternate in exactly that pattern. Oops, sorry, those are supposed to be red, not green. These I'm supposed to color yellow. These I'm supposed to color green. This row, I color this row blue, followed by pink, followed by say that other yellow. And this row, I'm going to go ahead and color in whatever other colors I have not used. Light green, salmon. Oops, I did not color that correctly. How did I screw this up? Did I screw up this whole area? I am terrible at this. Okay. This is not going to be a good proof if I don't actually color this correctly. So that's supposed to be green, then red, then yellow. This is... Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Nicholas. I'm showing you how to prove this. That all the 0 mod 3 regions have to be colored. Blue, purple, yellow, blue, purple, yellow, blue, purple, yellow, blue, purple. Oh, my picture's blocking. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Sorry, I'm only trying to get a regular coloring here going, and I'm not succeeding at doing it super well. Let's see, salmon, 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 salmon. And then we'll make these Nicholas points black, 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 black. Okay, so here's what you have to imagine, because there's no easy way for me to do this. You have to imagine that I repeated this exact coloring pattern just in these cells, and then in these cells, and then in these cells. And the thing you want to focus on here, and this is the thing that Nicholas figured out, and I think this is very cool, is that these cells all end up black in that picture. But here's the point. No matter where I place a square in this grid, no matter how I place it, that square is going to end up with exactly one of every color. So it's going to end up with one dark green, one light green, one blue, one purple, one salmon, one light yellow, one dark yellow, and one black. And no matter how I slide it, it's not going to change. And the reason for that is just pick any 3 consecutive cells in any row, this row, this row, this row. It's rigged so that any 3 consecutive cells in any row are the same color no matter where in the row you are. And so my box is just 3 consecutive rows. And so because I'm repeating this pattern, and again, you have to imagine I've repeated this exact pattern down in these cells and so on. It guarantees that I'm using, for every 3x3 square, I'm using a red cell, a yellow cell, a green cell, and so on. Okay. Now, why is this exciting? The reason why this is exciting is because unlike other colors, so if I filled in all the red cells, let me just try and do that terribly. Red, 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 red. And so that will be red, 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 red. That will be a total of 16 red cells. I need to use 9 of the 16 red cells. That's not at all exciting. There's lots of options. However, there are only 9 black cells. And so if I want to put 9 regions in, then I have to use all of them. And so this actually proves Nicholas's claim that the cells that are black in this coloring have this special property that they always end up having to be used. Okay. Anytime you want to prove anything about a tiling problem, this is a good technique to try and use, where you sort of try and color the underlying board and figure out something special. Okay, so I'm just going to port that over to here, switch my mode back to Penpa. Oh, sorry, my mode is still in Penpa, but I'm going to switch the Zeta back over to this side. And then we're going to put in the cells that we know have to be shaded. And I will, if I don't know their color yet, I will make them black exactly like we did before. So this cell, let's see, 1, 2, 3, that one, 1, 2, 3, that one. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, and let's see, 1, 2, 3 over from this, 1, 2, 3 over from that. Okay, so these are all of our black cells that we have to contend with. So no matter what, at the end of the day, these cells all have to end up shaded. They're all part of a region. So in particular, the whole reason we had this discussion is, what color is this one? This one can only be purple, because I can't cram another region in here. And so actually, if I go to purple, these two become purple. And now what is this one? Well, this one now can only be red, so red has to do that. And now purple, because purple came this way, purple actually has to slide down, and purple now does this. And so we get lots of sort of free conclusions. And so similarly, this cell now has to be part of a region. It can only be part of a region that looks exactly like this. So we get lots of mileage out of Nicholas's observation once we have proven it. So down here, this needs to be part of something. It can only look like that. And now we have just a little bit of wiggle room over for these others. Okay, but that lets us gray tons of stuff. So all of that's gray, all of that's gray. I can't fit anything else. So yeah, so now I've got to put these. And I know that there's a region here that takes up all of that, so I might as well give it a color. So let's give it the color. Is there any color I have not used yet? Yeah, we can give it brown. So, oops, not that far. You can give that one brown. And then this one, the only commonalities are, I know it always has these 4 cells. I'm going to make this a second yellow region, just for sake of that. Okay, so now this 6. We said the options were 5, 1, or 4, 2, but it can't be 5, 1 anymore. If this was a 5, then it would actually sum 3 cells. So in fact, it's 4, 2. So that's a 4, that's a 2, that's a 6, that's a 4. Okay, so now the 9 clue is seeing, the 9 clue is a 15 that's seeing down to here. So these are a 1, 2, 3 triple. As we had previously hoped did not happen, but hey, it's what happened. So these are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't need to write these because this is going to be huge. Okay. I feel in a weird way this almost kind of ruins the puzzle. If brown did not go up, then this would never work, right? If these were gray, what would I make this cell? Well, I'd either make it an 8, in which case I'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, in which case it would not work, or I'd make it a 9, in which case I'd sum to 15, which doesn't work either. So brown has to go up. Brown goes that way. Oops, I did not mean to shade the 14. Backseat and spoil all you want. So this is a collaborative effort. So the etiquette is whatever you want to say, you can say it. I will do my best to read it in chat, although I am fairly dyslexic, so often I will read snippets and guess what people said based on that, unless I very carefully concentrate. But by all means, talk about it and do your best, and I will be happy to engage with you as much as possible. Okay, the 32 clue needs, we said, at least 5 cells involved. Well, it can't have 5 cells. This digit also can't be a 6, because if it was a 6, we'd only actually be summing... Oh, actually, sorry, no, it could be a 6, couldn't it? I think this can only be a 6 or an 8. It was a good excuse to pull on my combinatorics professor hat. Yeah, so 5 and 7 are gone. Oh, so the point is if I make this a 6, I need to make these cells sum to 32, which would mean I would need to make these cells sum to 13, and they definitely don't sum to 13. So, right, so this is an 8. I agree. So now I need to make these cells sum to, I need to make these cells sum to 13, which they only will do if this is a 1 and this is a 3. And now these cells can be anything. Let's see. Why not 7? Because there's a 5-7 pair up here. No, by all means. I didn't say it. I should have said it, but I didn't. This isn't a 1. Okay, that 6 is done. The 14 is going to be interesting. Let's see. The 14... Yeah, I think the 14 actually has options, which is really unfortunate. I don't like it when things have this many options. Oh, it's also not 2. Hey, fancy that. That's a 3, so this is not a 3. That's not a 3 either. Let's see. I think if I were to design this puzzle, I would make the grid 1 larger so that you could not do that trick. Only because I think, once you've seen the trick, it's that trick. I think the trick is very cool. I think it's very cool to do the trick once. But I would not want to, set another puzzle where that trick was relevant. Let's see. Doesn't the 2-4 pair go here? Right, because I need all the digits in this column. That is an excellent spot, Brendan. By the way, welcome, Brendan. I'm not sure if I've seen you chatting around here before, but welcome either way. This column is effectively a real Sudoku column now. It's got 9 digits in it. It needs all of them. And I can just ask the question, where did the 2-4 go? And the 2-4 need to go here because they can't repeat in purple. So now these digits are known. They're a 1, 2, let's see, I need a 3, we got a 4, 5, need a 6, got a 7, 8, and we need a 9. These are a 3, 6, and a 9. Well, that one's not a 3, of course. So now these digits are a 1, we've got a 2, 3, 4, we need a 5, 6, 7, 8. These are not 1 at the very least. We can say, well, glad to have you here. Always happy to have new viewers. Let's see. Yeah, I need a 1 and a 7 in this column, but who knows where they go. I need an 8 in this column, which is going to go over here somewhere, but that seems a little bit chasey. Let's see. The 4 and 6 in row 4 definitely go down here. Wait, do I know where they go down here? Oh, row 3. Sorry. No. Right. In row 3, I need to have a 4 and a 6, and they can only go here. Okay, sorry. I got distracted. So these are a 4, 6, so we can write in what these are. So... so these are a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are a... oh, I don't know what those are, but I know what these are, I guess. So these are a 1... let's see, we need a 2. Let's see, we've got a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Why did I screw this up? Oh, because there's not a 5. Or so there's not a 2. 5, 7, 8. That's the correct number of things for there to be over here. Let's see. And we know there's an 8 up here because there's not an 8 down here. I almost have a 5, 7, 8 triple in this column. I know one of these two is a 4. Is it possible that this is a 4? So in other words, I'm asking, is it possible that these 3 sum to 21 without an 8? I think it's just possible, unfortunately. It would probably require this cell to be too big, though. That's my instinct, is that it would require that cell to be too big. See, Carl says this has to start with a 3. Okay, so if it doesn't start with a 3, it can't start with a 4. So, well, it can't start with a 4 by the comment. What if it started with a 5? Then we would have these cells summing to 18. So these summing to 13. I don't think I see why that's broken. Yeah, I don't quite see. There's something here that I'm missing. I believe. Row 11, column 9. That one can't be 3. Is that really the cell you meant, Nicholas? Row 11, column 9? I think that's row 11, column 9. Though if I'm counting to the wrong place, I apologize. Row 11. Oh, row 11 is the bottom one. Got it. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I have had two different people. One who said this has to be 3 and another who said this can't be 3. Let's see. So if this was 3, I would need these two cells to add up to 15. Oh, and they can't be 7, 8 or 6, 9. Okay, so I believe the statement that this can't be 3. So this is not 3, 4. So this has got to be a 5, because if this were not 5, then it would end up being at least 7, which is way too big. So that's a 3. Sorry, not a 3, not a 3. It's a 5. It's a 5. Sorry, after proving carefully that it cannot be 3, we're going to fill in 3. Okay, so this is not 7 or 8 because we got a 7, 8 pair in the column. This 1 or 5 is now a 1. So now these two cells need to sum to 9. So these sum to 9, which means that they are either... well, they're not 4, 5. They could be... they can't be 3, 6. So they have to be 2, 7. No, they can't be 2, 7. 18 minus 6, I'm being told, not 9. Let's try again. Now that 18 minus 6 is no longer 9. So we'll try this strange math where instead 18 minus 6 is 12. So how am I making these two sum to 12? Not as 5, 7. Not as 4, 8. So it must be as 3, 9. 3, 9. So this digit's now a write-in. This has got to be a 2, right? For the column. So that's a 1. So that's a 2. That's a 4 and a 2. Like that. Let's see. This is 5 or 7 only. I should go ahead and write in. Let's see. 4 in red needs to go in one of these places. Which is important because it does that. Thank you, Sam. I don't know why I'm not using my keyboard shortcuts today. I should be using my keyboard shortcuts. So that's 6. That's 4. Could this possibly be 4 now? Now that I know this is a 5. So if this is a 4, I would need these 3 cells to sum to 21, with one of them being a 5. So I would need these 2 cells to sum to 21 less 5, which is 16, which would work if there were 7 and 9. So it'd have to be 7 there, 9 there. Ugh. It just works. Okay, so Carl believes it has to be 4. Okay, so what if it's not 4? Then it would have to be bigger than 4. Well, it couldn't be 5. So the next thing it could be is 6. What if it was 6? If it was 6, I would need all 6 of these cells to sum to 25. Now, 6 cells sum to minimum 21, but we have an 8 in there, so we'd actually sum to minimum 23. A 1 in brown is placed? That sounds cool. Yeah, so 1 in brown isn't down here, and this certainly can't be a 1, because 1 and 14 are not the same digit. So very, very smart observation. That's a 1. 6 plus 5 plus 8 equals 19. Okay, so yeah, if I used a 6, 5, and an 8... Okay, so here's Carl's argument. If I used a 6, 5, and 8, then the total of those would be 19, so I would need these two to sum to 6. But they can't, because they would have to be 2 and 4, and 2 and 4 are gone in this box. 3? What? I'm just saying if this is a 6, it doesn't work, right? If this is a 6... Well, I meant these cells. I knew what it was, regardless. So, yeah. So the other 3 cells... Oh, it's 3 cells, not 2. Okay. Well, anyway. 6, 5, and 8 sum to 19. So the other 3 cells would have to sum to 6. They would have to be 1, 2, 3 exactly, but there can't be a 2 anywhere because the 2s are gone. Okay. In any event, that means this has to be a 4. Which means this has to work out exactly like I said before, where that's the 9 and that's the 7. So that's the 5, that's the 8, that's the 7. Let's let's see. These digits are let's see. These are 1. We got 2, 3, 4, 5. We got a 6. Need a 7. Sorry, we've got a 7. We need an 8. These are 1, 6, 8. That one's not 1. Let's see. It would please Nicholas if we cleaned up this area a little bit. So let's clean this area up a bit. So we've got a 5, 7 pair now over here. Which means these digits are not 5 or 7. So the 5 and 7 are over here in this box. So there is a 5 over here, for whatever that's worth. Even better. This cell's not 5 or 7, so this cell's a 5, so these two are a 5, 7 pair. So what's left in this box? Let's fill that in. Let's see. I need a 1. I've got a 2. I need a 3. Got a 4, 5. Need a 6. Got a 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are 1, 3, 6. That one's not a 3 by the column above. That might be all I get. But hey, we're making progress. Let's see. What can these cells be? They can't be... can't be 1. They could be 2. They can't be 3 or 4 or 5. They could be 6. They can't be 7. They could be 8, and they can't be 9. Oh, these are just a write-in? Really? 2, 6, 8? Did that really work out that way? Let's double check that. Oh yeah, totally, because I need to place a 1 in this column, and the only place it can go is here. That would have been the easier way to see that. Okay, so that means that these cells are known now. They are a 4 and a 5, as we already knew, 6, 7, 8, and a 9. So that's not a 9. That's not an 8. This puzzle is super fun. I am very into this puzzle. 8 in pink. 8 in pink is over here. Let's see. 4, 5, 9. Yes, one of these two is 9. Oh, I can complete the green box at the top. I can. Thank you, Ken. So that's a 5 and that's a 7. That is exactly where my mind went, Demano. Let's see. Yeah, we've only got 3 clues left. Let's see. Yeah, we've got the 16, the 18, and the 14 to sort out. Let's see. Row 6. It's not appealing. I almost feel like if I'm going to do some weird pencil marking, I want to do it here. Let's see. This can't be a 3. So this can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4. This is at least 5. So let's write in what this could be. So this could be 5. If this was a 5, then in order to make this work, this would need to be an 8. This could be a 6. If this were a 6, in order to make this work, this would need to be a 7. Okay, now if this is a 7, we now get interesting. Okay, I'm not going to write in this cell. If this is a 7, we now need these cells to sum to 14 without using a 2 or a 4. So we'd be a minimum of 1, 3, 5, 6. Uh, 1, 3, 5, 6 is 15. If I did that right. So that doesn't work. Okay, so this can't be a 7, because if this is a 7, I'm summing all of these digits, and they sum to a minimum of 15, and that doesn't work. So this is only a 5 or a 6. So I'm going to restore that pencil mark. This is only a 7 or an 8. Well, I didn't have you around to warn me about the hard ones, Naverio. Cool things would happen if the 16 clue was a 20 clue. Okay. So, I just really don't want to think about this clue, because I have no idea what to do with it. So maybe the point is 1, 2, and 4 are gone in this column. So these 4 cells already sum to how much? These 4 cells already sum to a minimum of 3, 5, 6, 7, which is already too big. 3, 5, 6, 7's way too big. So the bottom cell in this column cannot be large enough that I see that cell. So the bottom cell in this column is at most a 5. In fact, it has to be a 5, because it can't be a 4. Maybe it could be a 3. It's a 3 or a 5. Let's see. If it were a 3, it would have to go here. And those 3 would need to sum to 16. I'd need these 2 to sum to 13. That seems possible, unfortunately. Or if it's a 5, the 5 is there. And then we could do it that way. Let's see. 5 in row. Well, but it could be this could be the 5. The bottom cell of yellow, I don't know where it is yet. Because yellow could do that, and then this could be a 5, and that would be fine, I think. I would need these 3 cells in that instance. No, I would need these. If this is a 5, I count up 2, 3, 4, 5. These 3 cells would need to sum to 10. That's not possible. No, they need to sum to 11, right? Okay, let's think about this. So if I want to put a 5 at the bottom, it's got to go here. And now I need these 3 cells to sum to 11. Because the 5 can't go here because there's a 5 in the row. But I can't make 3 digits sum to 11 if I can't use 1 or 2. I'd have to use at least 3, 4, 5, and I'd get to at least 12. I couldn't use 4 anyway. The bottom digit's not a 5. The bottom digit's a 3. And if the bottom digit's a 3, it has to go here. So we can do a little bit more yellowing. So that's a 3. And now these 2 digits need to add to 13. And so what are the ways to make 13? There's 6 and 7, 5 and 8. 6 and 7 are 5 and 8. It's not 4 and 9. But I don't think I know whether it's 6, 7, or 5, 8. I do know that's not an 8, so that's not a 5. Oh, 6, 7 is not possible, because if I look at row 11, I need a 6 in yellow. So, in fact, this is 8 and 5. Oops. 8 and 5, which gives us a whole bunch of stuff. So that gives us a 7 and a 5. Maybe it does not give us a whole bunch of stuff. Maybe it gives us a teeny tiny bit of stuff just to keep our hopes up. But you know what? I'm going to shade these. Not because I think it will help anyone, but because it makes me happy. And that's a good enough reason. This is not anything but a 9 anymore. So let's go ahead and fill in the 9. This is not a 9. These two cells are now equal to something I know. They're now a 6 and a 7, it looks like. Yep, they're now a 6 and a 7, which tells us that this is an 8. Oops, tells us that that's an 8. And so if that's an 8, I need these three to sum to 14. Those two sum to 9, so that needs to be a 5. These 4 digits are, let's find out. Looks like 2, 3, 4, 9. These aren't 3. Oops, that's not 3 either. Well, that was disappointing. That 8 looks up there and sees that that's a 3 and an 8. Let's see, am I now supposed to look at the 18 clue? Probably supposed to look at the 18 clue now. Oh, this isn't a 3. So that is a 3. Good job to Okali there. Let's see. Okay, so if yellow took these cells, then what would these 3 cells be? They would be 1, 2, 3, right? Right. They'd be 1, 2, 3. And that's a problem because there's already a 3 in yellow. So yellow can't take these cells. It would need an extra 3. So therefore, yellow takes these cells. That's just a paraphrase of Barbie's argument. Sorry, of More Crabs' argument. I will eventually start calling you More Crabs. It will happen. So that lets us finish this whole bit. So now what does the 18 clue start with is a reasonable question. So note it can't start with a 6 ever, or a 5. So it can't start with 5, 6, 7, or 8. And it can't start with 3. It certainly can't start with 2. So, right. So it has to start with 4, as Franco says. So this is a 4. And so I need the sum of these 4 digits to be 18, which means I need that digit to be a 9. And so now we get to unwind this. Like that. That 9 looks up and places a 9 up there. So these aren't 9. Let's see. These digits are a 1 that goes here. And a 7 that goes here. These 2 digits are a 2 and a 6. The 2 goes there. The 6 goes there. And so now it should just be Sudoku somehow. 3 in purple has been called by Nicholas. This is not a 3. Yeah, what is going on now? How do we possibly resolve this? By being better at Sudoku is probably the answer. Let's see. Okay, this row... No? Six sevens and 5 sevens. Oh, aligned 6s again? Ah, we are looking at aligned 6s again. These 6s align. I've not been good at spotting that today. So the 6s in these 2 rows, don't even ask me what number they are. The 6s in these 2 rows are in those cells. So these aren't 6s. So that gives us a 2, a 6, and an 8, which will hopefully resolve the rest of the puzzle. That'll be a 4 and a 2. I thought it would resolve the rest of the puzzle. Let's see. Oh, this 9 has been looking across a 6 and a 9. 6 goes a 7 and a 6. 7 goes a 5 and a 7. Was that 9 already available when people made me do an X-Wing on 6s that wasn't really an X-Wing? 4 and 9, so that's a 5. Let's see, this is not a 5 or a 9, so it's a 4, and that's a 9, and then we are done. Very cool puzzle. I feel like sometimes chat encourages me to go the hard way on purpose. That's my claim. Very cool puzzle. I liked that one a lot. Hopefully the camera is high enough you can't see that I just spilled a giant amount of tea on myself. Yeah, that one was very cool. Yeah, it definitely felt like it got harder as the puzzle went along. But we got to pause mid-puzzle to do a combinatorics problem, so I will be happy with the... I will be happy with the puzzle. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, I enjoyed that one. Alrighty, well, I'm going to take a short break, especially after that one. But I will be right back with more puzzles. So hang out. I'll see you all soon. Thanks again to David Ratner and all of the rest of you who've done super chats today. Thank you also to all of our patrons. We greatly appreciate all of the patrons. And thank you to those of you who subscribe, and thank you to those of you who like the video. I will see you shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. I do intend to do progressive divisors, although when you tell me that that no one has solved it in under 2 hours, it somewhat frightens me. But I did read the rules, and I thought it sounded cool, so it is in my list. Although some things have been in my list, and then every day I'm like, not today, maybe another time. So who knows? And yeah, the previous puzzle was by Jesper. Or Jesper, I'm not sure which, but one of the most prolific solvers on LMD who also posts really awesome stuff that is usually in the either pencil puzzle or pencil puzzle Sudoku hybrid sort of area. All right. So, oh yeah, I'm definitely doing Niplu Ultra. Uh, there's no way I'm not going to do that one. Uh, so this puzzle, we're going to do a slightly nicer puzzle. Well, not nicer, a slightly easier puzzle now, which I say fully aware that that will likely mean that this puzzle will proceed to consume me. Yeah, I definitely am doing Niplu Ultra. There was never any question about whether I would do a Chaos Construction Schrodinger cell puzzle or not. Uh, you're welcome to PM me, O'Cally, and I will add you to the list of setters who I have permission to stream. But also, if you want me to do your puzzle, you should get it test solved and then get it posted to something like LMD where I can see it rated. So I will usually do puzzles only if they have either been rated or heavily vetted. That is my usual rules. Alrighty, so we did just do a puzzle from a first time constructor earlier in the stream by Josh Johnson that was just amazing. So nothing against first time setters. I'm more than happy to do first time setters puzzles. I just want to like be able to verify that the puzzle solves and is good because well there's only so much time on stream and I can't do all the puzzles sadly. All right, so this puzzle, this is an arrow puzzle with an anti-knight constraint. So the way the arrow puzzle works is that if I look at this circle and I sum all the digits along the line, then I get that. So if this is a 1, a 2, and a 1, then this would be a 4, and that would be a 4. And that's the way that this works. But additionally, in this grid, I'm not allowed to put two digits that are within a knight's move of each other. Well, I'm not allowed to put two of the same digit within a knight's move. So this would break the rules of the puzzle. So I have to be careful in the process of doing this to avoid that eventuality. Okay, but that is that. So let's try and figure out what's going on with this monster. So first thing I'm tempted to do is figure out what this cell can be. So, oh, sorry, I should put in a bet cell. I'll put in a bet cell here. So this has a very 9-y sort of look to it. But I can prove to you that it's at least 7 for sure. Because if I look at the sum of these cells, the sum of these 6 cells, it's at least 21. And so if I sum 21, or sorry, if I sum these 6, I get to at least 21. So this can't possibly be smaller than 7. So it is 7, 8, or 9. And I know the 9 can only live in one of these cells. Now, what if I put the 9 over here? Then I'm forced to put the 8 over here. Because the 8 can only go... the 8 can only go anywhere but here if this is an... Oh, sorry, but one of these if that's the 9. But let's see. Okay, so we know the sum of this stuff is a... Well, the sum of these is a multiple of 3. So the sum of the 3 remaining cells is a multiple of 3, which is interesting. So I really want to think that these are a 7, 8, 9 triple, but I don't think I know that just yet. Oh, Nicholas wants to think about odd evens. I was thinking about mod 3. It's possible that odd even is also an option. So I don't immediately see it though. let's see, these three sum to a multiple of 3. And one of them is a 9. So one of these is 1 mod 2, and one of them's 2 mod 2. Unless they're a 3, 6, 9 triple, I guess is possible. Yeah, so I think we should write out. So I think we should start coloring ways of summing to this number. So this is one way to sum to that number. Note there are always at most 4 ways to sum to numbers. So there's 4 ways to sum to 9 and 2. Oh, this one could have a double digit, though, so be careful. So here's the annoying thing, though. Oh, actually, okay. So this is green. So the question is, could any of these be green? And so the only way that could happen is if this is the green one, because these obviously can't be green. So this could be green. But I suspect by just the nature of the problem that we're probably trying to prove that this is not green somehow. If this was green, I would put 2 green digits up there. But that seems fine. Of course, they could not both go there. So that digit would end up being green. And so this digit would be that digit, would be that digit. Let's see, look at where row 5, column 3 goes in the box. Okay, so row 5, column 3. Okay. Row 5, column 3. That's genius. Okay. Very well spotted, Garion. Okay, so here's the point. It has to be green. And the reason is because otherwise I stop being able to put this digit in this box at all. And the reason is because if I want to put this on an arrow in box 5, it has to go with its friend, the other green. So in light of that, plus the knight's move, which we should not forget, I am blocked out of putting this in any of these cells. Now, I certainly can't put it here, because if I put it here, I would need this to be that green cell, so that's not possible. It can't put it here because the number can't be on its own arrow. And I can't put it there for the same reason. So in fact, this green-black cell goes here and is green-black, and that's green. And now by our previous argument, the green cells go up here. One of them certainly goes here, because they can't both go here. Wait, no, maybe they could both go here. Never mind. Don't listen to me. I think they could both go here because I don't know about this digit just yet. I know that one of these two is green-black. So I want to do the same thing, but with these. So these are going to be purple. And I need to ask where the purple cells go in this box. And probably the answer is they're going to need to go there. But if I just take that out, well, purple's not green visibly. And it can't go there. So yeah, so this is going to be purple-black. So that's purple. And so this is purple-black. So we've got that so far. So this sum, is there anything we could do with this sum? I don't know. I'm going to guess these two digits are going to end up having to be the same, and that's probably the punchline here. But I'm not 100% sure. So yeah, that's what I was trying to prove, was that this needed 4 different combinations. So we've proved it has at least 2 different combinations. Well, we know it has at least 3 different combinations. And then this combination. So this is not green or purple, and it's also not yellow, because this yellow cell sees both of these. So this can't be a 7. It's an 8 or a 9. Now, you might be saying 8 only has 3 ways, but 8 has 4 ways, because this could be double 4. So the question is, if this is double 4, where does it go in box 5? And that doesn't work. Gorgeous. Okay. So if this were 8, this would need to be double 4. And the problem is that the only place that those 4 could get placed in box 5 would be here. But then by the short stubby arrows, it would get placed there, which would rule it out of there. So this is actually a 9. This is sincerely the other way to make 9. Make it orange, I suppose. And these two are different. Okay. So these are all the ways to make 9. So these 2 digits that are orange, they go here. So now these digits are at least 4. So both of them are at least 4. So this is a 4-5 pair. That's the only way that that's going to work. And so if this is a 4-5 pair, of course, these are a 4-5 pair and are orange as well. And these digits are a 1, a 1, and a 2 in one instance, and a 1, a 1, and a 2, a 2, and a 1 in the other instance. So these are only from 1, 2, 3 in order to make that work. And it seems impossible that this isn't the one that's the 1. So certainly this isn't a 3, for example. If this were a 2, yeah, so it's either 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 2, which it's not, because that would put too many 1s in one place, I think. Or it's 1, 2, 2, and whatever. But anyway, if this digit's a 2, right, if this digit's a 2, I need one of these to add to 2. That's not going to work. So this is definitely a 1. So those aren't 1. So yeah, maybe it will be 1. Maybe these will both be 1, and then this will be a 2, 3 pair. That's also possible. But this digit's a 1, so we can at least go that far. Let's see. So, do we want to flash one of the oranges black is the question. So here's the key point. These aren't both purple. But one of them is purple, so that's purple. Likewise, these aren't both green, so that's green. So we can at least do that little bit of coloring. Now, one of these two is green. So this is the high green. And likewise, this is the high purple, because one of these two is green and it's the low green. So these are from 6, 7, 8 for sure. So there is a 9 forced to be in one of these two cells over here. Seems worth noting. So there's a 9 up here somewhere. Likewise, Likewise, there's a 9 forced into one of these two cells, although that's less good. Let's see. Do I know that this does not, or do I know that this sees all of 1, 2, and 3? Probably, right? Okay, so this certainly can't be a 1, because then that would make this a 2, 3, and that would not work. Actually, yeah, this is not a 1. Yeah, if this were a 1, 2, or 3, it would break these by making them both the same, and they need to not be the same. So this is not 1, 2, or 3, or 4, or 5. So this is the big one. Oops. This is 6, 7, 8. And so this is the little one. This is 1, 2, 3. And so now as soon as I know that these are different, I'm going to know that this is a 1. So one of these is, let's just repeat this to ourselves. One of these is a 1, 3, and one of them is a 1, 2. Right? Because the ones that add to 4. So in particular, these are both 1, right? That's the point. These have been 1 for a long time because I needed a 1 in order to make that work. And then these are 2, 3, but they're a different 2, 3, so that's a 1. And so that's an 8. And so these aren't 8. I think I did not get that as quickly as I could have. We'll be honest. Okay, what color is this 2, 3? This 2, 3 is, let's see, I'm not sure I know, annoyingly. Okay, I know I do know the color of the 2, 3, because I know there's a green up here, and 1 is not green. So this 2, 3 is green. This is the 2, 3 of greens. This is the 2, 3 of purples. And so the 2, 3 of purples now is not purple-black. So this is purple-black. Likewise, the 2, 3 of greens is not green-black. So that's green-black. And so we can go back and fill in, okay, so all the purple blacks are 6 or 7. All the non-purple blacks are 2, 3. Likewise, these are 2, 3. These are 6, 7. Okay, so we know a lot is the answer. Good things all around. Okay, so... we're being asked about green 2, 3 and row 3. Wow, that is quite the spot. Carl has identified that green 2, 3 only goes here in row 3, thanks to Anti-Knight. So we'll go ahead and make that a 2, 3, and I'm going to guess there's probably a parallel thing in column 3 for purple 1, 3. Or sorry, purple 2, 3. Oh, maybe there's not. Maybe purple 2, 3 has a little bit more flexibility. I think actually purple 2, 3 could be over there. But column 7 now, there we get the purple 2, 3 has to go there. Okay, so it was symmetric. You will be happy to know. Let's see. I kind of want to follow Andrew's advice of making a random orange cell black. So this is orange black. So these two are vanilla orange. So in this row, I need both vanilla orange and 9. So vanilla orange and 9. So this can be neither vanilla orange nor 9, right? No, this could be vanilla orange, or this could be 9, but not both. So this cell's always vanilla orange or 9. Orange can't go in the circle. That's a good point. Vanilla orange never goes in the circle. I'm trying to avoid making this arrow have one but not both oranges on it. But I think we can't quite get there. But yeah, the orange can't go in the circle because it wouldn't be big enough. Okay, actually, what does go in the circle? So that's a good question. So what's the smallest digit that this could possibly be? Well, it has to be bigger than 5, in fact. So it has to be at least 6, but it can't be 8 or 9. Oh, it could be 9. Darn. So this is always 6 or 6, 7, or 9? Oh, Lord. Okay. Oh, let's see. Dale Mock says every combination is broken if I try and make this 9. Okay, I need to make all of these yellow, or that's not going to be clear. So certainly this combination can't be yellow. It can't be green. So it's not yellow, it's not green, it's not orange. Why can it not be purple? It looks to me like this could be purple with the 2, 3 here and the 6, 7 here. Why is that broken? Let's see, row 5, column 7. C's row 4, column 5. Okay, yes. I need to put orange in this row. It can't go here because there's orange in the box. It can't go here because there's an orange there that sees it. Thank you, Carl. It can't go here because I'd need a 1 or a 2, 3 pair, and I can't get either. So that cell is orange and is a 4, 5. So this is a 9. And so this, therefore, is the purple combination. So this is purple, purple, and that's the one that's purple, black. So this is 2, 3. That's 6, 7. I can probably do almost the same. No, this is the place where this is asymmetric. Okay. Let's see. I need to place a purple over here. That's fine. Need to place a 6, 7. That's fine. Okay. What is this last cell? This last cell, I know what it is. It's an 8. So that is my yellow cell. So that's an 8. While I am at it. Let's see. I still need a purple 2, 3 in this row, so it's going to go in one of these 2 cells. And I still need, excuse me, I still need a 4, 5 with a flash in that row. That's fine. Okay. So what's left in this row? I need a 6, 7 with a purple 6, 7 and a 1. So these are from 1, 6, 7. I do need a green 2, 3 in one of these. I need a 9 in one of these. The 9 is in one of those 2, actually, because of Knight's move. I need a green 2, 3, and I need a other 4, 5. But I don't know anything at all about the other 4, 5 so far, I don't think. Okay, there's definitely a 1 up here somewhere, for whatever that's worth. I know that one of these 2 is black 6, 7. So one of these 3 is black 6, 7. So that doesn't really get me anywhere, unfortunately. Let's see. Okay, so 9 in row 7 is limited. 9 is not there or there or there or there or there. Okay, so the 9, yeah, the 9 is in one of these 2 cells. I agree. talking about green 6-7. I suppose I don't really need the colors if I also have the numbers in, aside from the orange ones. But no, I'm just saying I know one of those two is the green 6-7. But that doesn't quite get me far enough to do anything, I don't think. Let's see. Well, I know this cell's not 4 or 5 because it sees both 4 and 5. Yeah, should we just look at everything and see what could go here? It feels like there's a lot that could go here. So can I even rule out that the orange 4-5 goes here? The orange black 4-5? Like this could be a 3 and a 1 or a 2 and a 3, right? It can't be either 6-7 though. So we've ruled out the 6-7s at least. This could be 8 or 9, I believe. So I think this is 8, 9, 4, or 5. I think those are the options. Let's see. The 8 in this box is in one of these cells. That's not quite enough to do anything. Anti-90, which is what I really want to do. The 8 is in one of those cells, so it's not here. It's not there. It's not there. So just by anti-night stuff, I can say the 8 in this box is over here. So the 8 in this box is here. It's not there. So these aren't 8. That's not 8. None of those are 8. So one of these is 8. Oh, and it's not that one. So that's an 8? No. What did I do? Sorry. One of these two is 8, is the point, right? Why can't 8 be in row 8, column 2? Oh, did I screw up my 8ing? That's very possible. Row 8. Okay, so 8 in row 8, column 2. I may have gotten overexcited about my 8s. Okay, so my 8 down here. Oh, I see what I did. So I noticed this shape, but this shape only rules out that cell. It doesn't rule out that cell. And then I got distracted. Okay, never mind. Okay, so we can figure out if this was a 9, this would have to be green. With the green 2, 3 here and the green 6, 7 here. Which would place a green 6, 7 here, of course. Why is row 1, column 5 not able to be a 3? Oh, you know what? Maybe it could be a 3. Oh, no, it can't be a 3 because there's a 2-3 pair in the column. So that is why it's not able to be a 3. Let's see. So it can't be green-black 6-7 because the green-black 6-7 is forced into one of these two cells, Dale. I don't have a way to pencil mark that's not pathological, which is why I have not. But that is why. So the green-black 6-7's actually only in 2 places in this row. I don't know that is super useful. Iran has an excellent point, which is that I know where 1, 2, and 3 are in column 9, because they're not up there. So 1, 2, and 3 actually are placed down here, which is gorgeous. Thank you, Iran, for that. So we have that. That one's not purple, of course, but it could be anything else. Wow, as soon as you said that, I thought that was going to do a ton of work, and now I'm not sure that it has. So green 2, 3 in this row is now only here or here. So one of these two is green 2, 3. I don't know that that helps anyone. One of these two is a 1. That might be helpful to note. So these aren't 1, but that does not seem useful. One of these is a 1. That also does not seem useful. Andrew has it. Now where is orange black in box 9? And so the effect of Iran's comment was to lock orange 4, 5 out of these cells. So orange 4, 5 is now placed here. Excellent, excellent. So now the purple 6, 7 is placed, because now the purple 6, 7 can only go here. All coming together. So now I can do some nonsense with the 6, 7, which is, remember, this 6, 7 up here is only in one of these two cells. But the 6, 7 in this box is now there. So this actually places the green 6, 7 up here. So now this arrow can't be 9 anymore, because now every way of making 9 is ruled off of it, I think. Actually, why couldn't it be 1, 8? Maybe it could be 1, 8. We don't have this orange 4, 5 in column 8. So that the none flashed orange 4, 5 is up there. And so this cell should be a write-in. It must be an 8 in yellow. Oops. So that other 4, 5 has to show up over here somewhere in there. Let's see. 8 in this box is now placed here. So this isn't an 8 anymore. And now I think this can't be a 9, because this could not be a purple arrow, a green arrow, a yellow arrow, or an orange arrow. So now this is not a 9. Now this is a 4 or a 5, owing to that. And so this arrow comes from 1, 2, 3, 4 only. But do I know anything from that? Let's see, well, I know this isn't a 4 or a 1. So I know this cell is a 2 or a 3. That's the point. This cell needs to be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it is not 4 and it's not 1. So it's a 2, 3, and it's the green 2, 3. So 2, 3 over here needs to go in one of those two. That's not super exciting. So this can't be a 4 anymore. This has to be a 1, 2, or 3 in order to make that work. Sadly, I don't think I know that it's not purple 2, 3. I think it probably is purple 2, 3, actually. This is the, this being a 4-5 makes it orange with a flash. Thank you, chat. So orange with a flash is in one of those two cells. What am I missing here? I'm missing a green 6, 7, an 8. And must be missing another digit. Oh, and a 9. I haven't placed the 9 here yet. Let's see. Yeah, it's so rare on this stream that we find a wacky coloring puzzle. 9 in row 1. Let's see. I think you know something about 9s that I don't. 9 pencil mark in row 4, column 3 can be removed by nice move. Yes, okay. Agree. That's not a 9. Okay, so I need to understand something complicated here. Row 1, column 3. This can't be a 1, because look at how the 4, 5 in row 5, column 6 is made up. Row 5, column 6. Ah, right. Wait, no, this is a 1. This has to be a 1, because this 4, 5 is green 2, 3 plus 1. So this has to be a 1, right? Aren't I reading that right? No, sorry. This is not. This is a 3-cell arrow, right? This is a 3-cell arrow, and so this actually needs a 2, and I actually know that this needs exactly a 2. Is the point? Because I see that green 2, 3 plus 2 1s is the 4, 5 with the flash. So yes, so that's a 2, and now the green 2, 3 is a 3. And so the flashy 4, 5 is a 5. The less flashy 4, 5 is a 4. Very nice spot, Carl. That was slick. Let's see. And now this 3 has meant the flashy green 6, 7 is a 6. And so the flashy purple 6, 7 is a 7. And so the purple 2, 3 is a 2. It's a 2. That's a 7. Let's see. And I want to get rid of at least the black flashes. I think I can color the rest of it, but the black flashes are looking a little much. I think it'll be prettier like this. So we've got all of this. So we can now actually pencil mark. That's not a 2. One of these is a 1. Let's see, this row is missing a, let's see, sorry, this is purple. Let's fix that. This row is missing a 1. We still need a 2, or we've got a 2, 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5, 6, 7, 8, and we need a 9. That's not a 4 or a 1. It's a 9. So these are not 9. They're a 1, 4 pair. So these two cells are 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. I'm checking to see if there's a 5 or 7 disambiguator, but I don't think there is yet. These cells are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Quick scan to see. That's not an 8 by Anti-Knight. That's not a 9 by Ordinary Sudoku. Is this also a 6, 8, or 9? I think it is. For the column. These 3 cells are a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 5, 9 is what these are. That's not a 2 or a 9. It's a 5 by Anti-Knight. 5s are orange, as you may know. So these are a 2, 9. So these cells... Oh, these cells aren't 6 anymore. They're 1, 7. So the 1s here have lined up for us. So I know there's a 1 in one of these cells. For whatever that's worth. It doesn't seem to be worth a whole lot, if I'm completely honest about it. Let's see. 9 in row 2 now can be placed, I am being told. How do I know 9 is not in one of these? Okay, I know 9's not in one of these cells by anti-knight. So 9 is definitely in one of these 2 cells. How do I eliminate one of them? I don't see it. The 2 in box 5? C's that 2, 9. So that's a 9 and that's a 2. That's probably going to make it a lot easier to place the 2. Or sorry, to place the 9. So 2 is purple. So now, that being a 9 means none of those are 9, which means that's a 9. So that is not a 9. That's not a 9 either. Oh, I already knew that wasn't a 9 because I'd pencil marked 9 down here ages ago. So I should have known that wasn't a 9 and therefore been able to place that 9 before, but whatever. We now know that there's a 9 here, which knocks that out, which places a 9 there. And so now there's a little tiny little X-wing-ish thing of 9s. So these cells, just to fill them in, they are a 4, 6, 9. That one's not a 9. These 3 are a... That one's not a 6, by the way. These are... let's see, we've got 1, 2. We need a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. These are 3, 4, and 9. That one's not a 9 either. Let's look around at this cell and see if it seems to be seeing any of its friends. It doesn't seem to be. This one doesn't seem to be either. This is not a 3, though, so that's at least something. So that's a 4-9 pair out of nowhere. So hooray, I guess, for that. So these cells are not 3, 4, 9, so they are a 1. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, these are 1, 6, 8. Don't see any anti-knight shenaniganery from that. Let's see. So 1 in column 3. Right. The 1 in column 3 is down here. So we can pencil mark that. Thank you, Ben. 1 in row 7 can be placed. So the 1 in row 7, right, that gives us that 1 now. So that's a 1 and is yellow. Good spot. So these aren't 1. So in fact, that is 3 and that is 2. So that is green and purple. So that's the 2 there for the row, just by Sudoku. I think that's all the 2s. Looks like all the 2s. Unless we're going to play some extra 2s, which could be exciting. This is a 3, 4, or 6, but it's not a 4, so this is a 3 or a 6. Oops. Oops. Ah! Sorry, this is a 3, 4, or 6. It's not a 4, so it's a 3 or a 6. That was the whole point. Thank you for hanging out all day, David. It's been great to have you here. Thank you again for the donation earlier. It was much appreciated. Let's see. Okay, so the 5 here. Okay, the 5 is here in this box by anti-knight / regular Sudoku. So that is a 5 and is orange. Let's see. So I need a 5 up here, and the 5 is not in the bet cell, so the 5 is here and is orange. So that's a 7 and a 5. The 7 is purple. The 5 is orange. Oh, the 9. No, 9 doesn't have a color. Let's not be silly. Okay, so this is a 6 or an 8, but it's not a 6, so it's an 8. Excuse me. Sorry, I am a violent sneezer. Okay. Green. The 8s are yellow. Thank you. Okay, these aren't 8. So that is 8 and has become yellow. Okay, so 8 in this box now is placed here by some anti-night nonsense, / by the fact that I have all the 8s looking at the box, because I think I have all the 8s. But I used anti-night nonsense. I hope you did too, because it will probably make your heart happy. Okay, these 3 cells. We're going to learn some information about the bet cell finally. 1, 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4 and a 5. 6, 7. We need an 8 and a 9. Okay, so this is not a 3. This is not a 6. Who knows? Oh, this isn't a 7 either, so that's a 3. So that's not a 3. It's a 6 or a 7. These 2 cells are a 1, 7, and an 8. No. Try again. A 1. Okay, how did I break this? Oh, they're a 1 and a 7. Why did I don't know why I was confused. I probably should not try and figure it out. But anyway, that 7 comes over here and makes that a 1 and a 7 and a 6 and a 1, and we get to do some coloring. So the 1s are yellow. The 6 is green. 7 is purple. Oh, the 3 never got its color. The 3 is green. It is true that by the end of stream, I am less functional than I was at the beginning. Not that I was super functional at the beginning, because I know you were here for it, so I can't claim otherwise, but, less functional. Okay, and so now we learn the bet cell is a 6. So congratulations if you bet 6. This is purple. This is green. Let's see. So we now can look around for other anti-night stuff. That 1 looks up there, makes that a 4 and a 1, which are orange and yellow. So this is also a 3 or a 6 in order to finish the column. So it looks like, to me, as far as I can tell. Yep, they're greens. Okay, so then that means this cell should tell us everything about the world. This cell is... this cell's a 4. So it is oranje. So these are not 4. So that should mean we now know everything that there is to know about the universe. Let's see. What am I not seeing? I feel like I'm missing something. The 3 in box 4. Thank you. The 3 in the box 4 sees that that's a 6 and that's a 3. So these are both green. I guess they were already green before I knew what order they went. But anyway, that 6 looks over here, sees a 4 and a 3, a 9 and a 4, and a 4. And now we have to finish our coloring before we finish the puzzle. So the 3 is green, the 4 is orange, the 4 is orange. The 9 does not get a color. So this cell is going to be the remaining green cell, and it's going to be the last colored cell in the puzzle. So that's a 6, and that's a 9. Very nice puzzle. I liked that. Always happy to do ZooZ puzzles, although ZooZ always makes fun of me for making hard puzzles and says he only sets easy puzzles, and then I tend to find his puzzles quite challenging. But very fun puzzle. I liked the whole, the color, all of these. So what my favorite part was why this couldn't be 8, because if this was 8, this had to be double 4, and then that was exactly countered by these double arrows. Yes, ZooZ puzzles are very fun. I think they tend to be very well polished. I remember that there are some evil ones, but there are some really cool ones in there. But they all tend to be pretty snappy. Alrighty. Let's finish up with a star battle. So one moment while I pull that up, I'll be right back, and then we'll finish off with a star battle. Alrighty, I have returned. So this is a star battle. So I'm going to explain the rules to star battle in case you have not, in case you've not seen it. And by the way, yeah, Dale Mox, I'm a huge fan of the Math Pesto Suguru puzzles. I tend to do lots of them on stream. I think there's still one or two I have not done, but I've done a great number of them. But yeah, I did the It's All a Lie one that was the puzzle of the week when I did it. So yeah, I'm a huge fan of those. Okay. So the way you do a star battle is first you look up here and it tells you how many stars. Now, I'm going to be honest, I've done a number of star battles, and I don't think I've ever done a single star battle where the number wasn't 2. But there's always a number up here, and it tells you that, oh, it's 2 in this one too. So then what that means is I have to, in every row and every column and every region, I have to place exactly 2 stars. So I could place a star there and a star there, and that would be all the stars for row 1. But the rule is the stars can't touch even diagonally. So that is not an acceptable arrangement. Okay. And those are all the rules of a star battle. So first things first is that this middle of this plus sign, if I put a star here, I would have ruled stars out of the entire plus sign. So that's not possible. So this is a little pencil mark that says, hey, this is not a star. This is another one, and so similarly, all of those cannot be stars. Now, when I go to look at these, I realize that actually there's only 2 ways to put stars in this. It's either that way, or it's that way. Now, I just want to look at real quick what happens to these things if I do it this way. So this is one state of the universe. If I put this one vertically, it forces all the rest of this. Otherwise, if I do it this way instead, I force the other state of the universe. Okay. And so what we have here is what is effectively an X-wing on stars, where we're guaranteed that in each of these rows and columns, there is one of these pluses where the stars are vertical and one where they're horizontal. So that means none of these can possibly ever be stars. This is 2 to 10th. And now the same thing in this row. Same thing in this column. And the same thing in this row. So that was the thing I saw when I looked at this, was that was going to definitely work out like that. And now I may have to think more, because that was all the thinking that I successfully did. Okay, the corners are never stars. I can't put a star here, because if I put a star here, I ruin my ability to finish the plus sign. So actually all of those, all 16 of them, those are all also not stars. Like that. So that gives me extra not stars. Okay, at some point I'm going to have to start counting 4x4s, but I don't feel like I'm quite restricted enough to start. Okay, so Ben has a slick strategy for us, which is to say, okay, if I look at the first 6 rows, I know that there are a total of 12 stars in those rows. Well, also there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 regions. So all the stars in all of these regions are eaten up by the first 6 rows, which means that this, as he calls it, the sticky outy bit, does not have any stars in it. Okay, so those are safe. Let's see. Row 2, column 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Let's see. Demano says this can't be a star because it would restrict stars in the region. Bottom right, -1. Oh, row -2. Sorry, row -2. This one. Okay. Ah, right. If this was a star, I would wipe out the ability to finish this cat. So in order to make it so that we can finish the cat, we definitely have to make sure we don't make that a star. -2 was a good convention. I just did not catch it, but it makes it much, much easier on zetas who have to try and identify things in these grids. Let's see. Are there other things like that? No, not quite. That one wouldn't quite do it. Ah, right. Okay, so Nicholas sees it. So now the twin cats, the only place to put stars are in the twin cats. The only 2 places to put stars in the 2 cats are in the bottom 2 rows. So I can't put anything anywhere out of the cats in the bottom 2 rows. That would not work. So so that says that. Interesting. Okay. So I know there's exactly 1 in this row that comes from the pluses. I've probably not been using that enough. And there's exactly 1 in this row that comes from the pluses. But that just doesn't seem useful. How am I supposed to use that? Let's see. Is there some cell that would, like, if I shade this cell, does it break my ability to finish the cats? I really don't think so. And there's still this annoying bit over here that's just, like, adding some extra possibilities. See, I know there's at most 1 in this. So in any 2x2, there's at most 1. So you can try and sort of like cover things by 2x2s. is often the strategy, although it keeps not seeming appealing here. If I look at it anywhere that I see. Uh, so if I could rule a star out of this cell, then it would rule stars out of all of these cells the same way that we had happened before, because then we'd have that. Oh, but yeah, the first 3 rows. No, not quite. That's only 5 stars. Uh, yeah, I agree. We're almost there, Ben. I don't see it. Yeah, 5 of the 6 stars are accounted for between the plus signs and the cats in the first 3 rows. Let's see. Nicholas is row 10, column 6. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This cell. I don't see why this needs a star. I believe you, but I don't see why. Okay, so Yab is looking at the last 7 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so this and to the right is the last 7 columns. So we've got in those last 7 columns, we have these 3 regions, and we have these 3 regions, but we need to fit 14 stars, which means that these sticky outy bits need to have a total of 2 stars in them. So it could be like star there, or up here. But as Demano points out, that's gorgeous, because the fact that one of these 2 has to be a star, or both, but one of these 2 has to be a star, means that this plus can't go that way. So this plus actually goes that way, which then gets us the rest of this. Let's see. And so then let's mark all the things that then can't be stars, because they now are next to a newfound star. Okay, so star dance. Good. Yeah, we can do a star dance. Do do do. Star dance. Do do do. Star dance. The star dance needs work, I'll be honest. I've not had to dance for stars before, so did not quite get us there. There are a bunch more places that can't be stars, I am told. The positive diagonal. Ah, there we go. Okay. Those. Wow, those were not there before. I refuse to believe. Those, and yeah, so okay, so there's some extra can't be plus goodiness. Okay. If I put both of these as stars, then what happens in column 1? I guess then I have to put, yeah, the... Oh, sorry. What happens in columns... I guess I have to look at columns 1, 2, and 3. If I make both of these stars, now in column 1, 2, and 3, I need to fit 6 stars. Well, there's 1. I can't put any in here. I could put 2 in here and 2 in here. Oh, no, I could put 1 in there. Darn it. No, never mind. My argument does not work. Okay, this region is getting very tight. But not so tight that I can't, like, put a star here and wipe out all but one of the places. But I only have, like, a handful of places I could possibly put stars in this last one. Okay, so this column is getting quite congested. But I could put 2 up here, or 1 up here and 1 down here. Still possible. So Dale, these I knew one of these 2 was a was a star. Did you follow that part? Because once one of these 2 had to be a star, the key thing is both of these 2 see this cell. So they told me this cell can't be a star. Or to phrase it the other way, if this cell was a star, I would not be able to put 2 stars in those cells. That's the point. Oh, the last 2 columns only have room for 4 stars. Oh, that's a good point. Okay, so here's the point. Thank you for that, Kevin. By the way, welcome, Kevin. In each of these 4 cell regions, I can only put 1 star. So that's 2 stars worth in that territory. I could put 1 in one of these 2. That's 3. And then that's 4. And that's it. That's the only way I can do it. So I need to put a star in these 2. So those 2 aren't stars. So one of these is a star. So this dot just means one of these 2 is a star. One of these 2 is a star. One of these 4 is a star. Is what these mean. Very nice spot. So that finishes this row. Because now I've got my 2 stars for this row. Let's see. Oh, I'm here. Oh, row 3 also I have all my stars for. Same exact reason. I've got a star here and a star here. Okay, this region still needs a star, which is always going in this row. So there's always exactly 1 star over here in this row. So there's always a star here in one of those, which means there's no star in either of those. Because it would touch it either way, which now means this is always a star. Because this region needs its last star. And these aren't stars because they touch that star. So I think I got there a different way than I was about to read what chat said, but I saw that and wanted to do it. And it seems like chat got there a different way. But same difference. Okay, we need a star in column 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so here's column 10. It could be down there or there. Okay, yeah, one of these 2 is a star, I know, although those don't see anything. The last one in the last 7 columns can be dotted. Let's see. Isn't there like a little X-wing on ones in these columns? Oh, I guess so. I guess, and I wish I could select cells, but this cell, this cell, this cell, and this cell, together with those 2 stars, basically form... Oh, no, that's not enough. Never mind. Sorry, I was miscounting how that worked out. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have marks for these. Let's see. You could have a star in row 3. Okay, so yeah, so can I sort this out based on whether this has to be in the cat or out of the cat? I'm not sure. Let's see, columns 1 and 2 only have room for 3 more stars. Okay, 1 star here. 1 star here, 1 star here, 1 star here. Okay, right. So Demanos points out this wisely. If I count, I can only put 1 star there. I can put a star there, and I can put a star here and a star here. That's it, and that's 4. So I have to put stars in all of those places in order for this to possibly work. That's all the stars for this row. So this star is now, oops, the star is now down here. Now this region is done because it has a star up here and a star there. So now this row, I need a star here. Now this region has 2 stars marked in it, so those aren't stars. So this is a star. So now this column is done, so that's not a star and that's not a star, so that's a star and that's a star. This cat is done, although this one looks less like a cat than some of them. We have that. This row still needs 2 stars. I guess I don't know anything about that. Let's see. Let's see. Ben says the column 6, 7, row 12 intersection. Okay, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, 12 is the bottom. Okay. 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is a circle from the earlier logic. Okay, so basically by thinking about these 2 columns, maybe I can get that right. Yeah, by thinking about these 2 columns, I need 4 stars. There's one of them. 2, 3. Well, I can at least say there's one there. That will cover it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. Row 7, column 10 is not a star. Let's see. Oh, that's this one, right? Because it's touching a star, so can't put a star there. And once I realize that, then that star is placed. So that does it. Okay. Row 1 and 2, not 12. Okay, row 1 and 2, column 7. Oh, finishes that column? Oh, yes, there needs to be a star down here to finish this column. And now that's going to finish the cat, because there's one there and there's one over there. Now, in order for this to possibly work, I need a star here, right? No, it's one of those 2. I don't know which. Sorry, I don't know which. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. I think I already have marked that there aren't any more in column 8 or 9. Where I am in the space-time continuum. Let's see. This resolves the domino in the middle, thank you. Which then does tons of damage, because now this column has all of its stars, which in order to make these dots happy means we have to put dots there and there. Or sorry, we have to put stars there and there. Otherwise they will be unhappy, and that would be bad. So now, if we look at the bottom 2 rows, yeah, we know we need a star in one of these 2, is the punchline to what Nicholas is saying. I don't think we know which yet. Row 1 is done. That is a good point. So we can upgrade that, because row 1 we've finished all of our stars. So one of those 2 goes with one of these 2. Row -2. Oh, haha, look at that. This row we've dashed out all but 2 cells, so those 2 cells have to be the stars. So that has to be a star to finish that. That is finished. This column is now done, so that's a star. So that's not a star, so that's a star. And so now that's a double star, so that's a star. And there we go. There we have it. So that was fun. Okay, that was cool, 2 to 10th. I've only set one pure non-Sudoku puzzle, but I'd like to set more. It's tricky to sort of adjust my style to, but I'd like to see more of these. But yeah, it's always cool when the people who traditionally set Sudoku puzzles set something outside of that. Alrighty. Thank you for joining me, everyone. We've had a nice long stream today, which has been lots of fun. I've appreciated all of the support and help. I've seen lots of new people in chat, so great to see everyone. There's always VOD, so if you want to see more Zeta, there's VODs, and also we've been posting 1 to 2 puzzles of the week to sort of snip out. So if you want to just sort of like see if you missed something awesome, I post like 1 awesome thing per week, 1 or 2. I've not been super stringent about the per week thing because I stream twice a week, so it often ends up being like 1 per stream or 2 streams depending on how I feel. But anyway, thank you for joining us. The 1,000 sub anniversary is coming up. But for now, I will bid you adieu. Don't forget, Ranks is streaming shortly, so if you want to see some fun with Wordle and Revertle and all of the other Erdles, Ranks does them all. So by all means, head over to there next. Thank you for all the super chats and donations today. Thank you to all the patrons. It really helps. We greatly appreciate that. Yes, and we have a stream Saturday, and then there will be a couple normal stream times without streams while I am on vacation. And then I'll be back. And then once I'm back, who knows, more insanity. But for now, have a wonderful evening or morning or whatever time it is. And I will see you all again very soon. Thank you for watching. Thanks to all the patrons. I'll see you soon.